A girl approaches Ni Hama and casually asks if he knows his way around light novels. He is completely caught off guard by the unexpected question. She just gives him a confident smile, clearly knowing she found the right guy for the job. He nervously stammers out a weak confirmation that he knows at least a little bit about them. She excitedly validates her own hunch, mentioning she had previously spotted him reading one in the library. It turns out she is an avid reader hunting for a popular series, but totally blanked on the title, so she practically begs him for his expertise. She admits the library's catalog was way too massive to navigate, but recalls the plot involves a protagonist traveling to different countries on a motorcycle, a detail that instantly sparks Ni Hama's memory. In a sudden burst of courage, Ni Hama begs the girl to wait up when she starts to walk away. He tracks down the exact book she was looking for, and she is absolutely thrilled and impressed by how quickly he managed to find it. Despite them never really talking before she genuinely calls him a super nice person, leaving him completely flustered and stumbling over his words. Her bright smile and sincere gratitude hit him like a breath of fresh air, completely capturing his heart in that single moment. Out of his entire drab and gloomy school life, this brief encounter stood out as the single vivid highlight. He suddenly gasps and snaps awake, realizing that the sweet memory was nothing more than a dream. He looks at the clock to find it is already past 1 in the morning, with a massive stack of work still waiting for him. Sitting all alone in the silent, empty office in the dead of night, he can only sigh over the fact that his happy memories are long gone. He stares at a massive new pile of paperwork left by his boss, with demanding instructions to get it all sorted by morning. He laments how the company he joined straight out of high school turned out to be a notoriously toxic workplace, making constant harassment, unpaid overtime, endless consecutive workdays, and customer complaints his miserable daily reality. After putting up with endless unfair treatment, he suddenly realized he was already 30 years old, suffering from dizzy spells and chest palpitations just because he never had the nerve to quit. He can only sigh over the fact that he remains just as miserable and gloomy as he has always been. He wallows in self-pity, calling himself a weak coward who always runs away from his problems, and laughing at the realization that there is not a single decent memory in his entire life. However, he quickly corrects himself as he remembers a single ray of light from his past. He thinks back to her name, recalling that Shijuin Haruka was his high school classmate and the very girl who just appeared in his dream. She was wealthy, beautiful, and incredibly kind to everyone. And because they served on the library committee together, she was always exceptionally friendly, even to a social outcast like him. Even though their actual conversations were short and few, those brief moments spent together in the library remained the most cherished memory of his entire youth. But considering what she is apparently up to nowadays only serves to drag his spirits down even further. He spirals into total despair, screaming about how his body and soul are completely broken at only 30, how his mother worked herself to death worrying about him, and how his life feels entirely worthless. Frustrated and broken, he vents his fury in a desperate rage, demanding to know where his life went so horribly wrong. He realizes with a heavy heart that his high school years were probably his absolute last chance to turn his life around. It finally clicks for him just how precious those days were, and how he should have fought for what he wanted, making him desperately wish he could go back to that time. In the middle of his regret, a sudden and painful shock violently surges through his body. His chest suddenly explodes with intense pain, forcing him down as he realizes in terror that his body is finally giving out on him. As his consciousness begins to fade, his final thoughts drift back to her. Right at the threshold of death, he suddenly realizes a massive, fatal mistake he had never noticed before. He understands that this mistake was a pathetic self-deception that symbolized his entire gloomy existence and ultimately sealed his fate. He struggles to accept this cruel truth in the fleeting seconds before his life completely slips away. He can only let out a weak chuckle as her kind, smiling face remains the last thing in his mind. In his final breath, he finally admits the truth that his feelings for her were never just simple admiration. Right at the end, his final thoughts linger on the true nature of his feelings for her. Everything goes black before fading into a blinding flash of white light. He slowly begins to regain consciousness as the peaceful sound of chirping birds fills the air. He sits up completely dazed and utterly confused about where he is. He suddenly remembers his heart attack and collapsing at his desk, naturally assuming he must have been rushed to a hospital. Looking around, he spots his old light novels, a classic gaming console, and his school notebooks. He is shocked to find himself in his childhood bedroom, which makes absolutely no sense because that house was demolished years ago. He gets the absolute shock of his life when he catches a glimpse of his own reflection. He panics in complete disbelief, realizing that his face looks like he has somehow become young again. Convinced he has somehow traveled back to his high school days, he quickly searches for his phone, only to find an ancient flip phone waiting for him. He checks the date on the phone and is absolutely stunned to find that he has been sent 14 years into the past. With no other logical explanation for what is happening, he concludes that he has actually pulled off a time leap just as someone unexpectedly knocks and opens his door. His mother stands in the doorway, noting she heard noise and expressing surprise at him waking up so unusually early today. Seeing his deceased mother standing right before his eyes alive and completely healthy leaves him utterly dumbfounded. Assuming he is still half asleep, she tells him to stop daydreaming and go eat breakfast, but he suddenly reacts with unbelievable speed. Overwhelmed with emotion, he breaks down in tears of joy and clings to his mother, completely bewildering her as she asks if he ate something weird. Heading outside, he is filled with a sense of wonder at how incredibly nostalgic his old school uniform feels. He recalls how his mother's attempts to comfort him only made him tear up again right before she scolded him to stop sobbing and hurry to school so he wouldn't be late. Though still deeply confused, he looks around to find the exact neighborhood scenery from 14 years ago, realizing there is absolutely no mistake about where he is. As he watches his fellow students, he can hardly believe he is actually going back to school to retake classes, especially since he mentally feels like an old man. He suddenly pauses as a massive realization hits him that if he really is in the past, he can completely redo his life starting from this very second. It fully sinks in that he has been given a genuine second chance to redo everything and get his life right this time. He makes a firm promise to himself to change his dull existence, swearing to put in real effort, fight for his desires, and conquer all the regrets of his previous timeline. His immediate priorities are clear. He vows to never make his mother worry again and promises himself that he will absolutely avoid working for another toxic black company. He suddenly tries to recall the critical fatal mistake he had realized in his final moments of his previous life, but he finds himself completely unable to remember it. While trying to shake off the nagging feeling that this forgotten mistake was incredibly important, a familiar voice suddenly calls out his name. He turns around to find Shiju and Haruka herself running right toward him with a familiar bright expression. Seeing her standing right in front of him makes him realize that even after 14 long years in another life, he never truly forgot her. He gazes at her, realizing once again that she was always the absolute treasure of his youth. Through this miraculous leap back in time, he is finally reunited with the girl he admired most. Nihama reflects on how his previous life ended in total misery and loss, but as Shijuin cheerfully greets him, he gets an overwhelming feeling that his new story is finally about to begin. He is completely taken aback to see his old crush standing right there in front of him. She immediately notices his shocked expression and casually asks what is wrong, prompting him to quickly brush it off as morning grogginess and return her greeting while internally marveling at how refined and high-class she still is. He recalls that her elegant demeanor makes perfect sense given she is the daughter of a major bookstore chain owner, yet she remains incredibly grounded and kind to everyone, making her effortlessly popular with all the guys. However, a dark thought suddenly creeps in as he remembers the tragic path she ended up taking in the future despite being such a genuinely wonderful person. In his original timeline, she had gone on to college and landed a job at a prestigious company where her stunning looks and stellar personality naturally made her popular and highly competent at her work. Unfortunately, her sheer perfection made her a massive target, causing a lot of her female co-workers to harbor intense toxic jealousy toward her. To make matters worse, her family's business simultaneously tanked financially, leaving her trapped as the petty workplace jealousy escalated into horrendous bullying, eventually driving her into a deep, silent depression, without her family ever realizing what was happening to her. He vividly remembers the horrific day he checked his feed and saw the tragic breaking news that Haruka had collapsed in her mansion and passed away, with all the grim details pointing straight to a heartbreaking suicide. The absolute agony and sheer misery that washed over him upon learning of her sudden death was a crushing weight he carried all the way to his own grave. He reflects on how those incredibly rare and fleeting conversations they had back in the school library remained the only shining gems in his otherwise totally gray and pathetic adolescent life. The horrifying revelation completely shattered his world back, then leaving him frozen in shock and totally isolated while the rest of society mindlessly moved on around him. He recalls just standing utterly paralyzed in the middle of a busy street, completely unable to process the devastating reality that the only girl who ever showed him genuine kindness was gone forever. The sheer, soul-crushing weight of her tragic fate had mercilessly shattered whatever tiny fraction of hope he had left in his miserable adult existence. But now that he has miraculously leaped 14 years into the past, a fierce new resolve burns inside him as he mentally vows to rewrite history and do absolutely whatever it takes to save her life. Spotting her on campus, he reminds himself to play it cool and casually greets her, prompting her to happily admit she struggled to wake up after staying up way too late reading the latest volume of a popular light novel. He completely catches her off guard by instantly matching her nerd energy and hyping up an epic battle scene from the book, making her absolutely beam with pure joy that someone finally understands her intense fangirl hype. She suddenly pauses their geeky banter to point out that he seems surprisingly different today, immediately making him sweat, and nervously stammer out a weak denial to keep his time travel a secret. Haruka points out that he is usually incredibly quiet, and always looking down, making his bright and cheerful attitude today a complete surprise, which he silently admits is totally spot on. He reflects on how his past self had absolutely zero social skills, but years of being forced to constantly interact with people to avoid getting screamed at in his toxic corporate job completely cured his awkwardness. Deciding to play it smooth, he openly confesses that the real reason for his sudden change in attitude is entirely because of her leaving her utterly confused by the bold statement. He easily explains that her constant cheerful energy whenever they talk practically inspired him, so he plans on being a lot more talkative from now on. She shyly admits that it feels like he is complimenting her and gets completely flustered while he just internally praises her unbelievably pure childlike innocence, and realizes she is totally oblivious to all the guys staring at her. Watching her innocent reaction, he suddenly realizes that his absolute cluelessness about basic social interactions is exactly why he never managed to get a girlfriend back in his original high school days. Noticing her heavy tote bag, he immediately offers to carry her library books, smoothly snatching the bag right out of her hands before she can even politely decline and assuring her the school is just right around the corner. He instantly breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that his deeply ingrained corporate slave habit of instantly taking over heavy lifting for his superiors just completely hijacked his body on pure autopilot. His mind flashes back to his miserable office worker era, recalling a specific night where he had just finished an exhausting shift only to bump into his senior coworker carrying a massive box. He remembers the senior viciously screaming at him for not immediately offering to carry the heavy load, aggressively belittling his character and calling him completely useless just to stroke his own ego. He explains that his past experiences gave him a habit of automatically stepping in to carry heavy things for anyone he knows, leaving her looking a bit confused by his sudden explanation. He immediately panics and worries that he just totally creeped her out, but she catches him off guard by genuinely thanking him, admitting that she borrowed way too many books, and her tired arms really appreciated the sudden rescue. He breathes a massive mental sigh of relief for not coming across as a total weirdo, only for her to cheerfully validate her previous hunch by pointing out that he has definitely changed lately. She casually drops the bomb that he looks much more manly and nice, now sending his heart into complete overdrive as he blushes furiously at the incredibly direct compliment. He marvels at how effortlessly she says things that could completely shatter any man's composure, cementing exactly why she is so special, before he nervously thanks her and admits how happy her words make him. He reflects on how incredibly healing those sweet words are for a guy carrying around years of corporate mental fatigue, right before she suddenly realizes the time and urges him to hurry up, so they are not late. Navigating the school grounds, he becomes hyper-aware of the intense stares from the other students, knowing full well how crazy it looks for his gloomy self to be walking so closely with the most popular girl. Unlike his old cowardly self, he decides to completely brush off the judgment of the crowd, perfectly content to just soak in the joy of talking with the girl he so deeply admires. Approaching the familiar entrance to Class 2D, the sight of the old school building hits him with a massive and overwhelming wave of nostalgia. Before heading to her desk, she enthusiastically tells him to give it their absolute all after school, leaving him slightly startled but eager to agree. Hama wonders what Shijuin meant by asking him to stay after school, realizing he just went with the flow and agreed. He quickly remembers they are both on the library committee, which is literally the single thing they have in common. He decides he will definitely be showing up for that. Entering the classroom, he dreads having to search for his assigned seat, but instantly spots it, because he conveniently left his gym bag hanging right on the desk. Taking his seat, he is overwhelmed by how nostalgic the old desk feels, comparing it to opening a time capsule. However, that warm feeling shatters the second he opens his notebook and sees what an absolute disaster his past notes are. He realizes homeroom is starting as a girl steps up to the front of the class. He tries to jog his memory to figure out her name, vaguely recalling it started with Kaza. She introduces herself as Kazumabara, the Cultural Festival Committee member, and announces that the deadline for festival ideas is fast approaching, urging everyone to submit their suggestions. She sternly warns the class that she will instantly reject all the usual stupid ideas like a bikini cafe or an indoor campfire. Meanwhile, Hama muses about the festival season, realizing he has zero memories of it from his past life, and that he has entirely forgotten how to do calculus. The school bell finally rings out across the campus. Completely drained by the mental strain, Hama slumps over his desk, relieved that he somehow managed to survive until the break. Looking over his old textbooks, he confirms his worst fear, that he has forgotten almost all of his high school subjects. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when someone calls out his name. A classmate walks up to his desk and casually asks if he happens to be Genji. Hama introduces Yamada Genji, his one and only high school friend, who hides a massive otaku obsession behind a sporty exterior, just as Genji suddenly corners him in class and demands a thorough explanation, while Hama tries to play entirely oblivious. Refusing to let the matter drop, Genji furiously interrogates Hama about why he was spotted walking to school looking incredibly friendly with the insanely popular Shijuin. Hama casually dismisses the uproar, explaining he merely bumped into her and offered to carry her heavy bags. Genji absolutely loses his mind at this revelation, screaming in disbelief that a guy who usually mumbles and avoids eye contact with girls somehow pulled off a flawlessly smooth shoujo manga protagonist move. A brutally honest assessment that Hama notes is just a bit too harsh. Genji accurately zeroes in on Hama's entirely shifted vibe, noting his sudden clear speech and the complete absence of his usual gloomy aura, jokingly asking if he just got back from spending years in another world. Hama silently marvels at the terrifyingly accurate guess, knowing he actually just time leaped. Leaning into the joke, Hama sarcastically agrees that he spent 12 years in a brutal alternate world working as a slave, until his mind and body completely broke down. Genji laughs off the intensely dark humor, blissfully unaware that his friend is actually venting about his soul-crushing corporate reality. Hama silently pities his innocent friend for not realizing that the demonic corporate world is a very real nightmare waiting for him, while Genji swiftly changes the subject back to Shijuin, warning Hama not to let the morning interaction go to his head. Genji then drops the sobering news that a handsome and incredibly popular ace from the sports club already has his sights set firmly on winning Shijuin over. He follows up with a stark reality check about their own social standing, warning that bottom-tier guys like them will only invite severe bullying if they stand out and cross paths with the popular crowd. Hearing this brings back memories of the strict school caste system, a rigid social hierarchy that Hama now looks back on as an incredibly stupid and pointless unwritten rule, thanks to his matured perspective. He completely brushes off Genji's warning, internally musing that adulthood is just a different kind of hierarchy based on yearly income anyway, meaning there is absolutely no reason to stress over trivial high school drama. He thanks Genji for his helpful advice, promising to be much more careful from now on. While heading toward the vending machine, he resolves to keep a low profile during his second youth to avoid unwanted trouble, only to be immediately confronted by a loud and hostile student shouting a rude insult at him. He instantly recognizes the confrontational student blocking his path as Hino, a notorious bully who acts smugly pleased to run into him. He remembers Hino as a classic delinquent who systematically targets and intimidates weaker students, recalling with perfect clarity how terrified he used to be of this guy in his previous life. However, as he takes a closer look, his entire perspective on the situation instantly changes. After living through 30 years of actual hardships, he realizes that this high school bully does not seem scary to him at all anymore. He wonders why he was ever intimidated by someone who now just looks like a kid trying way too hard to act tough, especially when the bully tries to shake him down by demanding lunch money. Without a single trace of fear, he delivers a flat refusal and questions why he should ever give him a single cent. His bold and unexpected defiance completely catches the bully off guard, leaving him totally stunned. The bully flies into a rage at being spoken to so casually, but he is shut down even harder when told that his entire tough guy act is pathetic, and that nobody is playing along with it anymore. Hama coldly calls out the delinquent's bluff, pointing out that he just looks the part, but lacks the actual guts to hit anyone. This completely sets the delinquent off, causing him to grab Hama and scream that a mere otaku has no right to mock him, but Hama just calmly asks if he realizes the consequences of what he is about to do. Hama internally notes that his hunch was right, remembering that this guy never actually threw a punch in his previous life, and casually informs the bully that empty threats are completely useless against him now. He compares the current situation to his brutal days as a corporate slave, remembering how his old boss used real authority to fiercely threaten his livelihood and make his workplace a living hell if he dared to complain about harassment. Because he survived that corporate nightmare, a high schooler shouting in his face does not intimidate him in the slightest, so he boldly challenges the delinquent to just throw the punch, already taunting him by asking if he is too scared of getting suspended or expelled. Pushed into a corner and humiliated, the furious delinquent curses at Hama and aggressively snatches his wallet right out of his pocket. The bully smugly declares that he is confiscating the wallet as a fitting punishment for Hama acting so arrogant. The delinquent eagerly checks his loot, but immediately clicks his tongue in disappointment upon finding only 3,000 yen, mocking Hama for having a wallet as pathetic as his personality right before Hama sharply interrupts him. Hama takes an imposing step forward and intensely questions if the bully just tried to steal his hard-earned cash while having the absolute audacity to dismiss it as a mere 3,000 yen. Snapping completely, Hama furiously unleashes a terrifying scream, demanding to know how the bully could casually dismiss that amount of money, and asking if he has any idea how much agonizing work goes into earning it. The stolen cash instantly triggers traumatic flashbacks of his miserable corporate life, reminding him of all the agonizing hours spent typing until his hands gave out while enduring endless unfair screaming from his terrible boss just to scrape by. He bitterly reflects on his miserable past life as a corporate slave, remembering how he had to constantly bow his head and endure endless insults from angry customers just to scrape by and earn his paycheck. Reaching his absolute boiling point, he fiercely grabs the punk by the collar and screams that a wannabe delinquent who just leeches off his parents has absolutely no right to casually extort others. Staring the bully down with a terrifyingly dark glare, he coldly threatens that if the punk ever tries to steal his parents' hard-earned money again, he is as good as dead. The thoroughly rattled bully practically whimpers in fear, barely able to form a coherent response, as Hama forcefully shoves him away. The punk completely loses his balance and collapses onto the floor, looking up in absolute terror as Hama dangerously towers over him and loudly demands a crystal-clear answer. Sweating bullets, the defeated bully nervously stammers out a desperate confirmation, while Hama simply ignores him and bends down to retrieve his wallet. Having successfully reclaimed his cash, he casually walks away from the scene, completely ignoring the terrified bully on the floor and the surrounding crowd of students who are utterly stunned by his sudden explosive outburst. He quietly walks into his classroom and takes his seat, only to immediately slump over his desk in pure panic as the adrenaline wears off, and he realizes he just caused a massive, highly public scene. Hama lets out a heavy sigh as he trudges up the school stairs right as the morning bell rings across the campus. Walking down the empty hallway, he beats himself up over completely messing things up so soon after his time leap, recalling how he just snapped and grabbed a guy by the collar in his first real moment of pure, unadulterated fury. However, he firmly stands by his actions, refusing to see his violent outburst as a mistake, because the punk had deeply insulted his hard-working widowed mother, an offense he considers absolutely unforgivable. He figures it would be a massive pain if rumors started spreading around school about him getting into a nasty brawl with a known delinquent, but he ultimately decides to brush off the incident and focuses on finding his way to the library. Sliding the library door open, he tells himself to completely drop the heavy thoughts and just focus entirely on spending time with Haruka during their committee duties. He reflects on how he is currently standing right inside his most precious gem like memory, fully reliving his youth all over again, and seeing her quietly waiting by the window just completely solidifies that miraculous reality for him. Shijuin spots him and happily calls out his name as they meet up for their scheduled committee duty. They exchange friendly afternoon greetings, with Hama politely asking if he kept her waiting, though she quickly assures him that she only just arrived herself. The two dive straight into their tasks, going over a lengthy list of duties that includes organizing the shelves, sorting new arrivals, and tracking down borrowed materials. While reviewing the records, Shijuin suddenly notices a major problem and points out that a massive number of books are long overdue. Hama takes a look at the list and immediately recognizes the names, noting that it is always the exact same group of repeat offenders who refuse to return anything. Annoyed that these students are completely walking all over them, Hama boldly suggests broadcasting their names over the school intercom during lunch, which completely panics Shijuin since she worries those difficult classmates will get incredibly angry. To ease her worries, he explains a clever escalation tactic where they will issue a firm warning first and only name-drop the culprits if they continue to ignore the deadline, utilizing a classic corporate pressure technique from his former adult life. This reminds him of his miserable office worker days, where he frequently had to deal with lazy business partners who consistently missed deadlines and ignored his urgent correspondence. Knowing that another late delivery would inevitably result in his abusive boss taking out all his anger on him, Hama realized he was being completely underestimated and needed to take drastic action. In order to force a response, he resorted to a ruthless workplace survival method, composing an email and ceasing not just the unresponsive contact, but also their entire team and direct superiors. Hama reflects on a past corporate tactic, recalling how threatening to expose a notorious slacker instantly panicked the guy into completely dropping his lazy act and finally sending over all the necessary documents. Stepping up to the plate, he confidently offers to publicly announce the names of the book hoarders himself and handle any potential backlash, firmly insisting they cannot afford to let a few selfish students completely monopolize the highly anticipated new releases. He immediately breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he just completely slipped back into his ruthless corporate slave persona, and nervously wonders if his intense rant just entirely creeped her out. Instead of being scared, she leans in with pure amazement, heavily praising his incredibly powerful words and mature mindset, while noting that he almost seems like an entirely different person today. She quickly softens her tone with a warm smile, reassuring him that despite the impressive sudden change, she can still tell he is exactly the same caring guy deep down. She explains that she noticed how in the past he would always genuinely feel bad for the students who looked disappointed whenever they found out a popular new release was already checked out. She adds that he always took the extra time to carefully organize the shelves so everyone could easily find what they needed, cheerfully admitting that seeing his usual kindness evolve into such mature reliability is genuinely wonderful to witness. He is completely blown away by her heartfelt words, having absolutely no idea that she had actually been quietly observing his gloomy past self this closely and appreciating all his unseen efforts. Feeling completely inspired by how a simple change in attitude made him look like an entirely new person, she enthusiastically declares that she wants to try changing herself too, though he quickly points out she is already perfectly cheerful as is. She passionately reveals her true motivation, explaining that her painfully overprotective parents constantly treat her like a little kid, and she desperately wants to learn how to act like a real grown-up, leaving him silently marveling at how unbelievably pure her ambitions are. Shijun playfully pouts and accuses Ni-hama of looking at her like a proud parent watching their child grow up, prompting him to instantly and frantically deny the observation. Ni-hama laughs off her sharp intuition, internally admitting that using his adult maturity feels like cheating, but he is genuinely thrilled that he can finally hold a smooth conversation with her, unlike his awkward past self. With the playful banter over, Shijun cheerfully suggests they wrap up the rest of their library work, and he immediately agrees. After finishing up their duties, Ni-hama hands the library keys back to the teacher, who praises his hard work and tells him to be careful on his way home. Having already sent Shijun home ahead of him, Ni-hama decides to hurry back himself, reflecting on how their combined serious and workaholic natures ended up making them do way more work than they initially planned. Despite the extra effort, he happily notes that unlike his miserable corporate slave days, he actually finds joy in this work and hopes it will help him get even closer to Shijun. He relishes the thought that she genuinely considers him a friend, but that specific word suddenly triggers a nagging sense of unease in his mind. He stops in the dark hallway, deeply troubled by the feeling that something about being just her friend feels entirely out of place. He racks his brain, convinced he is missing some crucial, glaringly wrong detail about their relationship. His deep introspection is violently interrupted by the sudden sound of someone aggressively yelling down the nearby hallway, instantly snapping him back to reality. Sensing that someone is getting ruthlessly pressured, he cautiously peeks around the corner, only to be completely shocked to find Shijun cornered by a group of hostile girls. Shijun timidly apologizes and admits she has absolutely no idea what they are angry about, which only infuriates the aggressive blonde ringleader, who viciously screams at her for playing dumb and getting carried away. He spots Hanayama and her gang of popular Giaris, a group notorious for targeting girls they find cuter than themselves, and immediately realizes they have singled out Shijun to complain about. They confront Shijun and accuse her of getting carried away, spinning the narrative to make it sound like she is the troublemaker, when they are really just acting out of pure jealousy. The ringleader demands that Shijun cut her hair short, ditch any makeup, and stay away from boys, telling her to stop trying so hard to impress everyone. When Shijun innocently points out that she does not wear any makeup at all, the heavily made up Jiaru takes it as a direct insult and aggressively snaps, accusing Shijun of mocking her. Seeing things escalate, Ni-hama steps into the hallway and calmly tells them to break it up. Shijun is visibly relieved to see him, but Hanayama immediately sneers at his intervention, calling him a gloomy otaku and rudely telling him to scram. Completely unfazed by the hostility, Ni-hama mentally compares her to the toxic, petty colleagues he used to deal with in his old corporate job, who suck up to men while bullying other women. When he warns them to back off, the girls mockingly ask if he is trying to be her boyfriend and call him disgusting, but he calmly pivots to a secret strategy by asking Hanayama if she has been hanging out north of the shopping district lately. He casually mentions seeing her around the 5th ward talking with older office workers, a highly specific detail that immediately leaves Hanayama looking completely horrified. Completely shaken, she demands to know how he could possibly know about her secret activities, but he just calmly replies that he happened to find out. Ni-hama completely exposes her dirty little secret, revealing that her entire money-making scheme revolves around doing paid dates with older men, secretly recording them, and then extorting them for hush money. He internally notes that he only knows about her illegal side hustle thanks to his knowledge of the future, vividly remembering the headlines about how she eventually got caught, expelled, and publicly disgraced during her 3rd year. Smiling calmly, he assures her that he has no immediate plans to expose her, but smoothly threatens that his mouth might just slip if she ever dares to bother Shijun again, leaving her furiously gritting her teeth. The cornered Jiaru aggressively storms off, desperately warning him that her boyfriend will kill him if he ever snitches, while Ni-hama simply smiles to himself, knowing her arrest is inevitable in a year anyway. She quickly regroups with her friend and storms away, loudly complaining that she is entirely sick of Shijun. He reflects back on his miserable corporate days, where a similar coworker would constantly dump her work on him, by falsely threatening sexual harassment claims, noting that manipulative people who obsess over their social standing are actually incredibly easy to control once you have dirt on them. He remembers the exact moment he accidentally stumbled upon that toxic coworker's secret social media account, instantly exposing her massive lie about taking time off to nurse her sick mother while she was actually partying at the beach with some guy. He recalls how he casually brought up her beach trip during work one day, instantly terrifying her into complete submission and permanently ending all of her workplace harassment. Snapped back to the present reality, he is momentarily caught off guard when Seishun turns to him with a soft blush and sincerely thanks him for stepping in to help her. He humbly downplays the whole situation, claiming he just came over after hearing the yelling and is glad it ended peacefully, but she insists he truly saved her and apologizes for the trouble. He quickly notices how incredibly pale she looks, realizing she is understandably shaken up by the aggressive confrontation. As they walk down the quiet hallway together, he asks if someone is coming to pick her up, prompting her to explain that she strictly insists on walking to school just like a normal student, despite her wealthy father constantly trying to send a private driver for her. Taking his shot, he smoothly suggests that he should be the one to escort her home. Despite putting up a perfectly calm front, thanks to his grueling corporate experience, his internal monologue is a screaming mess of panic, as he realizes he is still entirely inexperienced and walking a girl home is a massive social hurdle. He resolves to push forward because he genuinely wants to do this, and she looks far too pale to be walking alone at night, but he nearly has a heart attack when she stammers, instantly fearing she is about to shoot him down. Instead of rejecting him, her face completely lights up with pure surprise, as she eagerly asks if he really means it. She happily accepts his offer without a second thought, expressing her absolute gratitude if he is truly okay with going out of his way for her. All of his crippling anxiety instantly evaporates the second he sees her brilliant smile, officially kicking off his highly anticipated walk home with the girl of his dreams. The two of them finally hit the streets together, setting the stage to see how this incredible new turning point in his life will actually play out. Haruka enthusiastically declares that the series is absolutely the best, and admits the end of the first chapter actually brought her to tears, which he immediately agrees with, totally hyping up the crazy plot twist that followed. She happily agrees that the twist was so good it made her binge the entire book in one sitting, while he internally reflects on how walking alone with a girl brings back memories of escorting female coworkers after corporate drinking parties and business trips. He recalls a specific flashback where a female coworker nervously expressed her hopes that an upcoming client meeting would go smoothly, only for his past self to offer a completely dry and unenthusiastic agreement. Trying to keep the conversation alive, his former coworker tried asking if he visited the area often, but his past self completely killed the mood by bluntly stating he didn't know any good spots, resulting in a brutally awkward silence between them. The coworker mentally wrote him off as a totally boring guy, and he remembers how constantly leaving such terrible impressions on his peers ended up severely hindering their teamwork on multiple occasions. Realizing his total lack of social skills was becoming a major liability at work, he eventually managed to brainstorm a foolproof secret strategy to survive corporate small talk. His ultimate tactic was to simply steer every conversation toward the other person's hobbies and interests, figuring that letting people yap about the stuff they love instantly boosts their mood and allows him to effortlessly nod along without actually contributing anything. Snapping back to the present, he notes how genuinely thrilled Haruka looks as she continues to happily ramble about the main character, prompting him to casually mention that finding a girl who is so into light novels is actually pretty rare. She suddenly catches herself and blushes, furiously apologizing for totally nerding out and talking way too much, but he just laughs it off and assures her it is completely fine since it clearly managed to cheer her up. She flashes a bright smile and agrees that gushing about her favorite things definitely made her feel much better, while he expresses his relief, internally comparing the earlier bullying she faced to a natural disaster that pointlessly wreaks havoc until the tormentors finally get bored. As they walk home together at night, Seishun quietly thanks Nihama for stepping in to help, casually admitting that being targeted and harassed is actually nothing new for her. This unexpected confession completely blindsides Nihama, who is stunned to learn that she has been dealing with this kind of trouble for a long time. She reveals that the harassment actually dates all the way back to her very first year of elementary school and was always driven by other girls throwing cruel insults her way. Hearing that kids could be that malicious at such a young age leaves Hama internally reeling at how terrifying girls can truly be. She confesses that she has never been able to understand what her tormentors actually wanted from her, only that their intense, unprovoked hatred was highly palpable, and still deeply frightens her to this day. Hama realizes that her fear stems from her complete inability to comprehend their malice, noting that her own pure, honest nature means she does not have a jealous bone in her body, making it impossible for her to understand why others would harbor such bitter envy. When Hama suggests that pinpointing the root cause of the hatred might help, she eagerly begs him to tell her if he knows what is wrong with her, desperately wanting to fix whatever flaw she thinks she has, and prompting him to lay out the real reason. He bluntly tells her that the real reason is simply because she is incredibly beautiful and kind, delivering the massive compliment with such casual sincerity that it leaves her completely stunned and blushing furiously. He explains that her bullies are just deeply envious of her natural cuteness and gentle personality, assuring her that small-minded people always react that way toward those who stand out. She flusteredly tries to deny being anything special, but he firmly insists that she is undeniably beautiful and needs to be more self-conscious of it, reminding her that the harassment is absolutely not her fault before playfully commanding her to chant a self-affirming phrase 10 times. True to her incredibly earnest nature, she actually starts repeating the phrase out loud as they walk, while Hama internally notes that helping her build this mental defense is the first crucial step toward rewriting her tragic future. He reflects on how the most kind-hearted and honest people are always the ones who get ruthlessly crushed in toxic corporate environments, constantly taking the blame for unfair treatment, until they eventually break down, making him even more determined to shield her from that kind of fate. Hama internally reflects that Shijuin's tragic future demise was entirely caused by her inability to realize she was being bullied out of pure jealousy, a misunderstanding that caused her to relentlessly worry until her spirit completely broke. He resolves that to save her from that terrible fate, he absolutely needs to change how she fundamentally perceives the malicious actions of others. Shijuin obediently repeats the defensive mantra to remind herself that the bullying is not her fault, timidly asking if her attempt is good enough. Hama gently affirms her, encouraging her to keep that exact phrase in mind whenever people like Hanayama try to pick on her. He explains that jealous bullies never directly admit they hate her just because she is prettier than them, but instead use vague insults about her getting carried away. Shijuin listens intently, still sounding a bit uncertain about the harsh reality of petty jealousy. He continues his lecture, insisting that it makes absolutely no sense for the innocent victim to constantly question and reevaluate her own actions just to appease her bullies. He stresses the absolute importance of learning to completely ignore the unwarranted hate, but suddenly cuts his speech short when he notices her staring at him. She softly dismisses his concern, noting that she was just captivated by how incredibly serious he looked while defending her. She curiously asks why he is so deeply worried about her well-being, prompting him to openly admit that he genuinely cares about her. He boldly states that he simply hates seeing her troubled by anything, but then completely freezes as the absolute sheer weight of his own straightforward confession finally hits him. Shijuin timidly calls his name to bring up his earlier comment about people being jealous of her good looks. She nervously asks if he was just saying that to console her or if he actually meant it as a genuine compliment. Without missing a single beat, he confidently confirms that he meant every single word. He sincerely admits that he has thought she was absolutely beautiful from the very first moment he ever laid eyes on her. He candidly tells her that her beauty completely surprised him, causing her face to instantly flush bright red. Meanwhile, Hama suddenly panics, internally realizing that his intense determination to change her tragic future had completely blinded him to just how incredibly embarrassing and openly flirtatious his bold declarations sounded. They finally arrive outside Shijuin's incredibly massive mansion, which looms over them and highlights the massive difference in their social backgrounds. Hama is completely dazed by the sheer scale of her home, but his awe is quickly interrupted when Shijuin turns to him and expresses her heartfelt gratitude for all his help today, which he nervously downplays. By telling her she really does not have to thank him so much. She insists that his support genuinely saved her from feeling far more depressed, and successfully cheered her up, while Nihama silently resolves that he wants to do whatever it takes to keep her smiling. Gathering his courage, Nihama offers to always be there to listen to her complaints and promises to do absolutely everything he can to support her if she ever faces any troubling situations in the future. He immediately panics, internally cringing over how incredibly pretentious and overbearing he sounded by using his old corporate-style concern, so he quickly bids her a hasty farewell and tries to make a swift exit. Before he can successfully escape his own self-inflicted awkwardness, Seishun calls out his name, once more prompting him to stop and turn back. She beams with a bright, beautiful smile, repeating her sincere thanks one last time and enthusiastically wishing him a great evening before they see each other again tomorrow. He looks back at her with a soft smile of his own, feeling a deep sense of warmth as she disappears into her house for the evening. Walking alone down the nostalgic street, he lets out a heavy sigh and reflects on just how incredibly long and eventful his very first day back in the past has been. He realizes that his years of grueling corporate social training have unexpectedly paid off, giving him the confidence to smoothly connect with Seishun and make a massive positive difference in his school life compared to his original timeline. He firmly resolves that the most effective way to change Seishun's tragic future is to build a strong, trusting relationship where she feels completely comfortable coming to him for advice on dealing with unreasonable people. He passionately declares to himself that he absolutely does not care what any of the other boys think of him, before suddenly pausing to wonder why he is getting so incredibly worked up over this. Finally arriving back at his old childhood home late in the evening, he quietly announces his return as he steps inside. Looking down the dark hallway, he is immediately confused by the feeling that someone is inside, knowing full well that his hardworking mother is supposed to still be out late at her job. He is completely caught off guard when a young girl cheerfully welcomes him back, prompting him to instantly blurt out her name in total shock. She looks at him in utter confusion, wondering why he is acting so completely surprised, while he internally notes that this is his younger sister, Kanako, a normally cheerful girl who always acts surprisingly cold toward him. He grimly recalls how their relationship severely deteriorated as they grew older, noting that by the time their mother's funeral happened in his previous timeline, they had grown completely estranged and acted like total strangers. Quickly brushing off his initial shock, he asks if she seriously plans to eat instant noodles for dinner, prompting her to bluntly reply that she has absolutely no other choice since their mom is working late again. The memory suddenly clicks for him that they basically survived entirely on processed junk food during those long nights, so he casually tells her to just wait a bit while he whips up a proper meal. Peering into the fridge to take stock of the leftover ingredients, he confidently mumbles that he can definitely throw a solid dinner together, leaving his sister totally bewildered by his unexpected domestic initiative. His sister is completely blown away and stunned by his sudden showcase of incredibly skillful knife handling and expert cooking in the kitchen. He successfully whips up a gorgeous restaurant-quality plate of omuris that looks absolutely flawless. She sits there staring blankly at the beautiful plate, utterly dumbfounded by her brother's sudden culinary transformation. He asks what is holding her up and urges her to dig in, prompting her to tentatively take her very first bite. The moment the food hits her tongue, her face lights up in pure bliss as she proclaims it to be absolutely delicious. He is incredibly relieved and happy that his dish suits her taste, chuckling as she eagerly keeps stuffing her face with the rest of the meal. He reflects on how he originally picked up cooking as a fun hobby when he lived alone in his past life, though the brutal overtime at his toxic job eventually forced him to rely on cheap convenience store meals. He genuinely apologizes to Kanako, admitting that he never acted like a proper older brother to her throughout their lives. He explains that while it is not some big act of atonement, he wants to take over the cooking duties to help out their mother, offering to whip up whatever special requests she has in the future. As the day winds down, a peaceful and warm atmosphere finally settles over their home. Haruka's mind is completely racing as she tries to process everything that happened during her school day. She is absolutely stunned by Nihama's actions, marveling at how he just kept constantly surprising her with his incredibly bold and confident attitude today. She remembers knowing he was always a genuinely good guy at heart, But since he was always so quiet and kept to himself, she never expected him to suddenly become so cheerful, reliable, and strong-willed. She thinks back to his shockingly honest compliment, remembering how he openly told her that he had been completely captivated by her beauty since the very first day they met. Just recalling those intense, heartfelt words sends her heart into absolute overdrive, making her feel incredibly giddy and flustered. She reflects on how a nasty confrontation with Hanayama and her popular gang would normally leave her feeling completely miserable, isolated, and deeply depressed. But today feels entirely different, and her heart feels wonderfully light, all thanks to Nihama stepping in to cheer her up, talk about her interests, and reassure her that she did absolutely nothing wrong. She realizes that even though he has suddenly changed and acts with the mature confidence of an adult, he is still the exact same sweet and caring person she has always appreciated. Looking out over the quiet night, she softly whispers a heartfelt thank you to Nihama for saving her today. Nihama quietly sits at his desk while the teacher gives a lecture at the front of the classroom, seamlessly blending back into the familiar and ordinary routine of high school. He reflects on how much he is thoroughly enjoying his peaceful everyday life, casually noting that it has already been 2 full weeks since his miraculous time leaped to the past. He recalls how absolutely terrifying his first night back in this timeline was, having been gripped by the paralyzing fear that he would suddenly wake up right back in his miserable corporate existence. But he breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that nightmare never came true. Back in the present, his pleasant morning routine continues as Shijuin cheerfully calls out his name the moment they spot each other outside the school building. As they walk through the hallway, she warmly thanks him for his bold intercom broadcast the other day, which successfully pressured the selfish students into finally returning their overdue library books, just as he predicted. He internally celebrates that ever since he walked her home that evening, they have been talking much more frequently, happily realizing he has leveled up his status from a mere committee acquaintance to a genuinely good friend. With the upcoming culture festival becoming a massive hot topic among their classmates, Shijuin eagerly tells Nihama just how much she is looking forward to the event now that their preparations are well underway. Nihama is mildly surprised to discover that she is actually so enthusiastic about school festivals, silently rejoicing over the fact that he gets to witness a completely new and fun side of her that he never knew existed in his past life. While Nihama and Shijuin look on their classmates struggle to brainstorm ideas for the cultural festival, complaining that everyone's suggestions are completely scattered and unhelpful. Suddenly, a loud and panicked scream echoes directly from classroom 2D, cutting through the general chatter. A girl is in complete despair, panicking because she realized she failed to take perfect notes during class and has no idea what to do. Nihama introduces her as Fudehashi Mai, a cheerful member of the track and field club, and explains that her current panic is entirely due to an incident that happened during a lecture 2 hours earlier. During that earlier class, she had gradually drifted off to sleep, eventually nodding off completely at her desk. The teacher caught her sleeping and loudly ordered her to pay attention, prompting her to snap awake with a panicked response. Trying to cover her tracks, she confidently lied that she had perfectly noted down everything from the lecture, which backfired when the teacher smugly demanded she submit her notebook after school or face a mandatory supplementary class. Desperately wanting to avoid extra classes that would interfere with her upcoming athletic tournament, she begs her classmates for notes, prompting Nihama to step in and offer his own, despite his initial indifference. He hands over his notebook, explaining that he took thorough notes that might help her out, which catches her completely by surprise as she begins to look through the pages. She is absolutely blown away by what she sees, marveling at how incredibly detailed and easy to understand his notes are, since they contain literally everything from the lesson. Shijuin gushes over how incredibly perfect his notes are and desperately begs to borrow them. He gladly agrees, but playfully scolds her to stay awake and take her own notes next time, leaving her groaning at the painful truth, while he internally admits he definitely never took notes this good in his original life. He reflects on how his painful experiences as an adult taught him that good grades directly lead to better jobs, prompting him to finally take his classes seriously and apply the professional document formatting skills he honed as a corporate slave to create the ultimate study notes. Shijuin happily thanks him again and insists on treating him to lunch as a reward, leaving him slightly bewildered. but genuinely refreshed that someone is actually showing real appreciation for his hard work. Over the next couple of days, his new competent reputation quickly spreads, resulting in classmates randomly approaching him to ask for tech favors, like setting custom ringtones for their girlfriends or begging to copy his flawless history notes in exchange for snacks and drinks. As the lunch bell rings, Genji casually points out that Nihama's social standing in the class has unexpectedly skyrocketed. Confused, Nihama asks what he means, so Genji explains the invisible school hierarchy, noting that his buddy just jumped straight from the bottom-tier 3rd rank up to the solid middle of the 2nd rank, in practically no time at all. Nihama skeptically brushes off the idea by pointing out that social dynamics do not usually change that easily, but Genji insists that this is a completely unusual situation. Genji explains that the massive shift happened because of Nihama's public confrontation with Hino, revealing a wild rumor spreading around that Nihama completely beat the bully up and forced an apology. Genji excitedly jokes again about him gaining powers in another world, while Nihama quickly clarifies that he absolutely did not go that far. Nihama cryptically admits he survived his fare of fierce battles, darkly referring to his hellish corporate all-nighters that pushed him to the brink of suicide, which Genji innocently misinterprets as some brutal fantasy slave night lore. Shifting back to reality, Genji asks if Nihama has noticed the changing stares from the class, and Nihama agrees that the popular kids have surprisingly stopped messing with him. Genji notes that since Nihama went from being a total nobody to suddenly asserting himself with crazy confidence, absolutely everyone around him is staring, a fact Nihama still remains somewhat completely oblivious to as he looks around. He explains that his sudden academic focus is purely to avoid ever working for another toxic black company, resolving to only help others when possible without sticking his nose into their business, though his simple kindness has naturally won him new friends without any hidden motives. On Sunday morning, he finishes prepping a fresh batch of homemade sandwiches in the kitchen. He proudly admires his creation of bacon and onion sandwiches seasoned with extra pepper right as his sister Kanako walks into the room. He greets her warmly and offers her some breakfast, completely catching her off guard with his sudden kitchen hospitality. She tentatively takes a bite of the sandwich, slowly chewing as the flavors burst in her mouth. When she mutters that it is weird, he immediately panics and worries that he went way too heavy on the pepper or mustard. She aggressively points out that the sandwich is actually highly satisfying and that he is the one who is acting completely bizarre. She has a hilarious mini breakdown, yelling in pure disbelief over how surprisingly delicious his food is and demanding to know what has gotten into him. When he sheepishly tries to claim he is just trying to learn to cook a little bit, she screams back in total exasperation over his massive understatement. She lists off his entire bizarre streak of positive lifestyle changes, pointing out that besides his fantastic cooking, he is suddenly studying daily running in the mornings, doing chores diligently, and taking great care of his health. Nihama's sister aggressively questions his sudden personality change, demanding to know if he fell down a well and magically transformed into a perfect brother, warning him that she is actually starting to get mad about his suspicious behavior. Nihama internally notes that his entire transformation is purely to ensure he lives his second life without any regrets, but he realizes that bluntly telling her he time-traveled from the future would probably just make her call an ambulance for him. Deciding he needs a plausible excuse, he nervously braces himself and prepares to tell her the underlying truth about his sudden drive for self-improvement. He casually drops the massive bombshell that he is actually interested in someone, leaving his sister completely stunned by the unexpected romantic confession. He explains that he has always admired a certain girl and recently decided he wants to get closer to her, but realized his current gloomy self would only embarrass her. He confidently states that this romantic motivation is the exact reason he decided to completely overhaul his attitude, work hard on his studies, and start helping out with the household cooking. Hearing his incredibly wholesome motivation, his sister is instantly overwhelmed with pure excitement. She enthusiastically cheers him on, loudly declaring that he is absolutely amazing and reassuring him that his crush will definitely appreciate his new and improved self. She dramatically celebrates the fact that her famously gloomy anime-obsessed brother is actually changing his creepy shut in ways, all for the sake of love, a brutally honest roast that Nihama practically begs her to stop before she makes him cry. Burning with curiosity, she eagerly interrogates him about the girl's personality type and playfully teases him about her physical assets, prompting Nihama to easily give in and offer to show her a photo. He prepares a picture on his phone and casually prefaces the big reveal by mentioning that the girl is actually one of his classmates. 20 minutes later inside their house, Nihama is still going on and on about Shijuin, and his younger sister Kanako desperately begs him to shut up because she gets the point already. Kanako complains that he hasn't changed at all since he is still rambling non-stop about the girl he likes, but Nihama deadpans that he hasn't even covered 10% of Shijuin's charm, driving her completely crazy. She genuinely wonders if he is going to be okay since Shijuin seems like a majorly high hurdle for him, but Nihama is completely baffled and asks what she is even talking about. Kanako points out that he obviously wants to date and flirt with her, which Nihama admits certainly sounds like the case from the way he was talking. However, Nihama immediately corrects her, explaining that he merely views Shijuin as a sacred idol to admire and fully support from a distance, rather than someone he could ever date, adding that getting closer to her strictly meant as a platonic friend. Nihama continues digging his own grave, admitting that his heart does beat incredibly fast whenever she smiles, which leaves Kanako staring at him with an expression of pure disbelief and disgust. Incensed by his sheer denseness, Kanako lets out an incredibly loud scream, calling him a stupid brother that echoes throughout the entire neighborhood. She completely loses her mind in frustration, screaming that she actually thought he was starting to act like a cool manga protagonist, only for him to turn out to be the exact same dense, hopeless brother at the absolute most critical moment. Kanako passionately explains that seeing him behave so hopelessly is incredibly frustrating, which is exactly why she simply cannot bring herself to leave him to his own devices. She happily declares that she will fully support his romantic quest, so he can successfully get closer to Shijuin, teasingly pointing out that since he only recently evolved from a total water flea to a random nobody, he obviously has absolutely zero clue how to actually approach a girl. Nihama's sister confidently boasts that since she has plenty of friends of all genders, she is going to give him some serious lectures on romance. Although she initially wants to criticize his weak goal of merely becoming friendly with Shijuin, she reassures him that he will inevitably realize his true feelings once they get closer, leaving him feeling incredibly flustered. She quickly clears up his biggest worry by confirming that Shijuin does not have a boyfriend, though Nihama still wonders how such a high-spec and beautiful girl could possibly be single. He is convinced that she must get bombarded with confessions on a regular basis, but his sister is ready to explain the actual reality of the situation. She explains that Shijuin is an absolute airhead who is completely oblivious to the intense gazes she constantly attracts from the guys at school. Furthermore, the boys have established a ridiculous unspoken rule where they will immediately intervene and block anyone who actually tries to confess to her. Nihama is completely disgusted by this revelation, bluntly calling the unspoken rule super gross and pointing out that anyone who actually wants to ask her out should just do it directly. His sister thinks his harsh reaction is a bit much, but his matured perspective leaves him with absolutely zero patience for such cowardly behavior. He points out that even if his current goal is just to become close friends with Shijuin, those spineless cowards are bound to get in his way. His sister agrees with the assessment, but Nihama has already resolved to push past whatever obstacles they throw at him. He is entirely determined not to give up his place next to her, openly declaring that even if getting closer to her earns him a bunch of new enemies, he will gladly drive them all away. His sister is completely taken aback by his fierce determination, deeply touched that her brother is willing to go that far for the girl he cares about. Praising his incredible devotion as super cool, she enthusiastically promises to help him out as much as she can. However, she quickly shifts to a mischievous smirk and starts teasing him to confess exactly what made him fall so madly in love in the first place, leaving him completely flustered as she demands all the details. Shijuin is shown sleeping peacefully at her desk, officially kicking off the next chapter of their high school journey. Nihama checks the posted midterm exam rankings and is surprised to find his name sitting comfortably in 10th place. Looking at his decent score, he figures he did remarkably well considering it has only been 3 weeks since his miraculous time leap, proving his adult brain still has a solid grip on the basics. His friend Jinji suddenly storms up to him, completely losing his mind and screaming in utter disbelief over what he just saw on the rankings board. Jinji aggressively points out that Nihama somehow managed to land a spot in the elite top 10 of their midterms, which Nihama casually brushes off by admitting he simply studied quite a bit. Jinji hilariously brands him a traitor for breaking their unwritten alliance to remain below average students, and laments that his own mother is definitely going to chew him out, though their comedic banter is suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice of praise. Shijuin suddenly appears and warmly praises his achievements, cheerfully admitting she had absolutely no idea he was so good at studying. Nihama modestly attributes his success to pure luck, but Shijuin insists it is incredible since she scored below average herself, while a deeply confused Jinji wonders how they got so close just before Shijuin nervously admits she has a major favor to ask. Looking incredibly desperate, she begs him to save her from a devastating ban on her beloved light novels, leaving him completely bewildered by the sudden intense plea. She begins to explain the complicated truth behind her desperate situation as the scene shifts outside the school building. Shijuin confesses to Nihama that she recently got heavily into light novels, casually dropping the insane fact that she reads about 40 volumes a month. He is completely floored by the sheer amount, which perfectly explains her next admission that her grades have recently taken a massive dive. Looking incredibly guilty, she reveals that her strict father found out about her slipping grades and furiously threatened to completely ban her from reading any light novels if she fails to score above average on her upcoming exam. Taking in the dire situation, Nihama notes how totally unexpected it is for a girl with such a notoriously serious and perfect reputation to completely lose track of time geeking out over books. She immediately clears up the misconception, admitting that she honestly hates studying and just gets so easily absorbed in her fantasy novels that she completely forgets to watch the clock. She explains that everyone constantly misunderstands her and expects her to be flawless at everything, even though she is totally normal and recently slept until noon on a holiday. Listening to her vent, Nihama is completely surprised, but internally swoons over how incredibly cute it is that this seemingly perfect girl stresses over test scores just like anyone else. Connecting the dots on why she brought out her advanced math textbook, he asks if she wants him to tutor her, prompting her to practically bow in desperation and humbly beg for his help. He quickly gets flustered by the formal gesture and gladly agrees to assist her. Still a bit confused, he points out that there are plenty of much smarter guys in their class who would jump at the chance to help her, but she explains that it would be way too awkward to ask them since she isn't particularly close to anyone else. She insists that she cannot focus when studying with strangers, confidently declaring that Nihama is the closest boy she knows, and that his intelligence makes her feel incredibly reassured. Hearing himself called her closest guy friend completely short-circuits his brain, but he desperately suppresses his blushing panic and agrees to get straight to work. Thrilled that he agreed, she flashes a blindingly sweet smile and excitedly tells him she is looking forward to their study session, playfully calling him her sensei. That single playfully respectful title hits him like an absolute truck, sending a massive shockwave straight to his heart and leaving him completely reeling from the sheer destructive power of her cuteness. Nihama is completely overwhelmed by her sweet innocence, silently lamenting that her calling him teacher with such a bright smile is totally unfair to his heart. An hour later, the study session continues with Nihama carefully walking her through the math textbook and explaining how to properly arrange the equations before trying to solve them. Thanks to her incredibly serious and earnest approach, the tutoring session goes exceptionally well, as she quickly grasps how to isolate and calculate the correct value of x. She happily praises his tutoring style for being remarkably easy to understand and asks if he has prior experience, prompting him to admit that he did indeed spend plenty of time teaching others in his past. His mind flashes back to his early days at his first job, recalling how a senior colleague bluntly told him that the company doesn't train new hires, and expected him to learn strictly by watching while casually offering to answer questions if he got stuck. Though his past self eagerly agreed to the terms, he reflects on how his toxic workplace was governed by highly unreasonable policies, with that lack of training being only the start of his troubles. The situation quickly turned toxic when his senior aggressively yelled at him for asking questions only to turn around and furiously scream at him for making a mistake while refusing to give any helpful advice. Left completely helpless, his mental state deteriorated as he became too intimidated to ask for help, which ultimately motivated him to develop 3 crucial training rules when he later had to teach new hires the very same principles he is using right now. Applying his very first rule of explaining the overall goal and final destination of a task, he explains to her that the math problem ultimately comes down to making the 2 formulas equal to each other. Following his second rule of guiding them through the intermediate steps, so they always know where they are, he shows her the absolute easiest path to take in order to solve for X. Putting his corporate mentoring skills to good use during their study session, Nihama praises Shijuin for picking up the concepts, so quickly aiming to build her confidence and keep her motivated. She happily blushes and returns the compliment, telling him that she is only doing well because he is such an incredibly good teacher. As they move on to the next problem, Nihama reflects on how crucial it is to establish a relaxed and approachable environment so she can ask any questions without hesitation. After an intense hour of studying, Nihama suggests they take a quick break, and although Shijuin apologizes for taking up so much of his time, he kindly reassures her that tutoring her actually helps him reinforce his own knowledge. Shijuin asks if he has any future career plans since he has been studying so diligently, and he admits his goals are pretty straightforward, simply wanting to get into a good university and land a job at a decent company, before asking what her plans are. Shijuin confesses that her father already has a job lined up for her after college, but she admits she is reluctant to take it because it feels like cheating, leaving Nihama silently marveling at how incredibly serious and earnest she is. She worries if her father's job will even suit her, and mentions that she is highly drawn to flashy job catchphrases like "anyone is welcome" or "work from home," which instantly strikes terror into Nihama's heart. She naively assumes she can just pick any company she likes and believes she should simply endure whatever hardships come her way, a terrifyingly innocent outlook that makes him panic. Horrified by her sheer gullibility, Nihama completely snaps and frantically yells that those corporate catchphrases are a flat-out trap and an express ticket to hell, completely startling Shijuin with his intense outburst. Drawing from his bitter real-world experience, Nihama explains that a company boasting that anyone is welcome actually just means they have a horrendously high turnover rate because so many miserable employees are constantly quitting. Nihama aggressively debunks common corporate recruitment slogans, warning that remote work privileges are usually hoarded by nepotistic executives, and that promises of rewarding passion are just a thinly veiled excuse to pile on endless grueling overtime. He draws entirely from the traumatic personal experiences of his past life to emphasize just how deceitful these companies truly are. Shijuin nervously asks if companies can really be that awful, prompting him to admit that while not every business is completely toxic, adopting a careless attitude about job hunting is incredibly dangerous because it makes it incredibly easy to get trapped in a truly terrible workplace. Using a supposed relative as a convenient cover story, Nihama reveals that this person works grueling daily shifts from 8 in the morning until past midnight. Shijuin is completely appalled by the schedule, pointing out that working those hours leaves absolutely zero time for anything besides sleeping. He confirms her horrified observation and escalates the nightmare by explaining that these toxic companies will maliciously erase timecard records to completely avoid paying for all that forced overtime. As Shijuin stands there utterly speechless in pure disbelief, Nihama grimly praises her reaction as the only appropriate response to such blatant wage theft. Leaning in to drive the point home, he warns her that while his example is an extreme worst-case scenario, these black companies absolutely exist in reality, making a passive mindset about her future incredibly dangerous. Shijuin completely agrees, admitting she is profoundly shocked by the dark reality of the working world. The intense lecture suddenly backfires when Shijuin curiously questions how a high schooler could possibly possess such deep specific knowledge about abusive corporate practices, instantly making Nihama freeze up in panic. Scrambling for an excuse, he desperately leans back into his fake relative story, claiming he heard all these horrifying details from a family member who suffered in a black company well into his 30s. Shijuin completely buys the cover story, solemnly agreeing that such notoriously cruel workplaces sound entirely unfit for human survival. Falling completely back into his traumatic memories, Nihama continues his grim rant detailing a hellscape where bosses steal all the credit, blame subordinates for every mistake, and verbally abuse employees' families. He lists off horrific conditions like getting only 2 days off a month, and being forced to write massive apology reports if you dare to collapse from exhaustion, prompting Shijuin to nervously ask if he is describing actual wartime torture rather than the modern Japanese workforce. Soaking in the terrifying reality check, Shijuin quietly realizes that her previous careless attitude about just getting a job anywhere could easily land her in one of those spirit-crushing environments. Nihama seriously confirms her fears, warning that trying to endure such a toxic workplace will inevitably destroy a person's soul. Thoroughly scared straight by the horrific corporate stories, Shijuin declares a newfound motivation to take her own studies much more seriously. Nihama casually agrees, admitting that sheer terror of a miserable future is exactly what has been driving his own sudden, intense dedication to academics. He notices that his horrific corporate stories have genuinely spooked her, which only serves as a stark reminder of just how close she currently stands to her own tragic path of destruction if he fails to protect her. Still deeply moved by his motivation to turn his life around after surviving such a harsh reality, she praises him as incredibly inspiring and eagerly expresses her desire to learn from him. He humbly downplays the compliments, internally acknowledging that his drive only exists because this is his second loop, and he already knows firsthand how unforgiving the real world can be. He reflects on his original high school days, recalling how he brushed off his minor worries about the future with a lazy, optimistic attitude, a mistake that ultimately cost him 12 grueling years of corporate slavery. He remembers how he used to waste his days aimlessly waiting around for some magical event to bring him closer to her, failing to realize that nothing ever changes unless you actively step up and chase after it yourself. Knowing he only grasped these basic life lessons after literally dying once, he feels he doesn't deserve her praise, but she immediately cuts off his self-deprecating thoughts. She firmly insists that he is indeed an inspiring person, locking eyes with him to make sure he knows she means it. She points out that while everyone thinks they can easily work hard and become their ideal selves, actually changing who you are is a monumental challenge that requires an immense amount of energy. She beams with a warm smile and confesses that seeing him put in such a genuine effort to change himself was honestly incredibly cool to watch. His heart suddenly pounds violently at her words, sending a strange, overwhelming rush of emotion surging through him that he can barely manage to keep bottled up as the teacher finally resumes the class. Chapter 7 begins as their classmate struggles to manage the overwhelming stress of organizing the upcoming school festival. Shijuin cheerfully confesses that she absolutely cannot wait for the upcoming culture festival, leaving Nihama to wonder about her sudden enthusiasm. During a quick break in their regular after-school study sessions, Nihama asks if she really loves culture festivals that much, to which she eagerly confirms that she absolutely loves all kinds of celebrations. She softly explains that because her prestigious family kept her incredibly busy when she was small, she never got to attend any festivals, prompting Nihama to realize that her wealthy background kept her isolated from these ordinary childhood experiences. She suddenly pipes up with even more excitement as she prepares to another reason why the high school festival is so incredibly special to her. She enthusiastically points out how lovely it is that the entire school transforms into a festive venue where students can set up their own unique booths and put on performances together. While Nihama can only weakly offer his agreement as someone whose previous timeline was filled with painful and lonely school memories, he finds her bright and wholesome outlook on youth deeply refreshing. Looking at how his classmates are happily preparing their class booths and practicing music, he finally realizes that actively participating in these school events is exactly the kind of fun he was missing during his first gloomy youth. Nihama mentions he is starting to get excited about the upcoming culture festival, prompting one of his classmates to reply that she is glad to hear it and is determined to give the event her absolute best. The blackboard is quickly filled with a chaotic mess of completely random suggestions for the festival, causing the general classroom debate to immediately heat up. Akasaki loudly demands that they should do something incredibly flashy, complaining that none of the current ideas on the board sound interesting in the slightest. Norota immediately shoots him down, whining that flashy events are way too much of a drag and insisting that they should keep things as simple and effortless as possible. Kazemihara becomes completely exasperated by the rising tension, desperately pleading with her stubborn classmates to stop arguing and actually start listening to each other. Nihama watches the chaotic scene in pure disbelief, completely stressed out by how incredibly persistent his classmates are being, with only 1 week left to finalize their submission. Looking at the ongoing classroom discussion, Nihama muses that while the meeting might look incredibly lively to an outsider, the actual situation is a complete and utter disaster. He breaks down the core issue of their group dynamic, noting that they are stuck with Akasaki, who only wants flashy things without any solid plans, Norota, who refuses to do any hard work, and Kazemihara, who is too overly cooperative to ever make a final decision. The classroom meeting endlessly drags on in this unproductive loop, with the students essentially just talking over one another and fighting for dominance, instead of working toward a compromise. This frustrating dynamic instantly triggers nostalgic flashbacks to his corporate slave days, where office meetings frequently devolved into unproductive shouting matches where colleagues would simply try to force their own opinions onto others. Nihama observes the classroom meeting breaking down as his classmate Kazemihara struggles to lead. She lacks the authority and decisiveness to resolve the heated arguments, and the rest of the class sits in awkward silence, completely unwilling to get involved and make matters worse. Nihama remembers how this played out in his original timeline, recalling that the class ended up putting together a simple, uninspiring exhibition. It was a complete and utter flop that no one ever spoke of again, and he realizes that if he doesn't intervene, history is bound to repeat itself. Looking over at Shijuin, Nihama notices her sitting quietly at her desk, gazing forward with an expression of pure, hopeful anticipation for the upcoming event. Shijuin is practically beaming with excitement as she happily talks about how much she is looking forward to deciding their plans for the culture festival, eagerly asking him if he doesn't think the whole preparation process is incredibly lovely. Realizing that the current disastrous trajectory will result in a thoroughly mediocre, half-hearted festival that will completely crush Shijuin's high expectations, Nihama starts desperately brainstorming a way to step in and turn the situation around. He contemplates his options, knowing that, while he technically has a corporate-honed strategy to salvage the classroom meeting, executing it will require immense preparation and personal resolve. Stealing his resolve, Nihama makes up his mind to go all out and take the festival planning seriously, determined to put his professional problem-solving skills to good use. He looks at Shijuin's gentle profile and firmly resolves that he will absolutely never allow her to experience a disappointing, sad culture festival. With his goal firmly set, the scene transitions to late at night as lights shine from the windows of a quiet house. Nihama gets straight to work practicing his cooking skills at home, sizzling up a fresh batch on a takoyaki griddle, while a girl looks on in absolute wide-eyed amazement at the delicious aroma. Kanako walks in and curiously asks her brother what he is up to, prompting Nihama to casually reply that he is just making some takoyaki. She points out the obvious and demands to know why he is suddenly cooking it, leading him to earnestly explain that his ultimate goal is to prevent Shijuin from feeling sad. Kanako skeptically asks if eating takoyaki will magically cheer the girl up, which Nihama quickly denies, while she ruthlessly points out that his IQ seems to drop whenever Shijuin is involved, right before his phone suddenly rings. Nihama picks up the call and instantly switches into a flawless, overly polite business persona, smoothly negotiating prices and closing a deal over the phone while Kanako just stares at him in absolute bewilderment. He hangs up the phone with a satisfied sigh, completely oblivious to how bizarre the interaction was, until he notices Kanako staring at him in complete shock and asks what is wrong. Kanako absolutely loses her mind, screaming at him to explain why he was suddenly talking like a rigid, seasoned corporate office worker. Realizing he accidentally slipped back into his old corporate slave habits, he nervously plays it off by claiming he was just mirroring the businessman on the other end of the line, leaving Kanako staring at him with a deadpan expression. She decides to just let it go, casually stretching her arms and deciding that as long as he isn't completely losing his mind, his weird behavior is fine. Flashing a mischievous smile, she eagerly asks what his grand plan is, this time completely seeing through him, and noting that he is obviously planning something special for Shijuin, while he defensively retorts that he isn't just doing this for her personal entertainment. She cheerfully declares herself his #1 fan, admitting that she is totally invested in his heroic romantic tales, prompting him to smile back, and finally admit what he is actually trying to accomplish with the takoyaki. Kanako cracks up laughing after hearing how far her brother is willing to go to prepare for Shijuin's future, while Nihama crossly tells her to stop laughing because he is dead serious about this. Apologizing for laughing, she gently points out that his old self would never act this way, noting that his passionate determination only shows how incredibly rare and important Shijuin has become in his life. Kanako's her own perspective, explaining that she has never felt that kind of spark and believes finding someone with such perfect chemistry is incredibly rare, leaving Nihama totally shocked that his middle school sister is suddenly giving him such profound relationship advice. She encourages him to give it his absolute all, reminding him that wanting to do everything for someone is a once-in-a-lifetime feeling he might never experience with anyone else again. Nihama quietly agrees with her words as he tends to the takoyaki griddle, internally acknowledging that her wise advice is absolutely spot on. He reflects on how miraculous his meeting with Shijuin truly is, realizing that she is a once-in-a-lifetime presence in his life, which suddenly prompts him to question what she really means to him. He ponders his true feelings, realizing that calling her his idol, his crush, or the gem of his youth doesn't even come close to describing the sheer depth of what he actually feels for her. His deep introspection is suddenly shattered when Kanako points out that his takoyaki is starting to burn, forcing him to quickly snap out of it and apologize for spacing out. Resolved to take his sister's advice to heart, Nihama enthusiastically declares that he is going to do exactly as he pleases tomorrow, earning a cheerful nod of approval from Kanako. The next day, the cultural festival preparations officially kick off as the classroom blackboard is wiped clean to display their upcoming exhibition plans. The class discussion the next day remains a chaotic mess, with students yelling and arguing over the exhibition while others desperately plead for cooperation and suggest doing something flashy to stand out. Nihama looks on in complete exasperation, wondering if his classmates truly understand that they are wasting precious preparation time, especially since the rest of the exhausted class has already checked out and entered a passive state of apathy. Sick of the tedious and completely unproductive atmosphere, Nihama decides that he is going to be the one to step up and forcefully change the situation right now. But the moment he prepares to assert himself, his body feels instantly weighed down by the invisible chains of his deeply ingrained cowardice. He hesitates as the familiar cold sweat of anxiety begins to creep up on him, momentarily paralyzing his resolve. His hand and leg begin to tremble uncontrollably as the sheer weight of his old anxieties threatens to completely freeze him in place. He can only offer a self-deprecating smile, realizing that despite how many massive obstacles he thought he had successfully overcome, since returning to the past, the core of his old insecure self is still deeply rooted inside him. He remembers how in his previous life he always chose the easy path of staying silent and refusing to ever speak up whenever a difficult situation arose. He reasons that while his previous confrontations since the time leap were purely personal acts of self-defense, standing up to speak in front of the entire class is a completely different level of social pressure that violently triggers his lingering cowardly side. However, he firmly decides that his era of staying seated out of fear of getting hurt officially ends right now, swearing to himself that he is absolutely no longer the kind of guy who will let his own cowardice dictate his life. The classroom descends into total chaos over the culture festival plans, leaving the flustered committee representative, Kazemibara, desperately begging her rowdy classmates to calm down and talk things out. Seeing the situation spiraling completely out of control, Nihama suddenly stands up from his desk and boldly marches straight toward the front of the classroom, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The entire room falls completely silent as the bewildered committee rep stammers out his name in pure shock, completely caught off guard by his unexpected intervention. Nihama stares out at the silent classroom with an incredibly intense and serious expression, fully committing to his bold move and refusing to back down. The entire class is left absolutely floored by his sudden display of authority, with Shijuin, the popular kids, and even his best friend Genji staring at him in utter disbelief. Leaving Kazumabara completely speechless at the front of the room, Nihama simply slings his bag over his shoulder with the casual confidence of an absolute boss. Having completely shut down the classroom drama without breaking a sweat, he turns and casually walks down the aisle, leaving Shijuin softly calling out his name as she watches him go. Shijuin gazes after him, completely captivated by his effortless maturity, signaling that Nihama has officially conquered his deep-seated social trauma and boldly taken the stage to rewrite his youth. Nihama suddenly approaches Kazumabara at the front of the classroom, asking to borrow her spot because he has something important to announce to the class. As Nihama takes the stage, a wave of surprised murmurs washes over the classroom while Kazumabara nervously watches him prepare to speak. Nihama completely snaps and forcefully declares to the entire room that he absolutely cannot stand this completely pointless meeting for another single second. His sudden explosive outburst leaves the entire classroom completely frozen in absolute shock, with everyone staring at him in utter disbelief. Nihama loudly explains that continuing this debate is a total waste of time, announcing that he is temporarily taking charge of the meeting to present his own proposed plan for everyone to vote on. The entire room falls completely silent as every single student turns their full attention toward him, waiting to hear his ideas. The hostile cliques instantly react with anger, screaming that he must be out of his mind and accusing him of getting way too cocky recently. Quickly analyzing the classroom layout, Nihama realizes that 80% of the class is either quiet or just causing chaos, while only 10% are genuinely hostile toward him, meaning that a mere 20% of the students are actually opposed to him taking over. He notes that while the vast majority of his classmates would gladly welcome anything to break this endless deadlock, the small group of vocal opponents are simply making the loudest noise. He strategically decides that his best move is to win over 80% of the student body, effectively neutralizing any potential haters and making them his allies. He presents a highly organized data chart to the class detailing the remaining preparation time, budget, and feasibility for each potential festival exhibition to narrow down their best options. His classmates are completely blown away and thoroughly impressed by the impressive level of detail and effort he put into compiling the data. He systematically rules out the unrealistic suggestions, crossing off the haunted house due to time constraints, the Japanese garden as too difficult, and the some noodles because getting health department approval would be impossible. He narrows the field down to the final two viable options of a traditional cafe or a takoyaki stand, warning that since they have zero time to argue over which one is better, he has a solution. He proudly unveils his combined concept of a Japanese-style takoyaki cafe. He explains that his proposal merges the best elements of both ideas into one highly appealing and cohesive plan. The class reacts with immediate enthusiasm, noting that serving multiple flavors and reasonable drinks will keep things unique and ensure the preparations stay relatively simple. A classmate named Akasaki objects that the plan sounds a bit too plain, prompting Nihama to mentally note that harboring such a difficult attitude will definitely make job hunting tough for him in the future. To spice things up, he pitches a fun wasabi-filled Russian roulette game for the menu, instantly winning over the skeptical classmate and the rest of the classroom. Nihama smoothly pitches the idea of having the festival staff wear festive attire like yukatas and hakamas to really sell the authentic stall experience, which the class representative immediately praises for perfectly capturing the festival vibe. When she nervously brings up the obvious budget constraints of renting traditional clothes, Nihama effortlessly pulls out a written estimate, confidently revealing that he already preemptively negotiated with a local rental shop to slash the prices down to fit their exact budget limit, leaving her completely stunned by his insane preparation. Hearing the pitch, the rest of the classroom immediately buzzes with excitement, happily agreeing that the combination of traditional Japanese clothing and a takoyaki stand is an absolutely perfect festival concept, leaving Nihama satisfied that the majority of the class is finally on board. He notes that the students are visibly relieved to finally have a solid, cohesive plan after suffering through so many disastrous meetings, But the peaceful consensus is suddenly shattered when someone aggressively yells for him to hold on a minute. The disruptive opposition comes straight from the lazy faction of the class, with one guy furiously complaining that running a food stall is way too much of a pain in the ass, while the other loudly demands they just do a simple low-effort exhibition, instead of agreeing to Nihama's plan. Unfazed by the sudden pushback, Nihama calmly notes that this exact resistance was entirely within his expectations, easily identifying the first complainer as the chronically lazy guy who just wants to avoid doing any actual work. Analyzing the other loudmouth sitting with his feet propped up on a desk, Nihama astutely realizes that the guy isn't actually opposed to the takoyaki idea itself, but is just acting petty and rebellious because he hates seeing the class-designated gloomy outcast suddenly taking charge of the project. Knowing exactly how to handle toxic office dynamics, Nihama decides to completely ignore the raging complainers, calmly turning his back to them and smoothly transitioning the discussion to the actual takoyaki, making driving the ignored bullies absolutely crazy. He casually dismisses their hostility, internally establishing that his ultimate win condition is simply securing the agreement of the majority of the class, meaning he has absolutely zero obligation to waste his time entertaining a couple of petty disruptors. To permanently seal the deal and win over the rest of the undecided students, he dramatically slams a portable takoyaki grill right onto the desk, declaring that it is finally time to unleash his ultimate secret weapon. Nihama shocks the entire classroom by confidently standing up and announcing his plan to immediately hand out free takoyaki samples. His classmates can only watch in complete speechlessness as he starts setting up a full takoyaki griddle and ingredients directly on the front podium. When a worried classmate asks if he even secured a teacher's permission for this, Nihama boldly laughs it off and proudly admits that he is running a completely unauthorized operation. With practiced ease, he pours the savory batter onto the sizzling griddle, filling the classroom with a mouth-watering aroma. He masterfully shapes and flips the takoyaki into perfect golden brown spheres, executing the process like an absolute professional. The rich, savory aroma immediately sweeps through the classroom, torturing his hungry classmates right before lunch, and making Nihama smirk at how highly effective this sensory marketing tactic is. He happily announces that the takoyaki is finally finished and invites his stunned, hesitant classmates to come up and take a bite. Despite their obvious hunger, his classmates look completely tense and hesitant, unsure of who should be the first to break the ice and step forward. Nihama starts to sweat as the room remains awkwardly quiet, realizing that he desperately needs just one brave person to take a sample so the rest of the class will finally feel comfortable following suit. Right on cue, Shijuin enthusiastically raises her hand and happily volunteers to try his takoyaki, prompting Nihama to throw a triumphant internal victory fist pump for her perfect assist. Nihama serves Shijuin a freshly made takoyaki, gently warning her to be careful since it is hot, while she eagerly prepares to take her first bite. As she takes a bite, she is instantly blown away by how incredibly delicious the steaming hot takoyaki is, feeling completely cheered up. Her classmates are absolutely loving the food as well, highly praising the classic octopus filling while also raving about the delicious tuna cheese and bacon variations. Nihama fondly reflects that whether you call her completely innocent or just an airhead, that is exactly who Shijuin is, before turning back to the class to ask if anyone else wants to try a sample. The entire class suddenly goes wild, completely eager to try the delicious treats for themselves. A complete feeding frenzy erupts in the classroom as everyone raves about the food, complimenting the crunchy texture and the delicious flavors, while a panicked Nihama warns them that he did not prepare that many samples. The fun takes a chaotic turn when Jinji suddenly screams in agony, prompting Nihama to calmly explain that his friend got the single decoy piece filled with wasabi, leaving Jinji hilariously cursing him for putting it in a taste test. Just like that, the tense and rigid mood of the classroom completely evaporates as the entire atmosphere shifts, allowing Nihama to confidently pitch his takoyaki booth proposal and invite everyone's honest feedback. With the classroom atmosphere fully turned in his favor, his classmates overwhelmingly voice their support for the idea, confirming his adult belief that in any meeting or presentation, controlling the mood is absolutely key to success. His thoughts flash back to his corporate life, where he learned that the ultimate way to win over an audience is to highlight the drawbacks of competing options, emphasize the benefits of your own, and use physical samples to naturally sweep everyone along. Hammer reflects on how achieving a highly successful result completely silences any remaining opposition, leaving those who argued against the proposal with absolutely no choice but to back down to avoid looking completely out of touch with the rest of the class. After Hammer apologizes for suddenly taking charge, the class warmly approves of his Japanese-style takoyaki cafe proposal, prompting the moderator to enthusiastically finalize the decision, while completely stuffing her face during their quick break. Stepping out into the quiet hallway to catch his breath, he lets out a massive sigh of relief, incredibly glad that his sudden presentation actually managed to succeed. He muses about how making such a passionate speech would have been completely impossible for his past cowardly self. But as he happily notes that the entire class is now fired up, and Shijuin will finally get her dream festival experience, she suddenly slides the door open to find him. She enthusiastically gushes over how amazing the meeting was, heavily praising his brilliant planning, and thanking him for getting everyone excited, though he humbly downplays his role by claiming they only accepted his idea because they were exhausted. While he acts humble outwardly, he internally admits that a normal pitch would have easily failed, meaning he purposefully used dramatic, exaggerated acting to manipulate the atmosphere and secure unanimous approval from his tired classmates. She curiously points out that since he never actually seemed motivated to participate in the festival himself, she wants to know why he went to such extreme lengths to save it, catching him slightly off guard. He candidly reveals that he did it entirely because of what she said earlier, reminding her of her sweet wish to have fun with everyone in the class during the culture festival. He admits that if he had stayed quiet and let their exhibition turn into a complete disaster, she would have ended up incredibly sad, leaving her completely touched and staring at him in silent surprise. Their incredibly sweet moment is abruptly shattered when the loud moderator suddenly bursts out to announce that their break is officially over, aggressively dragging Hammer back to work for being the one who suggested the idea in the first place, and leaving him silently complaining about her terrible timing. Shijuin cheerfully suggests they head back to work, since there is still a massive amount of planning left to do, prompting an eager agreement from Hammer. Hearing Shijuin gently thank him, Hammer confidently reflects that her passionate feelings finally got through to the rest of the class, before shifting his focus straight to the upcoming schedule. Kazemihara sincerely thanks Hammer for saving the meeting, solemnly admitting that her passive attempts to make everyone talk it out never actually helped the chaotic situation at all. Hammer realizes that holding a meeting without any actual way to settle disputes is completely exhausting, silently expressing his sheer exasperation over how surprisingly detached and easygoing Kazemihara acts about her own leadership failure. Kazemihara suddenly flips a switch and completely drops the small talk to move straight into the main topic, instantly giving Hammer a strong, terrifying sense of corporate déjà vu. The story transitions into Chapter 9 with a detailed breakdown of the supplementary budget application form, listing out all the specific materials and costs needed to bring their festival booth to life. Stepping up to take charge, Hammer formally introduces himself to the classroom as Kazemihara's official assistant and advisor, confidently declaring his readiness to work with everyone to make the festival a success. The entire class immediately responds with a unanimous round of applause, with the students readily accepting his sudden promotion and dryly noting that his takeover was completely inevitable. Kazemihara apologizes for her poor leadership during the meeting, but insists that the person who proposed the takoyaki cafe needs to stay involved, leaving Hammer with absolutely no room to argue his way out. Regardless of the circumstances, Hammer resolves to take full responsibility for his idea until the very end, stepping up to address the class to deliver a crucial message. He boldly announces that since they are going through with the cafe, they are going to aim straight for the absolute top, knowing that setting a concrete and ambitious goal is the best way to immediately boost the entire class morale. When a worried Kazemihara questions if they can actually secure the most sales in their category with so little preparation time left, Hammer confidently assures her that they absolutely have what it takes to pull it off. He reveals that he has already analyzed the last 10 years of cultural festival data borrowed from the student council, explaining that all the top-selling booths in the past succeeded because they had a unique edge, such as being fully prepared to handle high volumes of customers. He explains that their unique staff outfits will leave a strong impression, and by offering a convenient takeout option to maximize their reach, they can easily secure massive sales if they execute the plan properly. As the classroom begins to buzz with excitement over whether their festival staple actually gives them a winning shot, Nihama silently smiles, knowing that, as high schoolers, they naturally harbor a powerful desire to win. To stoke their competitive fire even further, he reminds them of how several other classes had previously mocked them and laughed about their total lack of organization. He passionately asks them if securing the #1 spot and proving their doubters wrong wouldn't feel absolutely exhilarating, instantly sending a shockwave of motivation through the entire room. The classmates agree that the mocking was incredibly annoying and instantly find themselves completely fired up, allowing a satisfied Nihama to note that their high motivation will lead to a stellar performance as they dive straight back into the meeting. They finally wrap up the task assignments for the cultural festival, with Yamamoto assigned to decorations, Tsukamoto placed on the cooking team, and Nihama wrapping up the official role divisions. When Nihama asks the class for a volunteer to lead the cooking team, he is met with absolute silence, as everyone instantly looks away to avoid getting picked. Realizing his classmates simply do not feel qualified to lead, Nihama decides to nominate Tsukamoto for the role, completely catching him off guard. Tsukamoto desperately begs to do literally any other job, explaining that he has absolutely zero cooking experience, and pointing out how disastrous it would be to have a leader who cannot cook, leaving Nihama to admit it is a fair point. While Kazumihara agrees and an embarrassing story about how she once burnt a simple curry, because of her lack of cooking skills, Shijuin suddenly raises her voice to catch Nihama's attention. To everyone's surprise, Shijuin boldly volunteers for the leader role, confidently stating that her cooking skills are somewhat decent, and she genuinely wants to give it a shot. Nihama checks if she is truly comfortable with taking on the burden, and although her classmates are completely stunned, she nervously but firmly insists that she is more than okay with it. Nihama recalls that Shijuin usually tries to keep a low profile to avoid drawing toxic jealousy from other girls, making her sudden brave decision to volunteer incredibly inspiring, and he resolves that he absolutely cannot ignore her determination. Smiling, he happily accepts her offer and officially hands the leadership over to her, prompting Shijuin to beam with joy and confidently promise to do her absolute best. 3 days later, as the classroom preparation for the festival progresses smoothly and runs like clockwork, Nihama quietly watches them work, satisfied that his guidance is no longer needed. His peace is suddenly shattered when Kazumihara delivers a highly stressful financial update, nervously announcing that their budget is in terrible shape, and completely shocking Nihama, who thought they had plenty of financial leeway. Kazumihara explains that the decoration team is requesting a massive amount of additional funding with highly inflated costs for vague materials, prompting a deeply confused Nihama to suggest they directly confront the team, who currently seem to be in the middle of a heated argument. The decoration team is completely divided, with one classmate desperately begging the construction crew to help bring her ambitious, atmosphere-boosting vision to life, while the boys flatly refuse to take on the extra work and demand they stick to basic decorations. Observing the clear rift between the creative team and the builders, Nihama steps in to gather his thoughts, quickly grasping the entire situation. Nihama asks Akasaki for clarification on the dispute, prompting her to eagerly beg him to intervene, because the lazy workers are completely rejecting their highly creative design concept, which she quickly hands over for him to review. Reviewing the detailed blueprint for a beautifully decorated traditional Japanese-style cafe, both Nihama and Kazumihara both admit that the overall design concept is actually exceptionally well thought out. When Nihama confirms that the concept is indeed fantastic, the design team excitedly uses his praise to justify their request for more funding, though Kazumihara nervously points out that their budget constraints make this a highly difficult request to grant. Kazumihara is forced to deliver the crushing news that they simply do not have the funds to support the design, delighting the lazy workers who gloat about the cancellation, while a sympathetic Nihama quietly praises the design team for putting so much genuine heart and effort into their work. Nihama modestly attributes the class' sudden creative spark to her hard work, but she quickly corrects him, explaining that seeing him work so passionately inspired everyone else to give their absolute best, which makes Nihama realize that this is indeed their one and only chance to build lasting memories with this specific class. A classmate laments that they simply cannot do anything without a budget, and is about to give up on their decoration ideas, but Nihama flatly objects. He confidently asserts that they can actually pull off the decorations, leaving his surprised classmate completely bewildered. He calls for the attention of the entire decoration team, announcing that, while the class cannot provide a massive budget, he has devised a much cheaper way to make everything happen. He lays out a budget-friendly plan, suggesting they source waste wood from home centers, buy cheap screens from 100-yen shops, and print wood patterns on the school printer utilizing the venue setup skills he gained in his past life. His mind flashes back to his previous corporate life, recalling a time when his company was preparing a convention booth that looked incredibly plain and completely lacked visual appeal. A coworker had pointed out that their booth looked quite subpar compared to their competitors, leaving his past self to lament that their tiny budget left them with no other options. Just hours before the event opened, his abusive boss furiously ordered him to decorate the booth's exterior without giving him any money to cover the expenses. He had to handle many unfair demands like that in his past career, but the resourcefulness he developed to survive those crises has turned out to be incredibly useful now. His classmates enthusiastically embrace the plan, praising his creativity and eagerly volunteering to help print the designs and collect the cheap materials. A group of boys in the classroom suddenly lock their fierce glares onto Nihama, their faces twisted into intense scowls as they silently judge his sudden rise to leadership. The hostile group aggressively surrounds him, sternly warning him not to do anything unnecessary and clearly trying to intimidate him into stepping back in line. Completely unfazed by their posturing, Nihama calmly apologizes but firmly states that he is simply an ally to anyone who wants to fully enjoy their youth, effortlessly brushing off their petty threats. The tense standoff is abruptly interrupted when Shijuan cheerfully runs up to them, politely asking if she is interrupting, before eagerly bringing up the new festival menu they had discussed the day before. Nihama smoothly pivots the conversation and shows her the detailed decoration plans, prompting her to immediately marvel at how incredibly good the intricate design looks. She happily praises the amazing layout and all the elaborate decorations, while the hostile boys in the background can only watch in stunned silence as the two seamlessly collaborate on the project. Her excitement suddenly falters as she realizes the sheer scale of the work involved, nervously pointing out that actually building all of those elaborate decorations is going to be incredibly difficult for them to pull off. Flashing a brilliantly smooth smile, Nihama confidently assures her that the decoration team is already fully prepared to give it their absolute all and finish the job at top speed, instantly sending the hostile boys into a state of sheer wide-eyed panic. He innocently turns his cheerful gaze directly toward the sweating bullies, smoothly asking for their confirmation and effectively trapping them into doing all the heavy labor for the stall. Completely oblivious to his cunning corporate manipulation, Shijuan praises the boys for their amazing motivation and dedication, instantly causing the trapped bullies to blush furiously and completely cave under the sheer weight of her dazzling compliment. The boys instantly cave under the pressure, nervously laughing off their previous complaints and desperately pretending they were totally committed to giving the festival their absolute all the entire time, leaving Nihama to internally facepalm over how utterly hopeless they are. The girls are completely bewildered by the boys' lightning-fast change of heart, loudly calling them out for being so aggressively against the work just seconds prior. One girl bluntly points out that Shijuan effortlessly won the guys over simply by using her massive assets, sending Shijuan into an incredibly flustered panic. With the boys officially apologizing to Nihama and the entire class finally laughing and working together in harmony, Nihama watches the wholesome scene unfold and mentally declares the whole chaotic case officially closed. The piece is incredibly short-lived as Tsukamoto suddenly sprints up in an absolute panic, desperately begging for a shift change so he can actually enjoy the festival with his girlfriend. Hama instantly gets salty and accidentally mutters out loud about how incredibly jealous he is of the guy showing off his festival date, prompting Kazemihara to dryly point out that his bitter inner thoughts are completely leaking out. While Hama strokes his chin and genuinely ponders if they can actually rearrange the schedule, another classmate suddenly screams for his help, furiously reporting that their resident slacker Norota just completely ditched his duties and went home. Hama is utterly baffled, loudly questioning how the guy is still pulling this lazy stunt even after everything that was firmly decided. The situation immediately spirals into complete chaos as another student loudly complains that he has absolutely zero computer skills to make the meal tickets, while someone else frantically cries out that they completely lost the shopping receipt. In mere seconds, the entire classroom forms a desperate mob around Hama, relentlessly bombarding him with their overlapping crises and leaving him entirely overwhelmed. Kazemihara nervously turns to him for guidance as Hama recognizes this exact chaotic dynamic as the ultimate sign that their entire festival project is about to completely crumble on the spot. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he boldly takes charge of the spiraling situation, firmly commanding the entire panicked room to just hold off and wait until tomorrow for a proper solution. Later that night, the scene shifts to the dark exterior of his family home as Hama finally returns from his exhausting day and loudly announces his arrival. Kanako cheerfully greets him at the door to talk about dinner, but he completely blows past her without a word. She turns back to the dining table in total confusion, staring blankly at the cold plate of food and the microwave instructions that he completely ignored. Concerned by his bizarre behavior, Kanako cautiously heads upstairs and calls out to him, hearing the frantic non-stop tapping of a keyboard echoing down the dark hallway. She slowly pushes his door open to check on him, only to instantly let out a blood-curdling scream of pure terror at whatever horrifying sight is waiting for her inside. Hama finds himself completely consumed by a relentless, rhythmic clicking sound echoing through the dark, keeping him hyper-focused late into the night. His sister Kanako peeks into his room only to be absolutely horrified, finding him in a complete trance, furiously typing on his keyboard in the dark with dead, hollow eyes. Staring at his hyper-focused back, his sister can only conclude that he has definitely been possessed by some sort of demonic entity. Chapter 10 officially begins as the class steps up to make their Japanese-style takoyaki cafe a reality. Back in classroom 2, Kazemihara gathers everyone together for a morning briefing before they start working, raising the urgent topic of a sudden flood of questions and requests from classmates the previous day. The classroom instantly erupts into utter chaos as desperate classmates bombard them with endless panicky questions about missing receipts, shift scheduling, and supply delivery mix-ups, begging Hama for immediate solutions. While a stressed-out Kazemihara panics over the tumultuous crowd and frantically suggests handing out numbered slips to restore order, Hama calmly tells her that there is absolutely no need to worry. Looking completely exhausted with terrifyingly dead, hollow eyes, he confidently reassures her that he has already prepped solutions for every single problem, leaving Kazemihara utterly horrified and questioning if his body is actually holding up. Hama addresses the chaotic classroom from the podium, telling everyone to calm down and promising to answer all of their questions one by one, but mentions he has something to handle first. Hama immediately puts the lazy Norota on the spot, assigning him to be in charge of taking photographs, since he has not contributed anything yet, leaving Norota with no choice but to accept under the intense, unforgiving glares of his classmates. Norota reluctantly agrees with a groan, while Hama cheerfully adds that he will also be responsible for distributing those photos to everyone, instructing him to give it his absolute best. With the lazy dissenters successfully dealt with, Hama shifts his focus back to the class, announcing that it is finally time to dive straight into the main topic. He introduces a highly detailed step-by-step printed manual he created for operating the school's large-scale printer, instructing them to simply follow the clear guidelines he laid out. He presents a USB drive containing a pre-formatted template for their cafe's meal tickets, instructing everyone to copy the files and get straight to work. Hama publicly delegates any technical troubleshooting to Jinji. Because of his computer club background, smoothly brushing off Jinji's frantic protests, by pointing out that simple file editing is an absolute breeze for him anyway. Hama efficiently manages the entire operation like a veteran corporate manager, issuing clear solutions for lost receipts, safety instructions for combining wood frames, a digital spreadsheet for managing shifts, and distributing a comprehensive operation booklet he printed for the entire class. Looking through the printed guide, his classmates are completely blown away by the level of detail, marveling at how it covers everything from order taking to crisis resolution in an incredibly clear and easy-to-understand format. Kazemihara asks in pure disbelief if he actually compiled this massive manual in just a single night, only for Hama to casually explain that he had already fully mapped out the entire operational strategy the moment he first pitched his takoyaki booth idea. Hama explains that he prepared the insanely detailed business manual because failing to do so in his previous corporate life would have resulted in his toxic bosses violently screaming and labeling him as useless trash. Kazemihara sweat drops at his intense explanation, pointing out that his bleak perspective on his high school classmates is incredibly twisted and dark. Hama smoothly wraps up his presentation, asking the classroom if anyone has any remaining questions now that he has addressed all their initial concerns. Meanwhile, his classmates stare down at the highly professional printed booklets, labeled as the class operation manual, looking completely stunned and overwhelmed by his sheer corporate efficiency. The entire classroom remains dead silent as the students flip through the highly organized guides, completely speechless at the level of detail. Finally, one of his classmates breaks the awkward silence and nervously calls out his name from across the room. The classmate looks up from his booklet with wide eyes, completely blown away, as he openly admits that Hama is actually incredibly amazing for putting something of this caliber together. Hama is caught off guard by the sudden praise, but another classmate quickly chimes in to agree, pointing out that, although they had just thrown a bunch of random off-the-cuff complaints and ideas at him during the last meeting, he managed to solve every single issue in a single night. Another student praises him for resolving the decoration team's complicated issues so smoothly, while a cheerful girl beams and thanks him for finding a clever way to grant all of their scattered requests, even the ones that seemed completely impossible to pull off. The positive feedback quickly spreads throughout the classroom as students marvel at how exceptionally well made the manual is, with one classmate even noting that it is far easier to understand than the actual training guides at their part-time job, leaving everyone deeply impressed by how dependable Hama truly is. Hama is completely dazed and deeply moved by the sudden wave of admiration, reflecting on how he never once experienced this kind of genuine appreciation or warmth from his peers during his entire previous high school timeline or his miserable corporate career. Standing nearby, Shijuin flashes an incredibly proud, triumphant, and hilariously smug grin, looking absolutely delighted to see him finally get the recognition he deserves. Hama's sweat drops as he catches her eye, internally chuckling at her adorable expression, which perfectly resembles a proud fan celebrating that their favorite underrated character has finally been acknowledged by the entire world. Standing at the podium, Hama is initially happy to receive compliments for his detailed preparation manual, until a classmate bluntly points out that his extreme level of tenacity is actually bordering on creepy. The rest of the class immediately chimes in with nervous agreement, admitting that, while they are incredibly grateful, whipping up such a flawless planning document in a single day is almost inhuman and terrifyingly intense. Devastated by their brutal honesty, Hama lets out a panicked, tearful scream, demanding to know if they really had to ruin the moment by calling his hard work creepy. He completely loses his composure, frantically yelling that if they are going to compliment him, they should have just committed to it, and praised him all the way to the end instead of backtracking into insults. The next day, the cooking team gathers as Shijuin nervously prepares to lead her very first cooking demonstration to practice making the festival takoyaki. While Hama is momentarily distracted by how beautiful she looks, he quickly notices how incredibly tense she is, with stage fright prompting him to step in and gently offer to switch places with her to ease her burden. Although she appreciates his concern, she firmly declines his offer, insisting that she made up her mind to lead the demonstration, and wants to make sure she plays an active role in the festival preparation. Relenting, Ni-hama tells her he is counting on her but playfully jokes about what will happen if she happens to fail, which immediately sends a fresh wave of panic through her. He jokingly advises her to just smile and tell everyone it is just a failed sample, if she makes a mistake, successfully breaking her tension and earning a sweet giggle as she thanks him and promises to do her absolute best. As she approaches the cooking counter, Ni-hama suddenly has a terrifying realization, nervously wondering if a rich director's daughter actually possesses any real cooking skills at all. Shijun kicks off her cooking demonstration by masterfully dicing up the octopus on a cutting board with incredible speed. Watching her work, Ni-hama is completely mesmerized by her technique, mentally noting that her knife skills are absolutely beautiful. She continues her demonstration by effortlessly whisking the batter in a bowl and pouring it onto the hot griddle with practiced ease. The watching classmates are completely blown away, loudly whispering about how surprisingly skilled and capable she is in the kitchen. After adding the final touch of dried seaweed and bonito flakes, she proudly presents a tray of perfect mouth-watering takoyaki to the class with a brilliant, beaming smile. The entire classroom erupts in loud cheers of amazement at her gorgeous creation, prompting Ni-hama to warmly congratulate her on a flawless demonstration. Since they need to test the final product, Shijun cheerfully suggests that Ni-hama should be the very first person to try a sample, which he nervously accepts. Shijun happily holds a steaming takoyaki directly to his mouth, completely oblivious to the fact that her incredibly sweet gesture has instantly sent Ni-hama into a state of wide-eyed, paralyzed shock, while driving all the jealous boys in the room completely insane with rage. Ni-hama suffers a massive internal panic attack, desperately trying to process his overwhelming happiness, while worrying that this highly public romantic treatment and her blindingly beautiful smile will literally embarrass him to death right in front of his classmates. Determined not to ruin her lovely smile by acting awkward, he nervously bites into the food, only to have his mind instantly blown into outer space by the absolutely heavenly taste of her cooking. The flavor profile is so incredibly perfect and rich that it genuinely feels like a cosmic experience, completely overwhelming his senses. Managing to compose himself, he blushes furiously and praises her for perfectly cooking the batter, prompting a thoroughly relieved Shijun to cheer with absolute joy. With the cooking demonstration a massive success, and the menu officially finalized, a couple of busy days quickly pass by as the school festival preparations continue to move forward at full speed. Ni-hama observes that as the festival preparations finally hit their climax, even the guys who originally complained about the chores have actually gotten hooked on the work and are now actively helping out with the booth. As the teacher calls for homeroom to start, Ni-hama figures the sudden burst of class motivation is just the natural fun of working together right before he sits down and spots a mysterious letter waiting inside his desk. Reading the cliché note asking him to meet at the courtyard bench after school, Ni-hama immediately assumes it is just a stupid prank and casually tosses it straight into the trash without a second thought. After school rolls around, Ni-hama heads down the stairs to run his assigned errands, having been put in charge of buying the final remaining items needed for their festival cafe. He recalls how Kazumahara had insisted on having Shijun accompany him because she didn't trust the guys to pick out the cooking ingredients, so he decides to take a quick shortcut through the courtyard to meet his crush at the school gates. Taking the shortcut leads him right to the courtyard bench where an unfamiliar girl from another class is waiting for him, smugly assuming he showed up because he read her letter while he completely blanks on who she even is. Without wasting any time, the girl drops a massive bombshell and directly confesses her feelings, formally asking him to go out with her and leaving Ni-hama completely stunned. His mind races as he tries to process if he actually just received a genuine romantic confession, quickly reminding himself that his arrival at the bench was entirely a pure coincidence since he threw her note away. Analyzing the situation, he realizes he has never spoken a word to her, and notes her complete lack of nervousness, leading him to the grim conclusion that this is likely a cruel punishment game, though he politely tries to play along just to help her save face. His polite, accommodating response completely shatters her fake persona, as she instantly bursts into loud, mocking laughter, cruelly repeating his words and confirming his worst suspicions about the fake confession. A smug guy named Tsuchiyama suddenly laughs in Nihama's face, mocking him for supposedly falling for a fake confession, while their giggling classmates treat the embarrassing setup as a hilarious prank. Tsuchiyama proudly takes credit for the prank, explaining that, because Nihama has been acting way too cocky recently, he decided to play with him to knock him down a peg, leaving Nihama completely baffled by how the bully could possibly interpret his calm demeanor as being shocked. Nihama quickly realizes that Tsuchiyama and his crew are just insecure mid-tier guys who constantly try to assert their dominance and gatekeep the school hierarchy to stop anyone below them from rising. While the girl who gave the fake confession snidely claims she would never actually ask someone like him out, Tsuchiyama mockingly patronizes Nihama's complete lack of dating experience, making Nihama muse over how easily amused these bullies are despite his lack of reaction. Eager to wrap things up so he does not keep Shijuin waiting, Nihama calmly tries to figure out the quickest way to defuse the stupid confrontation, only for a familiar voice to suddenly call out his name from behind. Shijuin suddenly runs up to him, pouting that she had to come find him herself, and passionately declaring that she was incredibly excited about their shopping trip, boldly stating that every single second she spends with him is precious. A thoroughly rattled Tsuchiyama sweats bullets as he tries to process that she regularly walks home with Nihama, but she quickly cuts him off with a blindingly sweet smile, politely telling him that if he has no actual business with them, they would like to be excused. While the prankster girl stands frozen in utter disbelief that the gloomy outcast is hanging out with an elite school idol, Tsuchiyama completely loses his mind, furiously screaming at Nihama for hanging out with someone so far out of his league and demanding that he quiver in fear like he is supposed to. Completely unfazed, Nihama coolly confronts him, asking if he is just severely stressed about maintaining his fragile social status and pointing out how exhausting and pathetic it must be to constantly obsess over school castes. He casually adds that the ordinary guys they look down on are just having fun hanging out with people they actually like, before effortlessly walking away with Shijuin and leaving the utterly humiliated bullies completely speechless. While walking down the street together, Shijuin curiously asks what Nihama was discussing with Tsuchiyama and the other guys earlier. Nihama completely drops a bomb by casually replying that a girl named Sakai just confessed to him, leaving Shijuin freezing up in total shock. As Shijuin stammers in disbelief, Nihama quickly smiles and clarifies that the confession was nothing more than a cruel prank, explaining that the guys only put her up to it because they wanted to get a cheap laugh out of his reaction. Instead of laughing it off, Shijuin becomes incredibly furious on his behalf, aggressively demanding to know what their problem is, and passionately declaring that playing with someone's feelings like that is something a decent human being should never do. Nihama smiles warmly at her fierce defense and agrees, noting that the guys actually immediately backed off and stopped their prank the second she walked over to them. Shijuin wonders out loud if she did something specific to chase them away, but Nihama reassures her that it is simply because her mere presence puts her on a completely different level than those bullies. He internally reflects that he feels absolutely no pity for those guys, firmly resolving to cut all ties with the toxic school caste system from now on. The scene shifts to the pair exiting a wholesale supermarket with bags full of supplies, where Nihama breathes a sigh of relief that they managed to buy everything while staying strictly under budget. Shijuin happily agrees, admitting she actually had a blast, since it was her very first time inside a wholesale store, prompting Nihama to fondly recall how her eyes were practically sparkling at the totally new experience. Carrying their groceries down the quiet street, Nihama happily notes that it looks like they have successfully wrapped up all the preparation work for the cultural festival. He praises both the decoration and cooking teams for their immense hard work, making sure to give a special shout-out to their cameraman Norota, which Shijuin warmly agrees with. Nihama regularly checks up on the festival preparation photos that Norota takes daily, compiling the absolute best shots into a public album. As a result, the pictures quickly become the talk of the class, giving Norota a massive boost in motivation to keep up his hard work. While walking home together, Shijuin asks Nihama why he volunteered to be the leader of the cooking team, noting that she thought he usually preferred to avoid taking on prominent roles like that. She explains that since she previously mentioned how certain girls harbor a lot of resentment toward her, she historically always made a conscious effort to avoid any leadership roles where she would stand out too much. She confesses that observing his recent transformation completely changed her perspective, making her realize that by actively changing one's mindset and actions, things once thought entirely impossible can suddenly become possible. She admits she cannot transform herself overnight like he did, which is why she wanted to start by taking small steps of her own, leading Nihama to realize that volunteering for the cooking team was her very first bold step toward changing her life. As she excitedly confirms her desire to push past her fears and take on new challenges, Nihama is deeply struck by her inner strength, resolving once more that she is far from a weak rich girl and that he will absolutely do whatever it takes to protect her and prevent her original tragic future from ever happening. She warmly tells him that since he has been working so incredibly hard to make the festival a success, her absolute biggest wish right now is to fully support his efforts. Nihama is left completely flustered by her sweet confession, happily admitting how much her support means to him before they both enthusiastically promise to give their absolute all with the culture festival right around the corner. The long-awaited day of the high school culture festival finally arrives, and the class' beautifully decorated Japanese-style takoyaki cafe stands ready for business. The cafe turns out to be an immediate and spectacular success, packed with bustling customers as the staff in traditional yukatas happily serve the crowds. Fudehashi Mai, dressed in a festive dark yukata, enthusiastically points out the massive packed crowd at their booth, prompting Nihama to praise the decoration team for going completely all out to build such an impressive shopfront. She happily adds that thanks to Shijuan's excellent tutoring, every member of the cooking team has completely mastered the art of flipping perfect takoyaki, before mentioning that she has a quick work-related message to deliver to him. Fudehashi explains that the class representative Kazumahara needs him to handle a quick task outside of his regular scheduled shift, leaving Nihama slightly bewildered. Fudehashi mentions that Kazumahara also sent another classmate to wait for him at the school entrance, bidding him farewell as he heads down to investigate. His thoughts are suddenly cut short when a familiar voice calls out his name from the crowd. He turns to find Shijuan standing gracefully at the entrance, looking absolutely stunning in a beautiful light-colored floral yukata, while holding up a promotional sign for their class booth. The breathtaking sight of her traditional look completely catches him off guard, leaving him blushing furiously and utterly dazed. She cutely shows off her outfit and explains that her mother happily lent it to her for the festival, prompting Nihama to confidently and sincerely tell her that she is absolutely beautiful. He warmly redoubles his praise, leaving Shijuan completely flustered and blushing as she shyly thanks him, while Nihama internally swoons over how incredibly adorable her reactions always are. Trying to get back to business, he asks if she is on duty, and she piquingly explains that Kazumahara assigned them to walk around the school together, holding the promotional sign to attract more customers to their booth. Nihama is thrilled at the prospect of walking together, noting that her beautiful appearance will surely draw tons of customers, as she enthusiastically confirms that it is their joint duty to proactively spread the word around the school. Shijuan hands him a mysterious letter mentioning that Kazumahara specifically instructed her to pass it over, leaving him highly confused about what this could possibly mean. He opens the letter and is completely stunned to find that Kazumahara has deliberately set them up on a secret date as a gift for saving the festival, playfully boasting about her skills as a matchmaker. He internally protests that they are not in a romantic relationship and questions her matchmaking logic, though his thoughts quickly take a much more positive turn. He is secretly incredibly thrilled, happily declaring his joy and instantly forgiving Kazumahara for every single one of her past leadership blunders. When Shijuan asks what was in the letter, he quickly covers up the matchmaking scheme by claiming they were just instructed to go check out the other class's exhibits, which she readily believes. With their class duties sorted, they happily set off to explore the bustling school together, determined to thoroughly enjoy the festival. They dive straight into the fun, trying out a demon-themed target game where she easily scores a hit, thoroughly enjoying their walk around campus. They carry around their large class sign while checking out the massive cardboard displays, genuinely having a fantastic time experiencing the school festival. She eagerly points out a classroom planetarium exhibit, and the student at the door invites them straight inside since it is currently empty. Standing before the impressive dome entrance, Nihama remarks that it is surprisingly well constructed, and she warmly agrees that it looks amazing. Sitting inside the cramped handmade planetarium tent, Shijuin nervously notes how unexpectedly tight the space is, sending a flustered Nihama into a blushing panic as they sit practically shoulder to shoulder just as the show begins. The starry projection completely transforms the cramped space, leaving Shijuin absolutely mesmerized by its hand-crafted beauty, while Nihama wistfully reflects on how creating something so wonderful is the true essence of youth. Shijuin playfully teases him for sounding like an old man, cheerfully reminding him that they are still young high schoolers who can go absolutely anywhere they want, which temporarily eases his adult anxieties, but leaves him feeling slightly worried again. While he admits his second chance at life is going exceptionally well so far, a lingering doubt creeps in, making him question if he will truly be able to maintain this happiness in the future. He silently questions if he actually possesses the power to change her tragic future, but his dark thoughts are immediately noticed by Shijuin, who softly begs him not to look so sad. Shijuin gently reassures him that he already proved the future can be changed if you reach out, admitting she was incredibly inspired by how he single-handedly saved their hopeless culture festival. She confidently declares that he has the power to rewrite destiny and urges him to cheer up, confessing that his incredible efforts are the sole reason she is able to sit by his side enjoying this beautiful moment right now. Looking at her dazzling smile as she sincerely thanks him for the wonderful festival, Nihama is completely overwhelmed by her beauty, finally realizing that his feelings for her transcend simple adoration and wrap his entire heart in a warm, gentle light. Shijuin takes a bite of some festival yakisoba and beams with absolute delight, raving about how incredibly delicious it is. Sitting together at a food stall, Nihama admits he is surprised to see a high-class girl like her eating street food, but she quickly giggles and dispels the myth, revealing that both she and her father actually absolutely love eating junk food. Nihama reflects on what he knows about Shijuin's father, Shijuin Takamaneshi, recalling that, despite starting out as a commoner, he built a massive publishing empire, married into the prestigious Shijuin family, and eventually became a legendary corporate advisor, whose brilliant strategies are constantly reported in business media. Nihama figures that while her father sounds incredibly strict on paper, Shijuin does not seem intimidated by him at all, casually mentioning how her father and grandfather recently had a silly argument over their food preferences. Changing the subject, Nihama points out how much she clearly loves festivals, noting that she was in incredibly high spirits all day today. Shijuin is completely startled by his observation, gasping in surprise as she realizes she really was acting quite festive today. Nihama sweat drops at her lack of self-awareness, while she quietly wonders what could have possibly made her feel so unusually energetic. Shijuin beams with a beautiful, pure smile and explains that she knows exactly why she is so happy, directly declaring that it is because she got to walk around the culture festival together with him. She shyly admits that she had actually been feeling a bit lonely while he was so busy managing all the festival preparations, which is why she is absolutely thrilled to finally have him all to herself today. Realizing her incredibly bold, direct confession has caused Nihama to completely crash face down onto the table in an embarrassed heap, Shijuin panics and frantically asks if she said something weird, while he weakly confirms that she definitely said a massive amount of highly embarrassing things. Nihama slowly lifts his head and softly admits that he is also incredibly happy to spend this time together, prompting Shijuin to smile warmly in agreement. As they continue walking through the bustling festival crowd together, Nihama candidly admits that he never cared about school festivals in the past, but notes that her presence gave him the motivation to get fully involved, making this year's event feel incredibly dazzling. Looking directly at her with a gentle blush, he sincerely thanks her, confessing that sharing this entire culture festival together with her has been absolutely super fun for him. Shijuin stands frozen in sweet silent surprise, her face flushing a gentle pink as she stares at him, deeply touched by his heartfelt confession. Haruka warmly admits that it is almost mysterious how just hearing his reassuring words makes her feel incredibly happy, and Nihama happily agrees that their conversation is filled with nothing but positive things. Their sweet, quiet moment is abruptly shattered when a loud, panicked scream echoes across the area as someone frantically searches for them. Fudehashi Mai catches up to them, completely out of breath, gasping out the terrifying news that their class Japanese-style cafe is suddenly in massive trouble. The group quickly gathers inside the student waiting room to address the sudden crisis that threatens to derail their entire cafe operation. Kazemihara bluntly delivers the grim reality of the situation, warning them that if they do not find a solution immediately, their entire festival booth is on the verge of a total collapse. As Nihama frantically asks what went wrong, Fudehashi explains that the primary cause of the crisis is the massive unexpected surge in customer traffic. Using a cute girl to promote the takoyaki cafe turns out to be way too effective, bringing in a massive rush of mostly male customers, but Kazemihara quickly dampens the mood with a fresh crisis. There are major vacancies in their upcoming shifts. She explains that the final shift is almost here, but 3 of the scheduled workers foolishly tried eating undercooked takoyaki for fun and are currently trapped in the bathroom with severe stomach issues, prompting their classmate to scream in absolute frustration over their complete idiocy. This means that once the current shift officially wraps up, they will be left with only 4 active members to run the entire busy booth: Nihama, Shijuin, Fudehashi, and Kazemihara. When Shijuin innocently suggests asking the current team to extend their hours or recruiting other classmates, Kazemihara explains that the active workers have prior club or student council commitments, while everyone else she tried calling immediately shut her down, because they are all going out on dates. Kazemihara presents their only 2 choices, which are either ignoring the excuses and forcing people to work, or trying to manage the busy stall on their own, leaving Nihama to deeply worry that running the booth with such a tiny crew will inevitably destroy their service quality. Realizing they are completely backed into a corner, Nihama reluctantly decides that they have no other choice but to start calling in reinforcements to save the day. As he looks at his phone, the stressful situation suddenly triggers a nostalgic memory of how his former adult self used to survive exhausting back-breaking workloads. He thinks back to returning to his cramped, gloomy apartment after enduring a grueling stretch of consecutive workdays, where his only sanctuary was his dark bedroom. In those days, finally getting a single day off after 10 straight days of endless labor was a cause for massive celebration, prompting his past self to excitedly plan on catching up on all the anime and video games he had been forced to miss. He fondly reflects on how even the smallest break felt like a massive victory back, then realizing that those brutal corporate years gave him the exact mental stamina he needs to easily conquer this high school shift crisis. Later that evening, Nihama is relaxing at home in his room when his phone suddenly begins to vibrate violently on his desk. He turns to look, only to freeze in sheer cold terror as he sees the caller ID reads work, instantly triggering his deeply ingrained corporate post-traumatic stress. Shaking off his panic, Nihama stares at his phone, letting out a tired sigh as he decides that dealing with a stressful work emergency is the absolute last thing he wants to do right now. Back at the school festival, Nihama addresses Fudehashi, Kazemihara, and Shijuin, firmly stating that he does not want to call in any backup or bother anyone else. Instead, he boldly proposes that the 4 of them should handle the entire final rush by themselves. Fudehashi is completely shocked by his reckless proposal, pointing out that it will be virtually impossible to manage such a massive crowd with only 4 people. Nihama calmly explains that they have to make a sacrifice either way, arguing that by handling the workload themselves, they can preserve their classmates' free time while working hard to keep any drop in service to an absolute minimum. Shijuin immediately steps in to back him up, agreeing that since they cannot be sure if anyone else would even volunteer to help, taking on the final shift themselves is their best option, especially since the festival is almost over anyway. Seeing their intense determination, Fudehashi readily gives in and agrees to follow his plan, while Kazemihara also relents and agrees to reconsider her doubts, noting that they will only find out if they made the right call in hindsight. With everyone on board, Nihama takes charge to review their roles, assigning Kazemihara to tickets and orders Shijuin to pouring drinks and serving, and Fudehashi to work the floor as a waiter. Fudehashi chimes in with a solid suggestion to ask the customers to bus their own tables to keep things moving smoothly. He asks Shijuin if she can manage packing the takeaway orders, which she quickly accepts, before asking the crucial question of who will actually be cooking the takoyaki. Nihama looks back with absolute determination and announces that he will be the sole chef, taking on every single order himself. Kazemihara is completely flabbergasted, frantically pointing out that their kitchen layout was designed for 3 chefs to work simultaneously. Ni-hama calmly insists he is dead serious, arguing that since he was the one who proposed this layout and idea in the first place, it is only fair that he works harder than anyone else. He flashes a highly reassuring, confident smile, explaining that his brutal past life as a corporate slave has made him completely accustomed to handling extreme crunch time and intense pressure without breaking a sweat. The big day finally arrives, and the class Japanese-style takoyaki cafe named Octopus immediately starts buzzing with activity as the very first orders begin flooding in. The cafe is absolutely packed from the get-go, with the entire crew rushing to keep up with the chaotic stream of orders for everything from specialty cheese and spicy mentai takoyaki to takeaway boxes, while trying to keep the dining area organized. Keeping his hands moving at the grill, Ni-hama is highly impressed by how incredibly hard the main trio of girls is working to keep things afloat, though the relentless rush of customers shows absolutely no signs of slowing down. He quickly realizes the massive crowd is drawn in by the irresistible synergy of Shijuin Fudehashi and Kazemihara, wearing traditional yukatas, turning their classroom cafe into an accidental but highly effective trap for every guy at the festival. Just as he tries to keep his head down and focus on cooking, he overhears some nearby customers whispering about something being unusually long, immediately catching his attention. Recognizing that the distracted customers are gossiping without any bad intentions, he desperately tries to filter out the distracting chatter so he can stay fully concentrated on the task at hand, while silently hoping that the rest of his busy classmates can also keep their focus amid the chaotic noise. A sudden wet splattering sound nearby instantly derails his train of thought. The worst-case scenario occurs when a fresh batch of steaming hot takoyaki accidentally slips and tumbles directly onto the floor, threatening to stall their rapid workflow. Seeing Fudehashi freeze in absolute shock over her mistake, Ni-hama immediately springs into crisis management mode, loudly covering for her mistake by asking if the dropped batch was just 6 of the standard flavor, so they can quickly replace them without causing a scene. Ni-hama internally notes that quickly assigning her a new responsibility will completely overwrite her guilt and stop any negative feelings from spreading, smoothly telling her not to panic, to simply clean up the mess, and promising he will remake the batch in a flash. Springing into action, he immediately calls out to Shijuin, urgently instructing her to relay a crucial message to the rest of the waiting customers. Shijuin loudly announces to the room that since they are currently packed, orders might take a while, prompting the students to agreeably nod along. Ni-hama explains that having the shop apologize upfront naturally diffuses any potential dissatisfaction and makes the wait completely understandable. With the crowd managed, Ni-hama turns his entire focus toward cooking, noting that, while the takoyaki look identical from the outside, they are entirely different on the inside. As the relentless flood of mixed orders continues to pour in, he realizes he needs absolute concentration to keep the different fillings organized on the griddle. The sheer volume of complex orders completely overloads his brain, causing him to momentarily freeze up as he desperately tries to remember which takoyaki has which filling. He quickly tells himself to calm down, fully aware that surviving this massive crunch time depends entirely on him keeping his cool. He humorously laments that if he were an actual manga protagonist, he would probably have some magical secret countermeasure ready for a crisis like this. But since he is just a former corporate slave, he is completely out of his depth. With no magical solutions available, he dramatically grabs multiple skewers at once, fiercely declaring that he only knows how to solve problems using the pure brute force grit he learned as a corporate drone. His eyes practically ignite with sheer determination as he rapidly spins the takoyaki, aggressively stating that if he cannot physically cook as fast as 3 people working together, then he simply needs to forcefully push himself to make takoyaki 3 times faster, turning his arms into a complete blur as he desperately fights to conquer the massive backlog of orders. At their class festival, Booth Ni-hama operates 3 takoyaki pans simultaneously with complete machine-like focus, leaving his classmates completely stunned and slightly creeped out by his inhumanly efficient multitasking skills. Amidst the chaotic rush of the festival, Shijuin's cheerful giggles catch his attention as she happily mentions how incredibly busy things have gotten. Shijuin beams with a joyful sweat-beaded face, confessing that even though they are completely slammed with customers, she is having the absolute time of her life. Her pure honest joy catches him completely off guard, warming his heart as he stares at her in silent admiration. Ni-hama heartily agrees, admitting that while the sheer exhaustion makes him feel like he is on the brink of death, he is also starting to have an incredible amount of fun, leaving Shijuin pleasantly surprised. Shijuin happily jokes that they must both be total weirdos to enjoy such exhausting work, and Ni-hama cheerfully laughs along in agreement. The strong sense of unity among their group keeps them completely focused and energized. Fudahashi Mai also works tirelessly, carrying fresh orders, and the team's incredible synergy keeps their highly popular takoyaki booth running flawlessly. Kazemihara manages the checkout line at lightning speed, and their tight-knit group continues to power through the rush without a single break until the very end of the school festival. While Ni-hama is still busy managing the cooking station, he catches sight of the newly hung sign at the entrance, proudly announcing to the entire school that their Japanese-style takoyaki cafe is officially sold out. As the school festival comes to a close, the final sales report for Class 2D is officially compiled and delivered. Kazemihara excitedly announces to the cheering classroom that their booth achieved spectacular sales and ranked #1 overall for the cultural festival. She presents a massive stash of snacks and drinks she bought as prizes, encouraging everyone to fully enjoy their well-deserved after-party. Completely drained from managing the entire festival's intense operations, Ni-hama feels entirely burned out to pure white ashes. Fudahashi and Shijuin quickly check on him, anxiously pointing out how incredibly pale he looks and asking if he needs to go rest in the infirmary. Ni-hama admits that while he wanted to pretend he was completely fine, the relentless workload was actually incredibly brutal, prompting a comment from Fudahashi about him breaking down halfway, which secretly triggers his memories of literally dying from exhaustion in his past life. After the hectic festival shift ends, Ni-hama modestly reflects on how they could have handled things better, apologizing for forcing everyone to follow his risky plan. Kazemihara playfully teases him for trying to sound cool, warmly reminding him that despite only being 4 people, they made the joint choice to face the challenge together. Kazemihara points out that they were all fully prepared for the extreme workload, while Fudahashi cheerfully adds that, because of their sacrifice, the rest of their classmates got to fully enjoy their free time at the festival. Shijuin warmly agrees, noting that their choice successfully brought happiness to everyone. Hearing their comforting words, Ni-hama feels a wave of relief wash over him and happily agrees that they truly made the best decision. Shifting topics, Ni-hama asks if the snacks they are eating were bought by the lazy slackers who previously ditched their shifts under the excuse of stomachaches. Kazemihara confirms they did, sweat dropping, as she recalls how those guys insisted on making amends, while Ni-hama chuckles at the memory of them bowing on the ground in a dramatic display of deep repentance. Ni-hama decides to let their slacking slide since they actively helped with the cleanup, and Shijuin gently agrees that while they goofed off too much, they didn't harbor any actual malice. Fudahashi, however, huffs that she still gave them a piece of her mind since their laziness nearly worked Ni-hama to death. Kazemihara teasingly admits she initially assumed Ni-hama had some brilliant secret strategy up his sleeve rather than just recklessly brute forcing the kitchen duties and hoping for the best. Ni-hama sweat drops and stammers in defense, internally apologizing because his deeply ingrained corporate slave mentality simply forced him to power through the crisis. Kazemihara warmly confesses that she found him incredibly cool and dependable compared to his old quiet self. Fudahashi enthusiastically agrees, declaring that even though she was worried about his extreme workload, he looked absolutely amazing, and she is genuinely glad they got to work together. Ni-hama turns bright red and shyly thanks them, admitting that such straightforward praise is making him incredibly flustered. Kazemihara and Fudahashi giggle and politely excuse themselves to take care of other festival errands, waving a warm goodbye as they leave. Left alone, Ni-hama quietly marvels at how drastically his life has changed, noting that he had absolutely zero interactions with these popular classmates in his original timeline, only to now be praised by them. His deep thoughts are suddenly cut short when Shijuin nervously calls out to him. Plucking up her courage, Shijuin locks eyes with him and passionately declares that she also found him incredibly cool during the festival, leaving both of them completely flustered as she pours her heart out. After receiving some generic praise from other classmates, she softly echoes their thanks, leaving Hama to wonder if she only said it out of polite obligation, and hoping she did not feel forced to play along. He admits to her that he feels a bit strange about all the gratitude, confessing that he did not actually take charge of the festival for the sake of the class anyway. However, seeing his classmates genuinely having a blast at the after-party makes him realize he is actually glad he decided to step up and make it happen. She looks at him with a remarkably warm, affectionate expression, softly uttering his name in appreciation. A crowd of their smiling classmates begins to gather around them, with Shijuin standing happily right in the center. Confused by the sudden crowd, Hama asks what is going on, prompting Kazemihara to step forward and instruct him to pay close attention, because the entire class has a unified message for him. To his absolute shock, the entire classroom steps forward together to loudly shout a massive thank you for all his hard work. He stands there completely frozen in utter disbelief, entirely caught off guard by the sudden flood of genuine appreciation from his peers. Individual classmates take turns voicing their appreciation, with the committee leaders thanking him for breaking their meeting deadlocks, the designers praising him for realizing their vision, and even the lazy students sheepishly apologizing for their earlier complaints. He remains entirely frozen as more classmates shower him with praise for creating such a fun project, celebrating a success that absolutely nobody had ever anticipated for their class. When Shijuin thanks him, Hama is deeply struck by her words, realizing that, while saying thank you is just a simple everyday phrase of gratitude, hearing it directly from her feels completely different. He reflects on how he used to write empty formal thanks at the end of every business email during his corporate slave days, but Shijuin's sincere gratitude is completely different, carrying an incredible amount of genuine warmth that completely heals his heart. Kazemihara chimes in to explain that everyone in the class genuinely wanted to have a fantastic time at their high school's culture festival. She tells him that because he worked so tirelessly to combine everyone's ideas and salvage their exhibition, the entire class wanted to express their deep appreciation directly to him. Fudahashi enthusiastically agrees, pointing out that no matter how anyone looks at it, Hama clearly did the heavy lifting for the entire project, prompting several other classmates to eagerly voice their own deep gratitude. Shijuin beams with a sweet, blushing smile as she thanks him once again, stating that, despite all the chaotic hurdles they faced, his hard work made it a wonderful and unforgettable culture festival. She gently explains that everyone was watching his incredible dedication, urging him to accept their collective gratitude, because every single student fully acknowledges how hard he fought for them. Overwhelmed by the sudden massive wave of genuine appreciation from his peers, Hama stands completely frozen, his mind scrambling, as he finds himself utterly unable to think of a single word to say in response. Blushing furiously, he finally manages to gather his composure and softly returns the thanks to his classmates, deeply moved by their unexpected kindness. As the giggling classmates playfully tease him for turning completely red, he reflects on how his simple reply was all he could manage, internally noting that he has poured every single ounce of his heart and energy into this single moment. Dressed back in his regular school uniform, Hama is blushing furiously in embarrassment as his classmates tease him while showering him with heartfelt gratitude for all his incredibly hard work during the festival. Looking at the smiling faces of his classmates, he is deeply moved to realize that every single person in the room has truly acknowledged and thanked him. He basks in the warm atmosphere, reflecting on how receiving this kind of genuine appreciation and respect from his peers is something that absolutely never happened in his original miserable high school life. Suddenly, the warm, joyful scene begins to dissolve, rapidly fading away into a cold, dark void filled with static rain. Out of the dark void, a harsh, familiar, and highly abusive voice coldly sneers at him for daring to fall asleep on the job. Realizing the voice belongs to his toxic boss, his adult eyes violently snap open in a state of absolute paralyzing panic. He looks at the clock to find it is already past 1 in the morning, finding himself sitting at his office desk next to a massive, daunting stack of paperwork. Looking around the silent, empty office in the dead of night, he lets out a gasp of pure horror, unable to comprehend why he is back in this place. Gripped by absolute terror, he stares out with wide, bloodshot eyes as his mind desperately tries to reject the grim reality unfolding before him. He is completely devastated as he recognizes the dark office as his abusive workplace, desperately trying to convince himself that his entire time leap and beautiful memories with everyone in class couldn't have just been a fleeting dream. As Nihama slowly opens his eyes, he finds himself completely disoriented and muttering about his high school class, only to be cut off by a harsh, mocking voice demanding to know what kind of stupid dream he was just having. Looking up, Nihama is met with the incredibly stern, overbearing scowl of his old nemesis, instantly sending a chill of pure dread down his spine. He looks around in sheer horror, his mind spinning as he realizes he is no longer in his high school days, but sitting right back at his office desk in front of his computer staring up at his toxic section chief. A wave of panic washes over him as he frantically looks around the office, desperately trying to figure out what happened to his classroom, and everyone else completely unable to process how his second chance at youth vanished in an instant. His corporate boss looks down on him with a highly punchable, smug grin, coldly reminding him that whatever dream he just had is irrelevant because this miserable office life is his actual reality. The nightmare gets even worse as the section chief mockingly tells him it is time to have fun working, slamming a massive, soul-crushing stack of new documents right onto his desk to start another brutal day. Suddenly, Nihama is violently pulled into a dark nightmare of his past corporate slave days, hearing his toxic boss scream that there are no breaks and threatening him if he ever dares to quit. Looking pale and completely drained, Nihama's mind spirals as he questions if he was incredibly foolish to ever believe he could truly rewrite his tragic destiny. As he plunges deeper into the dark void, his life's memories flash before his eyes, reminding him of the incredible miracles he achieved in this second life, getting closer to Shijuin, reuniting with his beloved mother, rebuilding his bond with his sister Kanako, and finally earning the respect of his entire classroom. He finds himself completely exhausted and slumped over, struggling to catch his breath as his vision starts to fade. The dark void closes in around him, leaving him to wonder if his fragile body has finally reached its absolute limit and is about to collapse for good. His consciousness completely fades as darkness swallows him whole. Back in reality, the classroom sign of 2D hangs quietly in the hallway as a classmate bids them farewell, apologizing for leaving the remaining work to them. Furuhashi Mai waves her hands and apologizes, explaining that she has to head out immediately because she made prior plans with their other classmates. Shijuin beams with a sweet, reassuring smile, letting them know that the cleanup is already entirely finished and telling them not to worry since she just needs to quickly lock up the room before heading home. As the girl's footsteps slowly fade down the quiet, empty hallway, Shijuin turns back toward the classroom door, sensing that something is slightly off. Peeking inside the quiet room, she discovers Nihama completely passed out and sleeping soundly at his desk, utterly exhausted from his grueling efforts. Smiling softly, she quietly steps inside the empty classroom to watch over him. As the school festival comes to a close, Shijuin happily looks at a completely passed-out Nihama sleeping at his desk, warmly remarking on what an incredibly fun time they had. She reflects on how his incredible leadership managed to save their entire festival booth right before it fell apart, admitting that seeing everyone in class warmly thank and appreciate him made her feel incredibly happy too. Despite her immense happiness, she admits she has been carrying a strange, slightly fuzzy feeling deep inside her heart lately. She confesses to feeling a strange prickle of jealousy whenever Kazumihara or Furuhashi smiled at Nihama, noting that seeing him act so oddly familiar and close with those girls has been causing a bit of unrest in her heart. While she deeply appreciates how incredibly gentlemanly and respectful he always is toward her, she softly whispers to his sleeping form that she would not mind at all if he started acting a bit more casual and friendly around her. His peaceful sleep suddenly turns into a highly stressful nightmare as he begins to show signs of intense physical distress and pain in his dreams. Noticing his sudden painful state, Shijuin instantly panics, calling out his name in deep concern and frantically asking what is wrong with him. She becomes incredibly worried as she notices his physical distress, wondering if he is trapped in a horrific nightmare, just as he suddenly loses his balance and begins to slide down. Even after losing his balance, he remains completely unresponsive, refusing to wake up from his deep, exhausted slumber. As she leans in closer to check on him, she is suddenly hit with a massive wave of intense embarrassment and romantic panic. Seishun watches a completely exhausted Nihama resting at his desk, deciding that she simply cannot leave him alone in that state, so she gently approaches him to offer some comfort. Determined to soothe his intense work-induced exhaustion, she offers him a warm and comfortable place to rest, softly whispering for him to calm down. Sensing him tensing up in his sleep, she tenderly tells him that whatever nightmare he is currently facing is nothing more than a bad dream and urges him to relax. She reflects on how tirelessly Nihama fought to make the culture festival a success for everyone, firmly believing that such a kind and hardworking person deserves absolutely no unhappiness, even in his dreams. As she continues to gently comfort his resting form, she softly wishes that he will only experience incredibly happy and peaceful dreams from now on. His tensed mind finally relaxes as his consciousness slowly drifts away from the stressful reality, fading into a peaceful and tranquil sleep. Deep within his quiet dream, a familiar sound begins to echo, instantly making him realize that he can hear her voice calling out to him. The voice continues to echo through the darkness, gently calling his name and drawing him closer to a blinding beacon of light. He recognizes it as the very voice that always managed to cheer him up in his darkest hours, the single presence that brought endless light and passion back into his hollow heart. With her name on his lips, he suddenly gasps and snaps awake, completely calling out for Seishun as his consciousness finally returns to the classroom. Nihama suddenly finds himself right back in his old office, standing in front of his toxic former boss. But when he tells his boss to get back to work, instead of taking orders, the entire room begins to weirdly warp, letting him happily realize that this is absolutely nothing more than a crazy dream. Even though Nihama knows it is a dream, his old boss keeps up the aggressive power-tripping behavior, demands to know what he is blabbering about, and immediately threatens him with another brutal salary cut. The boss completely loses his temper and screams in his face, threatening to pile on 3 times the amount of work if he keeps moving so slowly. Fed up with the relentless abuse, even in his sleep, Nihama decides to unleash years of repressed corporate rage by planting a solid, incredibly satisfying punch right into his boss' jaw. As the boss goes flying backward from the impact, Nihama furiously roars at him to shut the hell up. He continues his relentless assault by venting all his built-up frustration, calling his boss a useless power abuser who hands out impossible workloads while doing nothing himself, and telling him to try working for 100 consecutive days before complaining. The defeated boss groans on the floor and pathetically whimpers that he will not get away with this, only to immediately squeal in pure terror as Nihama looms over him. Cracking his knuckles with a terrifyingly calm smile, Nihama coolly points out that, because they are currently inside his own dreamscape, there are absolutely no laws to protect the toxic manager from what is coming next. Smiling brightly, he tells his terrified manager to prepare himself to finally receive years' worth of pent-up grudges, leaving the screaming boss to uselessly beg for mercy, as his terrified cries echo all the way outside the dark office building. As Nihama's blurry consciousness slowly begins to return, his fading vision gradually focuses on a soft, sketchy outline of Seishun's face looking down at him with wide, anxious eyes. Her face finally comes into sharp focus as she beams with a warm, incredibly relieved smile, happily celebrating that he is finally awake, while a dazed Nihama weakly murmurs her name. Nihama quietly processes his surroundings, feeling the incredibly soft comfort beneath his head, and her gentle touch on his hair, leaving him to wonder if he is still caught in some wonderful dream. Staring up at her from his position, he silently asks himself if this beautiful, flawless girl is truly within his reach in this second life. Seishun closes her eyes and softly whispers a gentle affirmation, confirming that she is right there beside him. She gently strokes his head, reassuring him with absolute warmth that she is right here and will always remain by his side. Staring directly up into her face, Nihama is completely spellbound by her breathtaking beauty, suddenly realizing that he is currently receiving a legendary lap pillow, and frantically wondering how on earth they ended up in such an incredibly intimate position. He tries to move, but finds his exhausted body is still completely paralyzed and refuses to budge. Deciding it is useless to resist, he happily decides to surrender to the fatigue and take a quick, peaceful nap right there on her lap, while the girl he likes is so close to him. His train of thought suddenly snags on his own inner monologue, forcing him to quietly repeat the word admire as a wave of deep realization washes over his mind. Seeing her dazzling closed-eye smile radiating pure, unadulterated happiness right above him, Hama's heart completely melts, officially cementing the true, undeniable depth of his feelings for her. Hama suddenly corrects his own internal thoughts, realizing that his past assumptions about his feelings were completely mistaken. A moment of profound clarity washes over him as he finally sees the simple truth about his own emotions. He finally admits to himself without any hesitation that he genuinely deeply likes Shijuin. He reflects on how he used to hide behind the safe word admiration just to protect his own ego, fearing the intense pain of rejection if his true feelings ever came to light. Even throughout his miserable adult life, those deep-seated feelings remained far too powerful to ever truly fade away, forcing him to lock his heart in a desperate bid to shield his fragile emotions from reality. He realizes that the single greatest mistake of his entire past life was failing to see that the youthful happiness he had always desperately craved was actually her. Staring at the sweet, angelic girl before him, he resolves that he absolutely must gather his courage and directly tell her exactly how much he likes her. Struggling to stay awake, he silently pleads for just a tiny bit more time, begging her to wait for him until he is finally ready to speak his mind. Looking down at him, Shijuin flashes an incredibly soft, blushing smile that radiates pure, comforting warmth. Gently resting her hand on him while he peacefully rests his head in her lap, she softly whispers back that she will happily wait for him as long as it takes. She gently promises that she will patiently wait for him until the right time comes, telling him that for now he should just let his guard down and rest for a bit. The next morning on his walk to school, he suddenly groans in pain as a wave of intense muscle soreness sweeps across his entire body. He realizes this is the physical backlash from his frantic cooking efforts yesterday, noting that even with a younger body he clearly ended up pushing himself a bit too far. Still, he remains glad that his efforts made the festival a massive success, and that he actually got to enjoy himself, reflecting that, while the overall classroom atmosphere has completely shifted, he is the one who has changed the most. He thinks of her soft, warm smile, realizing how much her presence has truly redefined his perspective on life. He flashes back to the previous evening at home, where he excitedly rushed to tell Kanako his massive realization that his feelings for Shijuin are actually genuine romantic love, rather than just simple admiration. He is completely flabbergasted when his sister casually reveals that she had already figured that out a long time ago. She teases him that his total lack of romantic experience is the only reason he ever confused his obvious crush for simple admiration, pointing out that anyone could see it just by listening to him ramble about her. Walking down the street, he silently laments that he only managed to grasp his own feelings after literally dying once, while it was painfully obvious to his little sister, all along, leaving him open to her relentless teasing. His self-reflection is suddenly cut short when she happily calls out his name from behind to wish him a bright and cheerful morning. Hama spots Shijuin walking to school and is instantly captivated. She looks even more dazzling and beautiful than the day before, causing the vivid winds of youth to blow through his heart all over again. Shijuin notices his dazed state and kindly asks if he is still exhausted from yesterday's festival. He nervously stammers a denial, reassuring her that he is completely fine after getting some sleep in the classroom, though his words trigger a sudden realization for her. Shijuin asks if he remembers how he slept, and seeing his guilty reaction, she becomes completely mortified by the memory of giving him a lap pillow, leaving him to sheepishly apologize for the awkward situation. She frantically reassures him that he did nothing wrong, but begs him not to misunderstand her impulsive actions. He quickly agrees, internally reasoning that the exciting festival atmosphere must have driven her to do it. Shijuin boldly declares that she will always be there to lend him her lap whenever he collapses or falls asleep at his desk. This incredibly direct and sweet offer sends Hama into a major panic, leaving him to weakly insist that nothing is wrong when she asks why he is suddenly acting so strange. As she points out his extremely red face, Hama quietly reflects on how much he loves her naive and earnest nature. However, he tells himself that now is not the right time to say anything, resolving to first become someone truly worthy of her. Shijuin suddenly panics upon realizing they spent too much time chatting, and are about to be late for class, prompting them to quickly run to school. As they rush, Nihama silently wonders if there is a true meaning behind his mysterious time leap. Ultimately, he decides that the actual reason for his time leap is not important. He is fully determined to live his second chance at youth to the absolute fullest, clear away his past regrets, and eagerly make the most of this miraculous new life. The scene shifts to the quiet star-filled city skyline on the night directly following the end of the hectic culture festival. Walking her home through the quiet streets, Shijuin apologizes for making him walk all the way out of his way, but Nihama gently tells her not to worry about it, pointing out that they only left the school so late because he had ended up falling asleep. He fondly reflects on how he had completely passed out from sheer physical exhaustion, yet she had incredibly chosen to stay by his side and wait for him until the school was almost about to close. Hearing her soft, melodic laughter as she sincerely thanks him for his company leaves, Nihama completely mesmerized and hanging on her every word. Shijuin beams with a dazzlingly bright smile, happily pointing out that, although this is only the second time they have walked home together, she is having an absolutely wonderful time, while her sheer radiant joy leaves a thoroughly flustered Nihama feeling completely blinded. He silently admits to himself that ever since he finally became fully conscious of his deep love for her, he finds himself hyper-aware of her every single move, completely unable to take his eyes off her. Shijuin asks if he is still not fully awake, noting that he does not look quite as sharp as he usually does, which he half-heartedly confirms. He internally confesses that he is actually completely wide awake, but had simply been pretending to be half asleep because he had woken up with his head resting directly on her lap. They continue walking until she softly announces that they have finally arrived at their destination. Her incredibly massive mansion towers before them, looking just as grand and imposing as ever. Looking around the entrance, Nihama is once again awed by her massive house before noticing a high concentration of high-tech security and surveillance cameras watching over the perimeter. He briefly lets his imagination run wild, hypothetically wondering if he would get to visit this castle-like home if they ever became a couple, before quickly scolding himself to stop dreaming just as she softly calls out his name. She warmly confesses that today was by far the absolute most fun she has ever had in school, admitting the incredible success of the festival felt like a beautiful dream and promising that she will never forget this day, even after she becomes an adult. She sincerely thanks him once again, cutely noting that she feels like she has been thanking him non-stop throughout the entire day. Her radiant, heartfelt gratitude completely takes his breath away, leaving him standing there completely dazed and awed by her presence. Nihama gently deflects the praise, reminding her that he could not have pulled off the festival alone, and pointing out how incredibly hard she worked too, though she firmly insists that without him, this beautiful day would have never happened. While Shijuin marvels at how this warm, wonderful feeling would have never reached anyone without him, Nihama internally reflects that he is actually the one who wants to thank her, since she was the single ray of light who gave vibrant colors to his otherwise gray and dreary high school days in his past life. The two of them lock eyes in a charged, silent moment, completely caught up in each other's presence, as their hearts beat in sync. Realizing they have been staring at each other for far too long, they both break the silence in a highly flustered, blushing panic, immediately apologizing to one another for their intense focus. Saying their final goodbyes under the beautiful starry sky, they bid each other a warm farewell, reminding one another to get plenty of well-deserved rest before they meet again tomorrow. Meanwhile, a successful middle-aged man enjoys a quiet, relaxing drink in his luxurious home, setting the stage for a private family discussion. Introducing himself as Shijuin Takamune, the president of a major bookstore chain, he proudly boasts about having an incredibly youthful wife and angelic daughter, and being the absolute epitome of a highly successful man in his 50s. He admits that because his demanding job keeps him incredibly busy, the peaceful time he spends at home is highly precious to him, but he suddenly pauses to ask his wife Akiko if she also noticed that their daughter Haruka was acting surprisingly unusual. He explains that the moment Haruka stepped through the front door, she was practically glowing and looked as if something incredibly wonderful had just happened to her. Akiko smiles warmly and happily drops the massive bombshell that Haruka is likely so cheerful because a boy actually escorted her all the way to their front door. The shocking revelation instantly makes the overly protective father freeze in pure sweating panic, while his wife calmly confirms the massive news. In the quiet luxury of the Shijuin mansion, Haruka's parents Takamune and Akiko relax in the living room together, enjoying a peaceful evening of wine and tea. Akiko playfully breaks the silence, mentioning that she took a quick peek through their home's surveillance camera and spotted Haruka talking really passionately with a male classmate, leaving Takamune spitting out his drink in absolute wide-eyed shock. A completely rattled Takamune leaps up from the sofa, frantically demanding to know what she means by passionately, and if this mystery guy is actually Haruka's boyfriend, while Akiko calmly points out that regardless of their relationship status, this is officially the first time Haruka has ever brought a boy home. Akiko softly giggles and notes that since Haruka is such an adorable airhead, nothing like this had ever happened, before happily declaring that if this is indeed the start of her daughter's very first love story, she thinks it is absolutely wonderful. An overprotective Takamune dramatically objects, shouting that it is way too early for a high schooler to fall in love, and that such a romance must be stopped at all costs, only for Akiko to sip her tea and sweetly call him a massive creep if he actually means it. Takamune fiercely defends his parenting, arguing that Haruka is simply too pure and defenseless to know how to handle boys, which is why they need to guide her, causing Akiko to thoughtfully agree that their daughter is indeed incredibly cute and completely lacking any guard. Takamune reflects on how Haruka's stunning looks are bound to attract dangerous men, especially since she insisted on attending a regular public high school, prompting him to worry about protecting her, even though he admits private schools are not entirely safe either. Akiko warmly reminds him of Haruka's age and playfully warns that if he meddles too much in her personal life, she will inevitably retaliate by telling him she hates him, which instantly strikes Takamune like a physical blow. Refusing to back down despite the terrifying threat of being hated, Takamune passionately declares that he will never let some shady guy get near his precious daughter, to which Akiko teasingly points out that when Takamune first tried to win her over, he was nothing more than a dangerous, shady president of a tiny startup company whom her own father deeply distrusted. Flustered and blushing furiously, Takamune weakly stammers that he simply fell head over heels in love with her, and could not help himself, prompting an equally embarrassed, blushing Akiko to cutely scold him to save the cheesy lines for when they are in a better mood. Takamune grunts in annoyance while Akiko calmly suggests that maybe Nihama will come over to their house someday, telling her skeptical husband that they can just wait and see what kind of person the boy actually is when they meet. Takamune takes on an intense look, asserting that if Nihama ever dares to set foot inside their house, he will show him what intense corporate negotiations between massive conglomerate companies truly look like. Takamune loudly declares that if Nihama turns out to be a spineless coward, he will never allow him to get anywhere near Haruka again, while Akiko takes a casual sip of her tea and quietly wonders how things will actually play out. Takamune laughs heartily and boasts that there is absolutely no chance the kid can survive his pressure, since even seasoned business veterans break under his testing. But Akiko points out that because he is someone Haruka chose, he might surprisingly find a way to handle it. Takamune ponders that if Nihama can actually stand his intense test, it would prove he is someone who has had his dignity stolen and been showered in jeers, yet successfully overcame all kinds of absurdity while still holding onto a good heart. He declares that if the boy can somehow withstand his stressful interview, he will completely bypass dating and give him full permission to marry Haruka right away, leaving Akiko to smile knowingly in response. 1 week after the culture festival, Nihama is back in the classroom, reflecting on how it took him less than 2 days to completely recover after severely overworking his body. He recalls being incredibly flustered when he first realized his deep feelings for Haruka, but he is glad that he can finally keep his composure even as his classmates around him fret over their upcoming finals. While Nihama silently worries more about Haruka's falling grades than his own, his train of thought is suddenly cut short as an imposing student steps in front of him and demands that he know his place. Nihama's peaceful routine is suddenly interrupted when he crosses paths with an unfamiliar, exceptionally handsome student, immediately wondering who on earth this stylish guy could be. The arrogant stranger directly confronts him by pointing a finger and asking if he is indeed Nihama, prompting a highly confused Nihama to confirm his identity, while warily asking for the guy's name in return. The The stranger acts incredibly shocked that Nihama does not recognize him, immediately scoffing and elitistly declaring that low-class people are truly as stupid as he thought, which leaves a completely disgusted Nihama wondering what his deal is. He proudly introduces himself as Mitsurugi Hayato, a second-year student, and immediately asks Nihama if he has ever heard of the incredibly prominent Mitsurugi group. Recognizing the name, Nihama recalls that the Mitsurugi group is a highly famous regional conglomerate with a massive portfolio spanning various local businesses and real estate, holding significant sway over the neighboring prefectures. He connects the dots and remembers local rumors about a wealthy, incredibly smart and athletic heir to that very conglomerate, quickly deducing that this insufferable guy standing before him must be that exact prodigal son. Nihama internally sighs at how shockingly narcissistic the guy turned out to be, before flatly asking him to explain what he actually meant by demanding that Nihama should know his place. Mitsurugi narrows his eyes and smugly clarifies that he is naturally talking about Haruka, instantly sending a massive shockwave of pure panic through Nihama, as he reels over the fact that this stranger just casually referred to his crush by her first name. Nihama is left utterly speechless and incredibly alarmed, his mind racing, as he tries to process the sudden, highly unwelcome revelation. Demanding to know why he is hearing her name from this guy, Nihama is met with a harsh, elitist sneer, as Mitsurugi bluntly declares that an ordinary low-class loser who lacks intelligence, looks, and wealth has absolutely no business being near Haruka, calling it an outright crime. An arrogant boy proudly boasts that high-class individuals like him and Haruka are on a completely different level, because they have everything, cruelly comparing Nihama to a mere fly staring up at a priceless jewel. The rival smugly declares that he is simply taking out the annoying pest, leaving a thoroughly baffled Nihama to internally sweat drop and realize this guy is not just some average narcissist, but a literal cartoonish villain straight out of a novel. Nihama angrily fires back, demanding to know what gives him the right to boss people around, and order him to stay away from Shijuin, prompting the rival to confidently promise to explain exactly why. The rival drops a massive bombshell with absolute confidence, boldly declaring that he is destined to be with Haruka, which leaves a stunned Nihama completely speechless. He explains that, because of their prestigious family ties and matching high social status, they have actually known each other since they were very young. He confidently asserts that because of their deep childhood connection, it is completely inevitable that Haruka will someday stand right beside him as his partner. The shocking revelation of their childhood connection leaves Nihama completely frozen in sheer, utter disbelief. Nihama is completely rattled, trying to process if this rival has really been close with Haruka since they were toddlers, and questioning if their elite families actually have some kind of unspoken tradition that forces them to end up together. The rival looks down on him with a condescending smirk, asking if Nihama finally understands just how completely out of place he is in Haruka's world, before demanding that he hurry up and leave. Faced with such overwhelming elitist arrogance, Nihama is momentarily frozen in silence, looking completely stunned by the sheer absurdity of the rival's claims. However, instead of backing down, his expression quickly hardens into a firm, unyielding resolve. Nihama calmly looks the pretentious snob dead in the eye and flatly refuses his demand, telling him to stop talking complete nonsense, because his answer is already highly obvious. Nihama smoothly points out a massive flaw in the rival's reasoning, noting that, despite all his grand boasting about childhood ties, he never once mentioned that Haruka actually likes him back, or that they are even lovers. Nihama smugly notes that his counter-argument hit the nail right on the head, observing that the rival has clearly not even gotten to that romantic stage with her yet, which drives the furious snob completely insane with rage. The rival completely loses his temper, furiously screaming at Nihama for daring to talk back and refusing his demands while questioning how a mere nobody has any authority. Meanwhile, Nihama calmly watches the childish tantrum, internally noting that the rival must have a few screws loose to be so incredibly delusional. Nihama's thoughts flash back to his former corporate life, where he constantly had to deal with entitled elites like the president's lazy son, or smug over privileged graduates who genuinely believed they were of a completely different rank, and could look down on everyone else. He reflects on how power trippers with even the slightest bit of authority immediately start acting like gods, admitting that, while Mitsurugi's perfect grades, athletic prowess, and handsome looks make his arrogance somewhat understandable, his extreme level of vanity is still totally off the charts. Completely unimpressed by the corporate-style power play, Nihama coolly looks back and flatly tells Mitsurugi that while he might view himself as some sort of elite hotshot, nobody else does, establishing that he has absolutely zero intention of listening to a single word he says. Declaring that their pointless conversation is officially over, Nihama casually turns around to head home, leaving the furious rich boy trembling in sheer humiliated rage over how a mere nobody could dare to treat him so dismissively. Mitsurugi yells after him, claiming he only came to deliver a warning after hearing rumors about him hanging out with Haruka during the culture festival, making Nihama realize with a quiet smile that his bold, destiny-changing actions in this second life are precisely what triggered this entire dramatic confrontation. Brushing off the warning, Nihama continues walking down the hallway, mentally resolving that it is best to simply ignore the crazy narcissist and avoid getting caught up in his childish drama altogether. Refusing to let him walk away, a desperate Mitsurugi raises his voice to announce that since Nihama refuses to listen to reason, he has no other choice but to issue a formal direct challenge right then and there. Mitsurugi proposes that they settle their score in the upcoming final exams to make things fairer than a physical sports match, leaving an incredibly baffled Nihama to loudly question why on earth he should waste his precious time agreeing to such a bizarre academic duel. Flashing a highly patronizing smile, Mitsurugi mocks Nihama's reluctance, elitistly declaring that stupidity truly knows no bounds, and pointing out that a common nobody like him simply cannot comprehend his place next to a vastly superior higher being. Mitsurugi pompously adds that since losers like Nihama do not understand the natural hierarchy of the world, it is much faster to personally hand him a crushing defeat to teach him a lesson, leaving a completely deadpan Nihama to wonder if this guy is actually serious. Nihama realizes that because his rival's words aren't getting under his skin at all, the guy is desperately trying to force him into admitting defeat by throwing down a direct challenge, a manipulation tactic he has likely used to silence others in the past. The arrogant rival smugly reveals the stakes of their wager, declaring that they will be betting on Haruka. Nihama is left completely taken aback and utterly dumbfounded by such a ridiculous and objectifying wager. The rival explains the rule of the bet, stating that whoever loses must agree to stay away from her forever, which immediately makes Nihama cry out in sheer disbelief at the absurdity of the proposal. Nihama immediately rejects the bet, questioning what sane person would ever agree to such terms, but the rival completely ignores his protests, aggressively declaring that Nihama has absolutely no say in the matter once challenged. The rival dramatically declares that he is officially challenging him to the upcoming final exams, repeating that the loser must stay away from Haruka, and insisting that the matter has already been decided. Nihama is left completely speechless, sweating in utter exasperation at the rival's pure delusion. He yells at the rival to stop talking nonsense, pointing out that a proper wager actually requires consent from both sides, but the arrogant guy snaps back that he doesn't care about his consent, and that nobody gets to deny his decisions. Realizing the rival is completely delusional and utterly incapable of listening to reason, Nihama can only watch as the arrogant guy tells him to struggle all he wants before walking away with a smug, self-satisfied grin. Staring after the retreating figure in absolute bewilderment, Nihama can only conclude that the guy has fully crossed into the realm of being a completely selfish and ridiculous villain. He reflects on his past life, admitting he mostly kept his head down and let his high school years pass by without making any waves. He actively avoided getting involved with anyone in a higher social caste, but now it feels like the school's social hierarchy is directly reacting to his presence. Since he ended up doing so many things that made him stand out in this second life, he figures it is only natural that a popular guy like Mitsurugi would eventually single him out as a target. Pondering his next move, he considers simply ignoring the guy completely, but the thought of letting Mitsurugi beat him in test scores actually annoys him way more than he expected. Admitting he used to be a total loser who ran away from these kinds of challenges in his past life, he realizes that deep down he genuinely wants to see Mitsurugi lose this time around. Making up his mind, he decides to accept the completely risk-free challenge, firmly declaring that, since Mitsurugi was the one who picked the fight, he is going to answer it, and is absolutely in it to win. The very next day at school, he sits at his desk, utterly baffled, wondering how on earth things managed to end up the way they did. Still trying to process the absurdity of his new situation, he flatly tells himself not to even bother asking how it all went so wrong. His classmate points out that he somehow managed to get targeted by Mitsurugi, the school's resident prince. He learns the nickname comes from the fact that Mitsurugi is practically a walking shoujo manga trope, complete with a wealthy background, good looks, athletic skills, and top grades. When asked why such an elite guy is attending their completely average school, his classmate explains that Mitsurugi originally went to a private middle school, but caused way too much drama with the other rich kids. His parents allegedly forced him into a regular school just so his inevitable antics wouldn't cause any major societal waves. Taking all that in, he notes that Mitsurugi is somehow even more self-centered and childish than he initially thought, admitting that trying to actually reason with the guy was basically entirely pointless. When Nihama discusses his situation with his friend, the boy asks if he couldn't have just ignored the arrogant rival since he never actually agreed to any bet. Nihama admits it is a fair point, but reveals that he is actually fully planning to defeat him, instead leaving his classmate completely shocked. Nihama explains his strategy, pointing out that if he loses the test, there is absolutely no penalty since he never agreed to a bet, but if he wins, the arrogant snob will likely throw an epic public fit. His friend dryly notes that he can definitely see that happening and groans about what an absolute pain in the ass it all is. Nihama confidently declares that he wants to break the rival's fighting spirit during the upcoming midterm exams, pointing out that this is his perfect opportunity. While his friend warns him that the rival seems incredibly smart, Nihama is completely undeterred, confidently asserting that he has absolutely no intention of losing. Nihama internally reflects on his opponent, reasoning that while the rival might appear to be a flawless, perfect human on the outside, he is far from invincible. Nihama reasons that since their upcoming competition is strictly limited to high school level exams, there is absolutely no logical reason why he should not be able to come out on top. Despite his resolve, his classmate remains slightly skeptical, while the memory of the rival arrogantly demanding that he make him taste defeat only serves to strengthen Nihama's determination to win. Back home, Nihama sits down to study, letting out a tired sigh as he realizes that the finals will cover 10 different subjects with a massive amount of material, resolving that he needs to study every single thing thoroughly. As he continues his schoolwork, a sudden nagging doubt creeps into his mind, making him nervously wonder what would happen if Mitsurugi actually managed to make Shijuin fall in love with him. He continues to stress out, muttering that even if Shijuin is an airhead, a handsome guy like Mitsurugi could easily use his looks to woo her and make her heart beat faster, before letting out a pathetic sigh and wishing that all attractive guys would just disappear from the face of the earth. Kanako suddenly chimes in to ask what is up with his sudden dramatic outburst. A startled Nihama panics and gasps, asking when she even got there, only for his little sister to dryly point out that she was there the entire time and he was just completely oblivious to her presence. Kanako teasingly asks her brother if something happened, prompting him to sweat and point out how much malice he felt in her voice, while silently realizing that she is thoroughly enjoying teasing him. He explains that a self-proclaimed prince has suddenly challenged him to a duel over the upcoming final exams, supposedly because this guy cannot stand seeing a lowly pest hanging around a precious treasure like Shijuin. When Kanako curiously asks if this challenger is actually as handsome as they say, Nihama anxiously confirms it, admitting he is deeply worried that a confession from someone so incredibly attractive might actually make Shijuin's heart skip a beat. Kanako casually points out that attractive guys definitely hold a major advantage, explaining that just as boys naturally prefer pretty girls, girls also tend to favor handsome guys, which completely crushes Nihama's composure. She quickly reassures him, however, pointing out that looks only matter if the guy actually has a decent personality, and since his challenger is clearly an arrogant jerk, there is absolutely nothing for him to stress over, leaving a skeptical Nihama to wonder if she is right. She explains that if they strip away his good looks, The challenger is basically just an annoying erratic guy stating that only highly superficial girls would ever care about a crazy self-centered handsome dude like him. She confidently adds that any decent prim and proper girl would actively avoid an arrogant guy like him anyway, making Nihama tentatively hope that she might be onto something. While she happily praises his surprisingly clear logic, Nihama suddenly snaps and complains about how she casually manages to take a jab at his personality in the process. Nihama notes that self-centered arrogant guys who get easily forgiven only exist in storybooks, whereas in the real world they are just completely unlikable jerks, earning a triumphant nod of agreement from his sister. She confidently poses the ultimate question, asking if his beloved Shijuin would ever be swayed by such an arrogant guy, leaving him completely speechless, as she hits him with the perfect reality check. Sitting side by side with his sister on a bench, Nihama admits that after carefully thinking it over, he simply cannot imagine anything romantic actually happening between them, prompting Kanako to blunt force, tell him that worrying about such unlikely scenarios is completely stupid. He gives his sister a warm, genuine smile, and sincerely thanks her, mentioning that he is incredibly glad. He decided to ask her for relationship advice, leaving a thoroughly caught off guard Kanako briefly speechless. Quickly regaining her cocky composure, Kanako smugly points out that his hopeless confusion in romance is just proof that he still carries a gloomy side, confidently declaring that the resident love master Kanako-chan is going to have to personally guide him. When Nihama curiously notes how surprisingly well she seems to know Shijuin, Kanako looks at him in complete wide-eyed disbelief and loudly screams that she only knows because he literally talks about her non-stop, leaving a sweat-dropping Nihama to sheepishly apologize for his complete lack of self-awareness. Back in classroom 2D, the focus shifts straight to study materials on a desk, as a student points out a specific formula to solve a math problem, prompting a happy realization that using it will easily yield the correct value. With the cultural festival officially behind them, their postponed after-school study sessions finally return to normal, and while Nihama was initially highly reluctant to play the role of the teacher, Shijuin's intense seriousness makes the test preparations go incredibly smoothly. Haruka nervously admits that she is absolutely terrified of the upcoming exams, and complains about how miserable studying feels, even though Nihama reminds her that she actually likes world history and modern history. She passionately declares that she absolutely cannot stand math under any circumstances, prompting a sweating Nihama to agree that she has always struggled with most science-related subjects anyway. Haruka admits that chemistry and biology are actually fine, but vents her intense frustration by questioning if they will ever actually use vectors and trigonometry in their lives, dramatically crying about her math struggles, while Nihama silently notes how incredibly stressed out she is. Nihama points out that while engineers definitely need math, anyone working a normal office job will likely never use it, causing a highly vindicated Haruka to eagerly ask why they are even forced to learn it in the first place. Nihama honestly explains that while studying is technically just for passing exams and grades, he personally believes having a genuine desire to learn and fulfill one's educational obligations is what really matters. He continues explaining that school subjects help students identify their individual strengths and weaknesses, making it far easier to choose a career path in the future, which leaves a deeply impressed Haruka reflecting on his wisdom. Nihama reflects that because high school is no longer compulsory, attending it is a personal choice made to build a better future, prompting Haruka to thoughtfully agree with his mature perspective. Haruka quietly admits she had completely forgotten that she chose these classes herself, while Nihama warmly reassures her not to be too hard on herself, internally reflecting that most high schoolers completely forget this truth, and that he was no exception in his previous timeline. Feeling completely re-energized, Haruka loudly declares that despite all her whining, studying is ultimately for her own future, firmly resolving to give the upcoming exams her absolute best effort, while Nihama watches over her. However, Nihama's thoughts quickly darken as he recalls the arrogant rival's bold, obnoxious declarations about being destined to be with Haruka, and claiming she will inevitably stand by his side. Nihama reflects on how there is currently almost zero chance of Mitsurugi and Shijuin becoming lovers, but he still cannot help but worry about what the future holds, as he ponders the mysterious connection between their incredibly prominent families. Although both are prestigious lineages, the Shijuin family is vastly more powerful, leading Nihama's anxious mind to spiral into negative thoughts about whether the two are somehow betrothed, forcing him to decide that he needs definitive proof by directly asking Shijuin about it. When she warmly asks what he needs, a nervous Nihama tries to play it cool by claiming it is nothing major, before directly asking her if she happens to know a second-year student named Mitsurugi, catching her slightly by surprise. Shijuin casually confirms that she does indeed know him, prompting a tense Nihama to explain that he recently spoke to the guy and heard rumors that she and Mitsurugi are actually childhood friends. Shijuin calmly admits that they did indeed first meet when they were young, sending a literal jolt of pure panic straight through a completely paralyzed Nihama. He suffers a massive wave of silent distress, realizing that his deep feelings are sparking a dark, possessive urge to monopolize her, wishing she had simply denied knowing the guy altogether, as a toxic cloud of jealousy begins to spread inside his heart. As he desperately tries to process if this intense bitterness is just normal romantic jealousy, Shijuin suddenly clarifies that she does not actually consider them to be childhood friends at all, instantly catching his attention. Letting out a thoroughly startled gasp, Nihama listens intently as she explains that their very first encounter was simply at a standard family house party back when they were young children. She mentions that they never saw each other again until she enrolled at their high school, prompting a hopeful Nihama to quickly ask if she regularly chats with him now that they have reunited. Shijuin hesitantly reveals that, while Mitsurugi has occasionally approached her to strike up a conversation since they started high school, she seems highly uneasy about their actual interactions. Mitsurugi dramatically approaches Haruka in the hallway, expressing his utter shock that she chose to attend the same public school before arrogantly declaring that it must be proof they are destined to be together. Mitsurugi leaves with an annoying laugh, claiming he will return to sweep her off her feet. Haruka admits to Nihama that she finds him incredibly overwhelming and has no idea how to handle his intense energy, prompting Nihama to quietly resolve that even if it seems a bit rude, he is definitely going to avoid that guy at all costs. Feeling slightly awkward but unable to ignore his curiosity, Nihama politely asks Haruka if she and Mitsurugi are actually close, to which a thoughtful Haruka admits that while she does not fully understand her family's corporate connections, she has a completely different take on the situation. She reveals a surprising detail, explaining that, for as long as she can remember, Mitsurugi's family was actually never once invited to any of her family's house parties, leaving a silent Nihama completely stunned. She adds that she recalls a hazy childhood memory where her father became incredibly furious with Mitsurugi's household, resulting in them being permanently blacklisted from all family gatherings, which a thoroughly relieved Nihama quickly acknowledges. Nihama experiences an absolute explosion of silent joy in his mind, ecstatically celebrating that they are in the clear, while mentally cursing the rival for completely fabricating their supposedly close childhood bond. He quickly reels his excitement back in reminding himself that he still cannot let his guard down, since Mitsurugi explicitly targeted him for being close to Shijuin, right before Haruka curiously asks him why he seems so interested in Mitsurugi. Caught completely off guard, a sweating Nihama nervously laughs it off with a forced smile, desperately trying to play it cool, so he does not reveal his intense jealousy. Haruka notes his sudden shift and gently asks if he is feeling tired, prompting a flustered Nihama to frantically deny it, while internally realizing that the sheer wave of relief has suddenly made him incredibly drowsy. He internally admits that the constant pressure of both studying and tutoring is starting to take a massive toll on him, though he resolves never to show his exhaustion in front of Shijuin, just as she softly voices her concern that he seems to be pushing himself far too hard lately. Nihama resolves to keep the details of Mitsurugi's high-stakes academic challenge and the associated loser's penalty a complete secret from Shijuin, wishing to avoid placing any unnecessary mental stress on her, while she is deeply focused on studying for the exams. Seeing how incredibly hard she is pushing herself, Nihama gently suggests that since they have already covered a vast amount of material, they can wrap up their study session for the day if it is starting to feel like a burden to her. Shijuin immediately objects and insists that she is completely fine, passionately begging him to continue their session. The two remain side by side in the quiet, sunlit classroom long after school has ended, determined to keep working together. As she continues to plead with him to keep going, a thoroughly exhausted Hama struggles to rub the intense sleep-deprived drowsiness out of his eyes. She shyly confesses that her entire motivation for studying so hard is because she wants to change who she is and ultimately earn his praise, admitting that his recognition is truly the only reward she desires. Resting his heavy head on his arms over his notebooks, an incredibly touched Hama silently reflects on how deeply rewarding it is to have her rely on him for tutoring, feeling so overwhelmed with happiness that he could almost cry. He declares his absolute resolve to honor her immense trust in him until the very end, leaving a beautifully blushing Shijuin to softly whisper his name in awe. As his exhausted mind finally succumbs to a deep sleep on his desk, his last drifting thoughts linger on how much he deeply treasures the quiet time they spend studying together. He admits to himself that he wants to make this precious time together stretch on for as long as possible, leaving a surprised Shijuin to quietly look down at his sleeping form. Exhausted from his relentless studying, Hama quietly falls fast asleep at his desk in the quiet, empty classroom. Shijuin gently watches over his peaceful, sleeping face, her heart softening as she takes in how hard he has been pushing himself. Caught up in the quiet intimacy of the moment, she hesitates to break the peaceful silence, her heart tensing as she gets closer to him. She softly reaches out to comfort his resting form, wanting to show her appreciation for how incredibly hard he always works for her sake. Her cheeks flush a deep, warm pink as she realizes just how fast her heart is racing in this quiet, cozy classroom environment. Letting her guard down completely, she gently offers some comfort to soothe his tired mind as he rests. The sudden sensation of her gentle touch instantly snaps Hama awake, causing his eyes to shoot open in complete and utter surprise. Hama frantically sits up and apologizes for nodding off, suggesting they get right back to studying, while a thoroughly caught-out Shijuin stands there completely frozen and blushing furiously. When Hama notices her bright red face and asks if she is feeling under the weather, she nervously denies it, but admits her cheeks feel strangely hot, internally panicking over what could possibly have gotten into her. As Hama looks at her in confusion, she quietly reflects on how glad she is that she isn't the only one who desperately wishes this sweet, precious moment together could last just a little bit longer. She looks at him with a warm smile and cheerfully tells him that she is looking forward to their study sessions once again. Blushing at her cuteness, he stammers out a nervous agreement, saying that he is also looking forward to working with her. The very next day at school, he is walking down the hall when he suddenly lets out a tired groan, only to quickly pause as he notices someone waiting for him. The smug rival completely misremembers his name, calling him Arayama and accusing him of following Haruka around, which immediately prompts a highly annoyed Hama to correct him. The rival arrogantly dismisses the correction, questioning why he should bother remembering a no-name student's name, though he smugly notes that he still fully intends to go through with their test duel. The rival complains that the duel is actually a massive hassle, offering to spare him from public humiliation if Hama just swears right now to stay away from her forever. Completely unfazed, Hama delivers a flat refusal, stating his answer has not changed, and that he has absolutely no reason to follow his orders. The rival calls him the dumbest student he has ever encountered, asserting that it is basic common sense for someone of lower social standing to bow down to their superiors. Hama shoots back by pointing out that while the rival's athletic grades might be high, he does not actually possess a superior human status, questioning why he should ever lower his head to him, and leaving the bully completely infuriated. He sighs in annoyance as the rival storms off, noting that the guy loves to lecture others about rules, but clearly never learned basic manners himself, leaving him to wonder what could possibly be wrong with him. Mitsurugi confronts him in the hallway, smugly asking if things will really play out the way he imagines once he backs off from Haruka. Unfazed, Hama fires back, bluntly asking why Mitsurugi is so bizarrely obsessed with Shijuin in the first place. Mitsurugi scoffs at the question, confidently declaring that everything will obviously go exactly as he plans. He arrogantly explains that since both he and Haruka high social status and come from equally prestigious families, their union is essentially just absolute fate. He continues his egotistical rant, stating that the very first time he saw her, he instantly claimed her as his woman. He explains that as a direct descendant of the prestigious Shijuan family, she is the ultimate high-class partner for someone as elite as him, leaving Nihama to flatly process his deeply superficial logic. Having heard enough of his narcissistic rambling, Nihama bluntly states that he perfectly understands exactly what kind of guy Mitsurugi is. Taking all that sheer arrogance into account, he boldly declares that he absolutely will not let Mitsurugi get anywhere near Shijuan, completely catching the elite boy off guard. Mitsurugi immediately loses his temper, furiously screaming about how a total small fry dares to anger him. Completely ignoring the tantrum, Nihama casually brushes him off and announces he is just going to go study for their upcoming test. Walking away from the shouting match, he decides that talking to the self-centered prince any further is utterly pointless, since it will only distract from the main issue. He resolves to just settle things through their wager as the day of the big test finally arrives. The day of the final exams finally arrives, and the teacher kicks off the first period on modern society with a strict warning against cheating, before giving the signal for the class to begin. Nihama dives straight into the test with complete confidence, silently psyching himself up and telling himself that he can absolutely do this. The grueling exams continue to fly by as the subjects transition from advanced mathematics to English, with the constant scratching of pencils echoing through the room. Keeping his focus on the test, Nihama reflects on how studying is the ultimate equalizer, believing that any gap in privilege can be easily bridged with enough hard work, which will eventually pave a clear path to future happiness. He recalls how during his grueling adult years, his ultimate far-off dream was to find a legendary clean and uncorrupted white company to work for. The bell finally tolls, and the teacher loudly calls for everyone to put down their pens and pass their answer sheets forward, bringing a highly anticipated end to the exams. Nihama lets out a peaceful smile, feeling a massive sense of relief as the heavy pressure of the exams finally lifts. Immediately after the exams conclude, his cheerful classmate is in incredibly high spirits, loudly celebrating how light and refreshed her body feels now that the stressful finals are finally behind them. A week after the exams, she is still enthusiastically repeating how happy she is to finally focus on her club activities. When an amused Nihama asks if her positive attitude means she aced her tests, she playfully warns him not to assume her grades are bad just because she is an athletic person. Fudehashi Mai proudly declares that despite all their hard work, the fact remains that her grades are still absolutely terrible, leaving Nihama completely puzzled as to why she looks so incredibly proud of her bad scores. She cheerfully brushes off her academic worries, saying that since the exams are finally over, she can completely forget about studying for the time being, prompting Nihama to call out her name with a tired sigh. Kazemihara suddenly appears and casually reminds them that the test results are scheduled to be announced today, which immediately throws Fudehashi into a panic, as she begs her not to bring up things she hates, while Nihama tells her to calm down. Kazemihara smilingly remarks that reality will always come down like a merciless guillotine to reveal the truth, prompting Fudehashi to complain about her scary metaphors. When Fudehashi desperately insists there is still a chance she did well, Nihama can only let out an awkward groan. Seeing Fudehashi groaning in absolute despair over the upcoming results, Nihama politely asks Kazemihara not to tease her too much, but Kazemihara simply giggles, admitting that Fudehashi's dramatic reactions are just way too amusing to ignore. Nihama shifts the subject and asks Kazemihara how her own tests went, noting that she seems quite confident, which only prompts a sly chuckle from her, as she smugly avoids giving a straight answer. To his surprise, Kazemihara proudly declares that she will literally throw a massive party if she manages to score at least an average grade, leaving Nihama to sweat drop, as he realizes she is in the exact same academic boat as Fudehashi. She rants with a completely straight face that smart girls with glasses are a total myth, questioning why Japanese people even need to learn English and proposing they bring back historic isolationism, leaving Nihama to beg her to stop complaining with such a serious expression. As their light-hearted banter continues, Nihama and Kazemihara suddenly notice another classmate nearby watching them with a highly intense, unreadable expression. Nihama recognizes the student as Jinji, internally noting that his intense glare makes it seem like he is silently accusing Nihama of having everything completely in the bag, while Fudehashi's attention is also drawn over to him. Fudehashi cheerfully turns to the nearby student and asks how he did on his test, causing the shy boy to instantly sweat drop and let out a highly panicked squeak. Hama internally comments on his classmate's textbook introverted response to a girl talking to him. Stepping in to help Hama gently tells Jinji that Fudehashi is friendly, so there is absolutely no need to be so tense, though a blushing Jinji frantically insists that he is not nervous at all. Shyly scratching his head, Jinji admits that he does not think he did very well on his exams, confessing his scores are likely pretty bad, which immediately prompts a joyful Fudehashi to proudly declare him her new academic comrade. Fudehashi enthusiastically encourages Jinji to face the harsh reality of their test results together, which completely overloads the poor guy's brain and causes him to let out another panicked shriek, while Hama sweat drops, internally noting that it is an incredibly obvious virgin reaction. Shifting the conversation away from the noisy pair, Kazemihara turns to Hama and curiously asks him why Shijuin is acting so incredibly strange over in the corner. Hama is shocked to find Shijuin literally trembling with cartoonish swirly eyes, frantically asking what on earth happened to her. Looking incredibly anxious, Shijuin weakly confesses that just thinking about the impending test results is making her feel completely sick with nervousness. Kazemihara points out that since Shijuin previously mentioned doing pretty well when they reviewed their answers, she really has no reason to be so incredibly anxious. Shijuin nervously mumbles that while the review went well, she still cannot shake her deep dread. Shijuin frantically begins second-guessing herself, worrying if she made countless careless mistakes or accidentally filled in the wrong answers, admitting that she simply cannot bring herself to believe in her own work, while Kazemihara softly nods in understanding. Kazemihara tries to comfort her by recalling her own past panic when she realized she answered in the wrong test section, casually comparing the feeling of absolute panic to getting caught with her ass on fire. Hama is completely dumbfounded by her choice of words, internally sweat dropping at how casually she threw that phrasing around. Fudehashi eagerly chimes in, agreeing that only realizing a massive mistake at the very last minute feels like absolute despair. When Jinji innocently asks if that means she actually experienced that despair herself, Fudehashi immediately drops to her knees in a dramatic slump to beg him not to bring up her deep past trauma, prompting a quick apology from him. Overwhelmed by the intense anxiety of the impending test results, Shijuin groans that she simply cannot handle the suspense anymore and bolts from the room to grab a drink. Watching her run off, Jinji turns to Hama and points out how surprisingly calm he looks for a guy locked in a high-stakes duel. Hama casually brushes it off, reminding his friend that the whole rivalry was completely one-sided on Mitsurugi's end anyway, so he genuinely has absolutely zero reason to feel nervous. The classroom's tense atmosphere instantly shatters when a student suddenly bursts through the door, loudly announcing to everyone that the final test results have just been posted out in the hallway. Kazemihara playfully declares that it is finally time for Fudehashi's execution, prompting the bespectacled girl to frantically beg for a moment to mentally prepare herself. As the girls head out, Hama decides to go check his own scores and asks Jinji if he is coming. Jinji cheerfully agrees, noting that even if he didn't score at the top, he still needs to see the school average. Jinji gives him a reassuring thumbs up, optimistically stating that having at least one friend by his side should definitely keep Mitsurugi from going too hard on him when the final results are revealed. Jinji promises with a bright smile that he absolutely will not leave his buddy to face the elite prince alone. Deeply moved by his genuine loyalty, Hama instinctively praises him for being such a great guy and casually invites him out for drinks, only to immediately backtrack and dismiss the comment when a confused Jinji questions the very adult suggestion. As they walk down the hallway together, Jinji points out how strange it is that Mitsurugi hasn't even bothered trying to make contact or intimidate Hama before the big reveal. Hama admits he also expected a much more dramatic, forceful confrontation from the arrogant prince. He reasons that from Mitsurugi's highly inflated perspective, this entire wager is probably nothing more than a simple extermination job, meant to clear away the annoying pests buzzing around Shijuin, treating the whole ordeal as just another mundane daily task. Hama casually adds that Mitsurugi likely views him as a completely insignificant small fry, completely unworthy of his actual attention or interest. Jinji grimaces in sheer disbelief, bluntly admitting that he cannot even begin to comprehend how that arrogant guy's brain actually works. They finally reach the crowded bulletin board, where the top 100 test scores for the final exams are proudly displayed for the entire school to see. Jinji is utterly depressed after looking at the final exam board, dramatically wishing he could just get hit by a truck to escape to a fantasy world, while Nihama walks up to see what all the commotion is about. Jinji points out that the overall test average of 619 points is way higher than his own score, prompting a thoughtful response from Nihama, only for an arrogant voice to suddenly order Nihama to turn around and face them. The class superstar Mitsurugi appears to confront Nihama, mockingly asking if he is ready to humiliate himself and expressing how satisfying it will be to force him away from Haruka. Even though Nihama points out that he never agreed to any exam duel or penalty, Mitsurugi egotistically claims his own words are the absolute rule, leaving Jinji and Nihama to wonder if this guy is even capable of having a normal conversation. Nihama internally notes that self-absorbed people who believe they are the center of the universe unfortunately exist throughout society, warning Jinji that reasoning with them is totally impossible and advising him to just keep his distance. Mitsurugi ignores their side chatter and demands Nihama's full attention, snidely hoping that Nihama struggled pathetically on the exam and mockingly asking if his confidence means he actually spent time studying. Mitsurugi boastfully claims that his natural academic talent is more than enough to easily pass these exams, without wasting any of his precious time, loudly demanding the surrounding students to get out of the way so they can check the board. The intimidated classmates quickly apologize and scramble to make way, making Jinji joke that the guy is parting the crowd like Moses. With his entourage hyping him up, Mitsurugi confidently demands Nihama to step forward and witness his own stupidity as they look at the results. The surrounding crowd begins gossiping as rumors spread that Nihama and Mitsurugi are holding a public showdown over their exam scores. Nihama immediately sees through the plan, realizing that Mitsurugi is intentionally drawing a huge crowd to maximize the humiliation when the rankings are revealed. The petty psychological tactic triggers a stressful memory of Nihama's past corporate life, reminding him of his toxic former boss, who would always deliberately scold him in front of the entire office just to systematically crush his self-esteem. Flashing a smug grin, Mitsurugi announces that instead of starting from the top of the rankings like they normally would, they will look from 100th place first, just to see exactly how low Nihama placed. Mitsurugi confidently scans the posted exam results, fully expecting to find Nihama's name buried far below his own. He points mockingly at the lower section of the list, condescendingly asking if Nihama actually managed to secure a decent rank. With a smug smirk, Mitsurugi highlights the top 10 to boast about his own high score, completely convinced of his intellectual superiority. As his eyes scan further up the leaderboard toward the top 5, his arrogant attitude starts to waver as he continues his search. He quickly moves past the third-place spot, desperately hoping that his rival has not managed to score anywhere near him. Mitsurugi completely loses his mind and screams in absolute horror as he discovers his own name listed in second place, frantically demanding to know who could have possibly beaten him. The list reveals that Nihama has claimed the first-place spot with a spectacular score of 971 points. Nihama's classmate explodes with ecstatic joy, ecstatically cheering and celebrating his incredible achievement, while a thoroughly defeated Mitsurugi is left in paralyzed shock. His friend continues to heap praise on him, loudly declaring that he is an absolutely amazing guy, while a modest Nihama quietly admits that he is also quite surprised. As his friend continues to cheer, a slightly puzzled Nihama looks back, quietly processing the sweet reality of his victory. Jinji looks at Nihama, noting that he seems surprisingly calm about taking the top spot in the class, and asking if he is not even a little bit happy, which Nihama quickly denies. In reality, Nihama is throwing an absolutely wild celebration in his own mind, roaring with pure joy and imagining himself mocking the arrogant Mitsurugi for completely losing at his own game, while the defeated boy stands there in absolute shock. Mitsurugi completely loses his mind in denial, loudly protesting that there is no possible way this could be allowed, while Nihama calmly watches him, internally reflecting on how Seishun played an absolutely massive role in helping him achieve this victory. He fondly recalls how it all started when he began playing the role of her tutor during their quiet after-school study sessions, explaining that the pure joy and sense of duty to help her motivated him to master the material. He reveals how he analyzed every lesson textbook and exam quirk of their teachers to create the ultimate study guide for her, noting that the more he studied to meet her expectations, the more his own academic abilities soared to the point where everything worked out beautifully. Standing tall, Nihama addresses the fuming Mitsurugi, reminding him that he was the one who practically begged to compare their test scores in the first place, and directly delivers the ultimate blow by telling him that this is officially his win. The classroom immediately erupts in gossip, with classmates whispering in sheer disbelief that the incredibly confident Mitsurugi actually lost to a quiet guy like Nihama, leaving the defeated boy stuttering in sheer silent rage. The crowd continues to buzz as they realize Nihama actually secured the top spot in the class, while several classmates mockingly giggle at Mitsurugi for looking so utterly traumatized and shell-shocked after losing the very bet he confidently started. Overhearing his classmates whispering that his sudden defeat serves him right since he is always so insufferably full of himself, Mitsurugi begins to shake with pure, humiliated rage. Refusing to accept reality, Mitsurugi aggressively points his finger and loudly accuses Nihama of cheating, screaming that there is absolutely no other way he could have lost. But Nihama calmly shuts him down by stating he simply worked hard. Mitsurugi completely loses his mind, furiously screaming that there is absolutely no way a nobody could possibly beat him just by putting in a little hard work. Unfazed by the screaming outburst, Nihama calmly shuts him down, stating that regardless of what Mitsurugi chooses to believe, the undeniable fact remains that his test scores are simply lower. Pressing his ultimate advantage, Nihama coldly asks the stunned prince if he remembers the exact words he used when establishing their wager. He reminds Mitsurugi how he arrogantly refused to let him decline the duel, completely forcing his own conditions on the situation. Nihama firmly declares that by abiding by those exact self-imposed rules, Mitsurugi is now the official loser and is completely banned from ever going anywhere near Shijuin again. Asserting his complete victory, Nihama taunts his defeated rival by pointing out that a self-proclaimed elite surely wouldn't break his own rules. He sharply commands the humiliated prince to swallow his immense frustration and strictly honor their agreement. His point officially made, Nihama casually signals for a completely bewildered Jinji to head back to class with him, leaving a furious Mitsurugi to violently lash out in pure, unadulterated rage. As the victors casually stroll away down the crowded hallway, the humiliated prince is left behind to seethe in absolute destructive anger, utterly unable to process the harsh reality of his crushing defeat. As Chapter 19 begins, the focus shifts to Shijuin Haruka, blushing in the school hallway, setting the stage for the next exciting chapter of their high school journey. Returning to classroom 2, Nihama is immediately greeted by a bright and enthusiastic Akasaki, who loudly welcomes him back and congratulates him for ranking first, while several other classmates chime in to tell him how awesome he is. Nihama stands there completely bewildered by the sudden warm reception, letting out a confused gasp, while Jinji stands right next to him looking equally surprised. The classmates excitedly crowd around him, praising him for jumping from 10th place in midterms to first place, and asking if he has some kind of secret study trick. When a bewildered Nihama asks how everyone already knows about his score, Akasaki laughs and explains that a massive crowd from their class witnessed his entire dramatic confrontation with Mitsurugi. Suddenly, Fudehashi and several other girls close their eyes and start praying in front of him, claiming that Nihama has become far too blindingly bright for them, leaving him completely baffled as to what they are doing. Fudehashi continues her dramatic performance, claiming that opening their eyes would cause them to be permanently blinded by the holy light of the top-ranked student, so they are praying for his academic blessing. An embarrassed Nihama sweat drops and desperately begs them to stop treating him like some kind of deity. Suddenly, Tsukamoto steps up to express his heartfelt gratitude, pumping his fist as he enthusiastically tells Nihama that he did an absolutely stellar job, leaving Nihama slightly confused. Tsukamoto recalls an incident from some time ago when he was walking down the hallway with his girlfriend, only for the arrogant Mitsurugi to rudely push past them and coldly tell them that they were completely blocking his path. Mitsurugi did not stop there, sneeringly calling them nameless nobodies as he walked past, which left Tsukamoto absolutely fuming with humiliated rage and gritting his teeth in deep resentment. A confrontation breaks out as a rowdy student is stopped from causing trouble. But even when a worried classmate warns him that getting suspended right before the tournament will destroy his team's chances, the arrogant baseball player stubbornly claims he does not care. The classmate finishes recounting the drama to Nihama, expressing his absolute gratitude to him for completely defeating the arrogant prince in the final exams, leaving Nihama to offer a polite but sweat-dropping apology for his rival's behavior. Multiple classmates gather around to swap horror stories about how the self-proclaimed prince has been terrorizing the school, recalling times he shoved people, barged through workers, and even stole someone's drink, leading everyone to agree that the guy is just a total menace. Kazemihara warmly congratulates him on securing the top spot in the exams, jokingly declaring that, as a below-average student, she will be calling him Nihama-sama from now on, prompting a flustered Nihama to complain that she is just teasing him. While Nihama sweat drops over her hard-to-read sense of humor, she turns serious and apologizes for the trouble he had to endure dealing with Mitsurugi Hayato, but admits that seeing that arrogant prince's smug face completely collapse in despair was incredibly satisfying. When Nihama curiously asks if the guy was not actually popular with the female students, since so many girls seemed thrilled by his downfall, a classmate explains that while many indeed fawned over his handsome looks and attitude, his actual reputation was a completely different story. She bluntly confesses that she personally cannot stand him because she refuses to have anything to do with an arrogant jerk who casually calls everyone else a nobody, earning a sincere nod of agreement from Nihama. The other girls readily chime in, complaining that just talking to him for 3 seconds completely ruins their mood, and pointing out how disgusting it is that he calls girls ugly, firmly agreeing that being handsome does not give him a free pass to act like trash. Although Nihama knows talking behind someone's back is generally bad, he admits the guy's toxic behavior makes it completely deserved. But he quickly pivots the conversation to ask if anyone has seen Shijuin, prompting Kazemihara to playfully tease him about where his true priorities lie. Completely caught off guard by her teasing, Nihama can only blush furiously and frantically try to hide his intense embarrassment. Fudehashi tells Nihama that Shijuin went off to buy some drinks, suggesting he can easily find her by the vending machines. Catching her drift, he agrees to head over there while Fudehashi playfully teases him to properly the fruits of his intense studying with her. As he walks down the hall, Nihama overhears some nearby girls whispering about him being the new rank 1 student who finally managed to beat Mitsurugi. He inwardly sighs, finding it pretty awkward to deal with all this sudden, unwanted attention from people who know about the high-stakes duel. The rumor mill immediately spins out of control as he hears other students claiming he scored the top rank without even studying and intentionally orchestrated Mitsurugi's brutal public execution. Utterly baffled, he wonders how on earth the story got blown so ridiculously out of proportion. Keeping his head down, he silently reflects that while he definitely put in a massive amount of effort to ace the test, Mitsurugi is entirely the one to blame for his own massive public humiliation. He admits to himself that he didn't magically become a genius in this second life, acknowledging that his unbelievable success was driven purely by the sheer unbearable regret of his past and his burning desire to answer Shijuin's high expectations. His deep introspection is cut short when he suddenly spots a familiar figure standing ahead. He happily calls out her name as he spots her in the hallway. Shijuin immediately turns around, her face lighting up with a gentle blush as she warmly greets him back. Her eyes absolutely sparkle with pure excitement as she joyfully cheers that it is absolutely amazing that he managed to rank first in the entire grade. Overjoyed, she passionately rambles about how incredibly surprised and happy she is, admitting she feels like she might actually burst from the sheer excitement. Flustered by her intense reaction, Nihama happily thanks her but awkwardly begs her to calm down, joking that she is currently acting like a crazed idol fan right after a live concert. Catching the stares of a few nearby classmates, Shijuin finally realizes how loud she was being and quickly scales back her endless cheering, sheepishly apologizing for letting her excitement get the absolute best of her. Regaining her composure, she flashes a sweet, deeply affectionate smile and tells him that she is truly genuinely happy for his massive victory, because she personally watched exactly how incredibly hard he worked to prepare for these finals. Haruka beams with an incredibly sweet blushing smile as she happily tells Nihama that all his hard work has paid off in the absolute best way possible, confessing that she is genuinely extremely happy for his success. She warmly offers him her most heartfelt, genuine congratulations, leaving a stunned Nihama completely spellbound and softly uttering her name in response. Standing together in front of the test results board in the hallway, Nihama softly thanks her and confesses that hearing her words of congratulations makes him feel incredibly happy. Still slightly flustered, Haruka shyly offers him another round of sweet congratulations, prompting a momentarily confused reaction from Nihama. He points out her name on the results board, celebrating that her hard work got her all the way to rank 58 with an impressive score of 841 points, noting that this is a truly massive improvement compared to her last exam. Haruka eagerly agrees, admitting that she was actually so incredibly unsettled about looking at her grades that she literally had to drink black coffee just to calm her nerves, but she is thrilled that she finally managed to pull it off. Nihama happily tells her that he is incredibly glad her efforts paid off, noting that since she scored significantly higher than the class average, she successfully managed to dodge her parents' threatened light novel ban. Haruka happily celebrates that they successfully accomplished their goal together. When a curious Nihama asks if her extreme nervousness was not actually caused by the threat of the light novel ban and wonders what was truly on her mind, she blushes and softly confesses that the real reason she was so incredibly nervous was actually because of him. Recalling their quiet study sessions in the empty classroom, she gently explains that even though she was the one who initially requested the study sessions, he was the one who went completely above and beyond to put in an incredible amount of effort for her sake. She lists all the amazing things he did for her, like painstakingly summarizing reference books and creating the perfect notebook, but a flustered Nihama quickly tells her not to worry about it at all, warmly reminding her that she also brought him delicious snacks during their study breaks to keep them going. Reflecting on their recent study sessions, Nihama recalls how Shijuin thoughtfully brought various snacks for him, figuring she likely felt guilty for not compensating him for his tutoring, though he silently notes that he was more than happy to accept her sweet gesture. Standing in front of the posted exam results, Shijuin cutely complains that his tutoring work could never be paid back with simple snacks, while internally reflecting that with every study session, her father's light novel ban slowly started to feel completely unimportant compared to the precious time spent together. She admits that as the exams approached, she became incredibly stressed and worried sick over the terrifying thought of getting a bad grade and wasting all of his hard work, tutoring her, leaving Nihama completely surprised by her deep dedication. Beaming with a warm, beautiful smile, she sincerely thanks him, proudly declaring that she only managed to make it this far because of his wonderful help, which leaves a deeply moved Nihama softly murmuring her name in embarrassment. Nihama warmly notes that she has an incredibly happy expression now, to which she cutely giggles, and thanks him, pointing out that he also looks incredibly relaxed and happy, which they both readily agree is because they both fought as hard as they could. Their sweet, quiet moment is suddenly shattered when a loud, crazed laugh echoes through the hallway as a completely unhinged Mitsurugi loudly shouts that he can hear her. Shijuin turns in surprise to find Mitsurugi standing down the corridor, looking completely terrifying with an incredibly dark, unhinged, and monstrous grin that instantly fills the air with pure tension. Chapter 20 begins with a focus on Shijuin as the stakes of their high school rivalry continue to heat up. The arrogant rival suddenly barges in on them, declaring that he heard she wants to improve her academic grades, completely ignoring the official bet he just made with Nihama and leaving Shijuin highly confused. He dramatically commands her to rejoice, boastfully declaring that he will personally take charge of her tutoring sessions himself. Shijuin is completely taken aback by his sudden intrusion, while a thoroughly shocked Nihama cries out in protest. The rival smugly grins and asserts that since they are supposedly destined to be together, he never felt any need to rush, but claims it is finally time to go public with their special bond by acting as her personal tutor. He possessively promises to dedicate all of his time to her, calling her his childhood friend and urging her not to be shy while Shijuin frantically backs away in absolute panic and confusion. He takes a trip down memory lane reminiscing about when they first met as little kids, and claiming he still vividly remembers that excitement, confidently assuming she feels the exact same way. Shijuin nervously looks down as they discuss their childhood, preparing to deliver an incredibly awkward apology to her self-proclaimed childhood friend. She bluntly drops a massive truth bomb on his childhood fantasy, admitting that she actually has absolutely no memory of their past together when they were little. The rival is completely horrified and sweat drops in pure shock, while Shijuin apologetically explains that she has zero memory of meeting him at any childhood party, adding that meeting him in high school honestly felt like their very first encounter. Mitsurugi forces a strained smile, desperately trying to salvage his shattered ego. He pivots to a delusional new strategy, confidently declaring that he simply needs to spend more time with Haruka so she can realize what a truly capable man he is. Watching the bizarre display, Nihama is utterly baffled by how the prince can remain so absurdly optimistic after such a crushing defeat. Completely losing his grip on reality, Mitsurugi flashes a manic, deranged grin and loudly promises Haruka that she has absolutely nothing to worry about. He arrogantly proclaims that he is infinitely more competent than all the other nameless fools in the school and vows to personally tutor her so she can easily secure a spot in the top 5. Hearing his incredibly condescending words, Shijuin quietly repeats the harsh terms, deeply bothered that he just callously dismissed all her hard-working classmates as a bunch of nameless fools. Having absolutely enough of the arrogant prince's delusions, Nihama finally snaps and furiously yells at him to just shut up and listen. He angrily demands to know how Mitsurugi thinks he can just casually approach Shijuin right after completely losing their high-stakes wager. Mitsurugi violently fires back, screaming at Nihama to shut his mouth while calling him a worthless piece of trash. Fully abandoning any pretense of honor or logic, the unhinged prince maniacally declares that his only real rule is to do absolutely whatever he wants whenever he wants. Staring at the screaming, wide-eyed elite, Nihama realizes with absolute horror that Mitsurugi's massive ego has completely shattered, leaving the guy to just go totally insane right in the middle of the hallway. Mitsurugi aggressively dismisses Nihama, furiously shouting that he is in the middle of talking to Haruka, and violently ordering the annoying pest to just fly off and disappear. Turning his manic attention entirely back to Haruka, he flashes a terrifyingly wide, unhinged smile and insists she no longer needs to rely on a total fool like Nihama. He desperately demands that she be in absolute awe of him, loudly boasting that she now has an outstanding elite teacher entirely at her disposal. Completely losing all sense of boundaries, he aggressively steps toward her and demands she come to the Mitsurugi estate right this very instant. He recklessly insists that afternoon classes do not matter at all because he will personally teach her everything she could ever need to know. Taking things way too far, the deranged prince violently grabs Shijuin by the hand to forcefully drag her away. Seeing this blatant physical crossing of the line, a furious Nihama immediately steps in, aggressively shouting at Mitsurugi to cut the crazy act and let her go. When Mitsurugi aggressively tries to close the distance and grab Shijuin, she shuts him down instantly with a swift rejection. Rather than letting him overstep her boundaries, she makes it crystal clear that she will not tolerate his unsolicited advances. Standing just a short distance away, Nihama watches the confrontation unfold in sheer disbelief, completely stunned to see the usually gentle Shijuin defend herself so fiercely. Shijuin delivers a brutal verbal blow, flatly telling Mitsurugi that she must decline his offer because she has absolutely nothing to learn from him. While Nihama looks on from the hallway, Mitsurugi is left utterly frozen in shock by the sudden and absolute rejection. The arrogant Mitsurugi is completely flabbergasted by her refusal, finding it entirely impossible to comprehend how she could actually turn him down when he was generous enough to offer to teach her. Shijuin doesn't pull any punches as she continues to drop hard truths, explaining that he always ignores other people's feelings and says whatever he wants, which is the exact reason she has spent all this time actively avoiding him. Losing what little composure he had left, Mitsurugi flies into an absolute rage and throws a massive tantrum, screaming that he is an elite member of the upper class who deserves her, unlike the common nobodies around them. Shijuin is completely unfazed by his dramatic outburst, merely questioning his concept of being upper class with a blank, unimpressed expression. As she admits his words make absolutely no sense to her. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Mitsurugi loses his mind as he rants about how they both belong in the upper class together, and that it is only natural for someone of his high rank to be with her instead of wasting time with low-class nobodies. Shijuin shuts him down completely with a chilling dead-eyed stare that immediately freezes both Mitsurugi and Nihama in their tracks, coldly demanding that he finally give his obnoxious behavior a rest. Shijuin firmly stands up for Nihama, calling Mitsurugi out for his constant insults, and demanding to know who he thinks he is to look down on others, as pests, leaving a sweating Mitsurugi completely bewildered as to why she would ever defend a nobody. Shijuin makes it absolutely clear to Mitsurugi that she finds him incredibly rude and unpleasant, fiercely declaring her hatred for him and demanding that he never speak to her again. Mitsurugi is left completely devastated and frozen in absolute shock, unable to comprehend the crushing rejection. Under a heavy spotlight of dramatic despair, his mind completely shatters as he falls to his knees and screams in pure agony. Unable to compose herself, Shijuin tells Nihama that she cannot have a calm conversation right now and suggests they meet up later, to which he calmly agrees as she walks away. Standing over the defeated boy in the empty hallway, Nihama listens to him desperately ask why something like this happened, prompting Nihama to coldly ask if he should explain the reason to him. Standing before the school ranking board, Nihama cuts straight to the chase, pointing out that Mitsurugi was never actually in love with Shijuin in the first place. Nihama continues to ruthlessly break down his mindset, explaining that his obsession was never romantic, but rather a shallow materialistic desire driven purely by her attractive looks and prestigious background. He calls him out for being completely obsessed with the school's arbitrary social hierarchy, treating the concept of upper and lower classes as if it were the absolute be-all and end-all of life. Nihama notes that instead of simply doing what he truly wants, Mitsurugi is completely trapped and restricted by his own rigid social rules, stubbornly refusing to forgive anyone who dares to challenge them. In a final crushing blow, Nihama reveals the real truth behind his obsession, explaining that Mitsurugi only pursued Shijuin because he believed that winning her over was his ticket to securing a spot in the upper class. Nihama ruthlessly delivers a final verbal blow, mocking Mitsurugi for arrogantly assuming that a competent person like him could never be rejected, and bluntly stating that Shijuin does not care about any of those shallow values, which is exactly why she dumped him. Totally losing his mind, Mitsurugi desperately screams that Haruka is from the prestigious Shijuin family and an incredibly rare upper-class prize, arguing that getting his hands on her would allow him to reach greater heights, and that she should be thrilled to end up with a high-class man like him. Completely ignoring his unhinged rant, Nihama calmly tells him to let that reality sink in, coolly reminding him that he has absolutely no right to refuse, before walking away and leaving the defeated snob collapsed on the floor. Nihama turns back and delivers a masterclass in irony, pointing out that since Haruka's family status and wealth are far superior to his, her absolute rejection means Mitsurugi must simply shut up and accept it, perfectly aligning with his own toxic upper and lower class logic, and leaving the snob completely devastated. Bidding him a final farewell, Nihama walks down the corridor, reflecting on how he originally thought Mitsurugi was just an arrogant jerk, only to realize he is far more pathetic for devoting his entire life to a girl he does not even love simply for her social status. Looking back one last time at the shattered and broken rival on the floor, Nihama concludes that he is ultimately just a pathetic, helpless person as he walks away. Later, Shijuin sheepishly apologizes to Nihama for completely losing her usual composure during the confrontation, but Nihama warmly reassures her not to worry at all, even offering an apology of his own. Nihama laments that he should have stepped in sooner to defend her, but Shijuin fiercely objects, insisting that he did absolutely nothing wrong and has nothing to apologize for. Fuming with anger, Shijuin passionately declares that she simply cannot forgive Mitsurugi and has never been this mad in her entire life, leaving Nihama to secretly think that seeing her act so fiery is actually quite refreshing. Nihama points out how exceptionally rare it is to see her lose her temper, prompting Shijuin to admit that she simply had no idea their classmate could be so incredibly rude. Shijun coldly declares that since she will never see that person again, she no longer cares about him at all, leaving Nihama completely stunned by her sudden change in demeanor. Shijun resolves to completely forget about that awful person for now, while Nihama internally notes how terrifying she can be when she is angry, especially since she is normally incredibly gentle. Changing the subject, Shijun asks Nihama if there are any foods he dislikes, to which he replies that he is fine with anything normal, prompting her to happily note his answer before preparing to make a surprising revelation. With a bright blush, Shijun excitedly invites Nihama to visit her house as a heartfelt thank you for their recent study session. She eagerly offers to cook and serve him lunch and snacks, catching Nihama completely off guard as he begins to respond. Nihama freezes in absolute disbelief as his brain struggles to process the reality of her inviting him over to her house. His mind completely melts in a wave of sheer panic over the intimate invitation, leaving Shijun to anxiously call out his name in confusion at his dramatic reaction. As a new chapter begins, Shijun dresses up in a gorgeous outfit and happily heads out, looking forward to their highly anticipated day together. Standing outside a massive estate, a voice warmly welcomes Haruka back and praises her for working so hard. Shijun's father reviews her latest report card, noting with immense satisfaction how drastically her finals grades have improved compared to her previous midterm scores. Her mother warmly notes that she must have put in a massive amount of effort, prompting Shijun to excitedly bring up the lifting of her previous light novel ban. Her father gladly declares that the reading ban is officially lifted, but sternly warns her not to let her fantasy novels get in the way of her education again, earning a quick promise that she will be careful. Her mother continues to marvel at the massive jump in her academic performance, asking if her recent late returns from school were due to her staying after class to study, which she happily confirms. Shijun happily explains that an incredibly smart classmate has been devoting his free time to tutoring her, adding that his support was highly motivating and leaving her mother pleasantly surprised by his dedication. Her mother coos about her finding such a lovely friend, while her father is highly impressed when Shijun adds that this helpful tutor also scored at the absolute top of their class on the final exams. Her mother points out that her scores actually rose evenly across almost every single class, curiously asking which specific subjects her friend helped her study. Shijun admits that she eventually ended up receiving help in all 10 academic subjects, leaving her father completely flabbergasted as he stammers that demanding so much is way too heavy of a burden to place on any friend. She recalls how Nihama simply smiled and reassured her not to worry, because tutoring her actually helped reinforce his own knowledge, leaving her mother to silently marvel at his incredibly generous and easygoing nature. She gushes that her friend was exceptionally good at every single subject, and even accurately predicted the exact questions that appeared on the exams, leaving her father to silently conclude that this mysterious friend sounds absolutely remarkable. Akiko asks Haruka if this friend is the very same classmate who single-handedly developed the entire brilliant plan for the school festival. Haruka lights up with a cheerful grin, happily confirming that he is indeed the exact person she was talking about. Haruka goes on to praise her friend as an incredibly hard worker and a born leader whose detailed plan completely won over the entire class. Her father can only sweat in absolute astonishment, desperately trying to comprehend what kind of superhuman high schooler could actually pull this off. Hearing about his incredible efficiency, Takemune is completely dumbfounded and points out that surviving on only 2 hours of sleep to manage that workload is way past human limits. As Haruka casually downplays it as simple efficiency, her father grows increasingly suspicious, noting that the more he hears, the less this friend sounds like an actual teenager. Looking to show her appreciation after they both finished studying for their final exams, Haruka blushingly asks her father if she can invite her hardworking friend over this Saturday to personally thank him. Takemune reacts with a highly intrigued look upon hearing that she wants to bring a guest over to their mansion. Haruka quickly nods in agreement, explaining that, while she originally considered just buying a standard thank you present, she ended up wanting to do something far more personal. Haruka explains that she decided preparing a full homemade meal complete with dessert would be the absolute best way to express her deep gratitude. Observing her polite, sweet nature, Akiko proudly reflects on how many daughters of wealthy CEOs break under the pressure, while Haruka grew up to be exceptionally honest and kind. Akiko absolutely loves the idea, enthusiastically giving her daughter full permission to prepare the home-cooked feast all by herself before turning to her husband for his approval. Caught up in the cheerful atmosphere, Takemune readily agrees, happily giving his blessing for the weekend visit. Declaring that the family owes her friend a massive debt of gratitude, Takemune happily wishes them a wonderful time, though he laments that his hectic work schedule will prevent him from being there to meet her, as he currently assumes the classmate is a girl. Haruka warmly thanks him for his support, while Akiko suddenly lets out a surprised sound, catching everyone's attention. Takemune suddenly pauses as a major detail clicks in his mind, loudly asking if the friend who helped with the school festival was actually a boy. Akiko gasps in absolute shock, finally realizing the massive romantic implication of her daughter inviting a young man over to their house. While Takemune tries to play it cool by clearing his throat, Akiko quickly tries to brush off her sudden panic with a nervous sip of tea, sheepishly telling them not to mind her as she processes the exciting news. Shijuin happily bids her parents goodbye, excitedly declaring that she needs to go start planning what to cook, and will tell her friend that the reading ban is officially lifted. Her father warmly muses about how special female friendships are, noting that their daughter has never had a best friend before, but this new girl seems quite fond of her, a sentiment her mother happily agrees with. Seeing his wife giggling, the father asks what is so amusing, prompting her to happily admit that she is just getting more and more excited to meet this mysterious friend. Her father chuckles and asks his wife to make sure to pass on his regards and thank the girl for taking such good care of Haruka, which his wife happily promises to do. Back at his own house, Nihama lets out a panicked scream of pure terror, completely losing his composure as he mentally declares a red alert. He panics in absolute disbelief over unexpectedly being invited to the massive Shijuin estate, frantically repeating his worries, while his sister Kanako stands over him and dryly asks what is wrong this time. Kanako quickly pieced together the details of the exam duel, happily cheering that his rival was completely rejected in the aftermath, and celebrating it as a total victory for her brother. She then questions why he is getting so incredibly worked up over a win, prompting him to slowly explain the real source of his panic. Kanako is absolutely thrilled to hear that Shijuin actually invited him to her house, breaking into a massive grin and screaming that he has achieved something way beyond mere good vibes. He frantically urges her to calm down, insisting that she is just a completely oblivious princess who merely wants to thank him, and begs his sister not to treat this situation like some cheap teen drama. Kanako questions why he is stressing out so much, teasing him that a girl inviting him to her castle is basically the prince's dream happy ending. While Nihama agrees that it should be a perfect scenario, he cannot help but worry about a massive hurdle ahead of him. Nihama finally confesses his ultimate dilemma, miserably admitting that he has absolutely no idea what he is supposed to wear to her place. While Kanako is highly amused by his sudden distress, Nihama spirals into a full-blown panic, yelling that he does not own a single piece of clothing suitable for visiting a grand house like Shijuin's. Kanako dismisses his worries by declaring that nobody is going to care about what he wears, but a highly defensive Nihama frantically fires back that he cares immensely about making a good impression. Nihama hysterically argues that showing up in the wrong outfit will completely ruin his chances, forever desperately declaring that he needs to rush out to buy a cheap suit, which only makes Kanako sweat drop at his extreme overreaction. Kanako forcefully tells him to calm down and listen to her warning that blindly shopping for something he knows nothing about will only lead to him buying an incredibly goofy outfit and ending up in utter defeat. She points out that high school students are expected to wear cheap clothes, warning him that trying to force a fancy, high-quality look will only make him look ridiculous and get him laughed at, much like how middle schoolers look completely out of place when they plaster themselves in random designer items. Kanako explains that cheap clothes are perfectly fine as long as he focuses on basic grooming and hygiene, reminding him to keep his clothes clean while also warning him to be highly careful about how he coordinates his colors. She confidently styles a safe outfit for him, recommending a bright white button-up over a striped t-shirt paired with brown chinos for his very first outing, leaving Nihama deeply impressed by her styling expertise and wondering how she knows his closet so well. Kanako playfully roasts him by explaining she only knows his wardrobe because his fashion sense is a total disaster, before raising the suspicious point that she has never heard of a girl inviting a boy over to her house before they even start dating. Kanako enthusiastically points at him, declaring that this outing is a massive deal and passionately urging her big brother to get out there and show Shijuin exactly what he is made of. Ni-hama confidently promises to do his absolute best, prompting Kanako to cheer him on, before she casually ruins the moment with a teasing warning to make sure he behaves himself and doesn't try anything inappropriate at another person's house, which leaves him screaming in embarrassment at her wild assumptions. When Saturday finally arrives, Ni-hama shows up at the meeting spot, dressed in his newly coordinated outfit, happily recalling how Shijuin offered to pick him up, though his deeply ingrained corporate habits have caused him to arrive ridiculously early. As he pulls out his phone to send her a message, a sudden wave of panic hits him as he realizes he does not actually have Shijuin's contact information, making him painfully aware that they are technically not even formal friends yet. He stands there in stunned silence, deeply reflecting on how summer break is rapidly approaching. The terrifying thought of spending his entire summer vacation isolated in a gamer's paradise, just like in his previous miserable timeline, fills him with absolute dread. His spiraling thoughts are suddenly cut short when Shijuin arrives looking incredibly stylish, brightly wishing him a good morning and thanking him for accepting her invitation, which prompts a blushing Ni-hama to insist that he is the one who should be grateful for her hospitality. Mustering up all his courage, Ni-hama enthusiastically compliments her, telling her that her outfit looks incredibly pretty, prim and proper on her, leaving Shijuin completely flustered and blushing from the sudden praise. Seeing her sweet reaction, Ni-hama lets out a sigh of relief and internally sends a massive thank you to his little sister, happily realizing that her relationship advice worked perfectly to break the ice. Blushing from his compliments, Shijuin happily asks if they should head out and warmly directs him toward where they will be waiting to start their day. Ni-hama is left completely speechless when a luxurious white Rolls-Royce pulls up right in front of him, while Shijuin happily presents the high-end vehicle. As Shijuin's father warmly welcomes Ni-hama, the family's polite chauffeur Kakizaki introduces himself and welcomes the young guest. Completely overwhelmed by the prestigious greeting, Ni-hama immediately slips back into his old submissive business habits, bowing deeply and blurting out his past corporate identity, before quickly correcting himself to his high school name, which thoroughly impresses Shijuin's father. Ni-hama politely maintains his professional demeanor, expressing how honored he is to make their acquaintance, before turning to enter the car as they prepare to head off. Sitting inside the vehicle, Ni-hama is absolutely blown away by the staggeringly luxurious interior, marveling to himself that the car feels like an actual mansion on wheels. With Shijuin's father asking if they are ready to depart, Ni-hama nervously climbs into the backseat next to a smiling Shijuin as the high-end vehicle smoothly hits the road. Observing how incredibly calm and unfazed Shijuin is by the luxury surrounding them, Ni-hama begins to stress over his own reaction, especially when he recalls her father's comment about expecting a regular high school boy. As they travel in silence, Ni-hama finds himself sweating bullets, anxiously questioning why he is letting his adult nerves completely get the better of him. As the car speeds through the city streets, Ni-hama desperately tries to calm his racing thoughts, wondering why a simple ride is causing him so much intense pressure.